So it's like, it's just such a mess. It really like.
I remember when I was obsessed with the Diddy stuff. I just couldn't. It was
Yeah,
so dark that eventually
yeah.
I just couldn't
Well,
continue watching it. But
that's hard for me to watch too. I heard this thing about Jay-Z.
if it's dark, don't tell me.
Motherfucker.
I don't want to hear it.
Motherfucker.
I'm sure it's
He's
horrible.
such an asshole. No, he just got away with shit. He got away. There wasn't. A Jane Doe came out with, I don't know, a complaint or a lawsuit against Jay-Z. Somehow he won.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. So that's why you think you can get away with this shit.
Yeah. I'm obsessed with the Diddy case too. I want a list of names.
Right, I know.
Sorry, guys. Didn't mean to start off with that.
It stopped paying dividends in that regard quickly enough. That's what I was looking for too. Is I wanted it to be blown wide open, but it's just to the extent that's ever going to happen. I guess I'm going to just avoid the score for this game and finish watching it tomorrow.
Oh, I didn't realize it was the girls.
Yeah, I mean they're up against Washington, so we're favored by 16.5 points. Washington's not that great, you know. So now I'm going to pull up the live stream here. And tonight, we're just going to be paying attention to one thing, and one thing only. And that's our hearts. We're not going to be playing poker. We're not going to be watching basketball. We're just going to be in the moment, in the now, in the here. Together, we are one. Now.
Caroline, are you more on your phone or on your laptop? I'm definitely a on the phone kind of person.
Even though it's so much smaller.
It is so much smaller, I know. It's weird. It's got to be bad TESI, right? SE?
I think it's bad SI and 4-slot SE. Because you're mostly metaphysical, you care more about the meanings which aren't conveyed. You don't need to see big. You just need to. You're using anion meanings rather than like specs. Like me, you're not somebody who's gonna watch a movie and say, "Wow, this is visually stunning."
Unless it really is.
Even if it is, that's not going to be a good enough reason to like the movie
No.
itself.
No,
right?
I could say that it's visually. I do appreciate cinematography, but it has to be stylized. Thanks, G. This is my my chill outfit. I actually really wanted to take a shower, but I think at this point I might just not.
This is your mushroom clothes.
This is our mushroom clothes. They're perfect mushroom clothes, actually.
Right? I'm sure they are. They're sweats.
My family is a big family of tennis, so maybe this is my way of summoning my McCurkin side.
You know what? Whenever anybody asks you, what are you doing? You say, "Oh, this is my way of playing tennis."
Yeah. Yes, Winston's mom. Thank you so much for the cards. They look so fun. I will use them tonight and do some readings with them. So cool. So cool. With the musicians as tarot, really cool. Thank you very much. And yeah, Carolyn, same thing. I'm always on my phone even though it's tiny. Do you remember what I didn't see the Beatles on there. I saw that Lord, the singer, is the fool, and then Freddie Mercury is the magician. I didn't see the Beatles there yet. But that's cool. I can incorporate the but I can incorporate the personalities of the musicians into the cards that I read as well. So that's not easy to do, to use a lot of musicians as cards, you know? Like, I mean, there are a lot of musicians out there, but like, not all of them are going to be highly recognized, I would think.
Eric did say mushrooms.
Yes, Eric did say mushrooms.
Our, I guess we should just call him our friend Jay. No reason not to call him that. Oh,
Jay?
yeah. Our friend Jay contacted me and said, "Do you want some?" And he sold me the last of his mushrooms. So, we have mushrooms for tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, we're doing it. Yeah, we're doing it tonight. We actually waited quite a while after I got them because I wanted to play this poker tournament, which I cashed. I did quite well, but then I lost $100 of my winnings playing the $100 tournament, which I did not play nearly as well.
Yes, Caroline, same. Even if I had an iPad with a keyboard, I still think I would be on my phone. I'm just like addicted to my phone.
That's why I can't tag anyone.
You can still tag people.
Well, I mean, that's this very T.E. Polar statement. Your iPad with a keyboard right next to you, being there or not, has nothing to do with whether you can tag anybody, right?
Not really, no. It's easier to. It's easy. So if you have a keyboard and you at someone, it pops up their name.
Uh-huh.
Whereas if you're on your phone, you have to do it manually.
Oh, that is a burden that nobody's going to want to deal with. I think it's basically Caroline, INFJs, ENTPs, we're very much all about meanings. And so accordingly, sometimes the sensory stuff gets the better of us. Like, how long have I been not doing this because setting it up seemed like a pain in the ass? How long have I not had this light working before I finally got a light bulb?
We're both the same way.
And I want to get the other lamp from upstairs and put it in the other corner.
Yeah.
Why don't I just go do that? It's not that much of a thing to do.
Is that what you're doing right now?
Yeah, I'm going to do it. Because we don't need that lamp in the bedroom, do we?
No, we don't. The light works in there.
Do you go in there at night?
Yeah, but the light work, the like.
The overhead light works? Okay.
Yeah. Jack Black can shred. I like Jack Black. That is crazy. Isn't it crazy that nobody knew mushrooms grew in the U.S. until the 70s? Like magic mushrooms?
Is this trash?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Probably could have assumed it was, but I thought it might be like clothes or something.
Yeah, Johnny Depp is in a band. Bob UFO says, yeah, they just thought they were only in Mexico at first, and some dude found them here. Wow. That's so crazy. Keanu's in a band? Keanu's a musician?
If Johnny Depp was really cool, he'd name his band I'm So Quirky.
I'm so quirky?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Wouldn't that be a
would.
great name for Johnny Depp's band?
Yeah, it would be. I'm so quirky. He is. But honestly, when I watched the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, it made me like him like so much more. Like his quirkiness was never something that like I was like, oh my gosh, he's so quirky. Like I like him so much for it. It kind of made me be like, oh, you're a little weird. But
well, I mean, what makes me like him is that he cosplays as his own characters.
yeah, he does.
That's so like NFP ridiculous.
Yeah.
I guess he likes to do it, you know? That's all there is to it. Who cares how ridiculous it is?
Yeah.
Keanu has a signature bass. Keanu Reeves.
Really? Wow, I'm
He
surprised.
plays the bass. The bass guitar.
Hello, duh, real. I always say that. I always say call you duh.
The deal. For real.
Yeah, I did too, Winston's mom. I liked what I saw too. He was funny, lighthearted. He seemed very honest. And he really seemed to be in pain too. Like what this woman put me through was the ringer.
I believe it. Which makes me think he's probably not that toxic himself.
I don't think so either. Look, there was incriminating evidence against him too. Like he, you know.
I'm sure he's not a saint, but I'm saying
Yeah.
maybe not a predator,
Yeah. No.
which is a low bar for most people, which is apparently a high bar for celebrities.
Yeah, it's a very high bar.
Rational morality wants to insult me, but it won't work. Everybody knows that he's just trying to be a jerk, or maybe he's jealous of my fine guitar playing skills. We know he's not bright, but that's not the thing that ultimately kills you. So that's okay today, will be okay tomorrow. Rational morality will learn a thing or two. Well, you know, it's quite plausible that you genuinely don't like to listen to the guitar being played during a live stream, because I know if I was going to a talking live stream and they started playing music, I'd be like, no, you're not, your music sucks. I'm not here for this. What are you doing? That's what I'd be. But the thing is, my music, the stuff I play generally, like the songs I actually have written rather than stuff I make up on the fly, they generally don't suck. They're actually good. So, I mean, I'm no super genius musically or anything, but I've put a lot of work into songwriting, written a lot of songs and stuff, so I've gotten quite good at it. Not enough sustain. That's funny, actually. That is funny, rational morality. You get one wonder point for that very good comment. Not enough sustain.
You know what's good? Eric's not going to LA tomorrow, and it's good because if he would have gotten there, he would have gone to the bank and realized that they were closed.
President's Day. There's an alternate. I do have an acoustic over here in the corner, but I don't like to play it as much. And it's harder to get. It's behind stuff. See, the acoustic's behind all of this stuff.
You don't want to be reminded that.
Oh gosh. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my
I
god.
can get it, but it's
So funny.
I don't like to play it because it's harder to play. You know? It's right there. That's not easy to get to, okay? I had to step over things. I'm sure I stepped on a chord or two. You know. There's my acoustic guitar. I'm going to be too mushroomed out to play music in a minute or two, but I'm going to, for the moment, I guess I will play sign holders, which I've been working on. I don't have it finished being written yet, but sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. Sorry. Sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. Bright green safety vest and modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you wave me fast as my wife and I confusedly drive past. Going to keep us away working on it, but I can't really play it yet. So I don't know why I even attempted to. It's gonna take a while to get to the end of the writing of that, you know. So, but what can I play on the acoustic guitar? I'll play White Boy by Merle Haggard. Well, you might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking canes, and it won't be an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't well, he was he wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, you might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout, living, don't want any part of anything they give. And I'm proud of mine and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, not Raylan. If you're not Raylan, what are you doing? Listen, Mr. Ku Klux Klan. Your name is a bit of a challenge to deal with, okay? Your name is what academics and like stupid liberal arts programs might call problematic, okay? They're not wrong, but what they're doing in general is stupid, but they're not wrong. There's absolutely no value whatsoever in like a degree in English or sociology or some shit like that. I majored in English, Rachel, and sociology. So trust me, I know.
I was gonna say hi. I'm crushing.
I know. I graduated in English. It's just as useless.
I know that sociology was useless. It didn't get me a job like at all.
Yeah. Clearly, you pronounce that Niger. Okay, I'll go with that. The liberals. Oh, oui, oui. We're from France. Oh, yeah, exciting times playing poker earlier. Right now, just waiting for the drugs to kick in. I am fully qualified to be an activist.
I'm in the bathroom.
I'm going outside to smoke a cigarette. Okay. Thank you for warning me, though, but I knew you were. Still, it doesn't hurt to be safe. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, you two cats. Trouble sitting here on the front porch's thing, and like the mat, and Capillo is sitting up there, looking down on him from the railing, like they were in some kind of Mexican standoff. No, Trouble just came in.
Oh, okay.
They're on some sort of Mexican standoff, where he was like, "You can't come in through this door. I'm going to sit right here." And she was like, "I don't even want to go in through that door. I could go in through the cat door if I wanted to." They had these kind of arguments a lot. Hi, Capillo. Yes, you're my sweet petite. You're my sweetie petite. So unbelievably, I didn't even think about it until until I was just about ready to take the mushrooms. But I don't have any cigarettes. I just have cigarette butts. But I haven't really been that interested in smoking lately. The Wellbutrin, I think it changes your brain to make it so that like cigarettes just, it's not just even when you're on it, but even when you're not on it, it makes it so like you're kind of not so addicted to nicotine, I guess. Regardless, I do have the vapes here, so if I feel the need for nicotine, I'll just hit the vape. I haven't hit those things in a long time since I started smoking again. I haven't hit them at all. Which just goes to show you how much better smoking is. Loafing on a Ledge, the autobiography of every cat. That's a good title, G. Loafing on the Ledge. The railing. This is the railing. I wouldn't call it a ledge. I think there's a pack of cigarettes in the bathroom. In the bedroom bathroom. Oh, cool. I'll check that out. I'll be sure to check that out. Okay. Like, live, loaf, and love. I see. I should bring my glasses out. Unfortunately, my eyes aren't that tired, so I can still read it a little bit. I just have to squint. I got a good night's sleep last night. Last night I took one of Rachel's olanzapines. Those things are amazing. They have this crazy, they get you kind of crazy high. I don't know what to call it. They're also kind of like downers. You feel all like, oh. And then when I go to sleep, I'm just fucking out. It's much more effective for me as a sleep drug than Klonopin ever was. Where it is. Turn off the porch lights so you can see all the stars. But if I turn off the porch lights, then you wouldn't get to look at me. Are you saying I'm not attractive? Listen here, rational morality. I am not going to turn off the porch lights because I don't really feel like looking at the stars. And even if I had the lights on, I can still see them. The stars aren't that interesting. Oh, I had to leave this thing open for how long was this open? It's been open all day? It must have been open all fucking day. Oh, it's been open since I brought home the mushrooms? I could have sworn I closed it behind me. Well, let's go see. Fortunately, I live in a very safe neighborhood, so it doesn't really matter if it was open all day, except that now it's colder in here. Whereas if it had been closed all day, then it would be warmer in here than outside. But right now it's just as cold as outside. Don't worry, Mr. Aloe Vera plant here. I'm going to close this door before I go because I know that you are cold sensitive. You don't like the frost at all. I learned my lesson last time when I plucked you out of a snowstorm and it was a close call, but I left him out for some other stuff like that, and you got a few brown branches and stuff and looked discomfited by the experience. So I apologized. He held a grudge for a while, but eventually he said it's okay, and we made up. And now he's thriving here in the garage. He's like he likes the garage better than outside. It's weird. I mean, he's sort of by the window, but he's certainly not getting any direct sunlight. Hi there, Sarah G. Look at me, I'm Sarah G. Diggly diggly do. Is that what you say when you introduce yourself? Look at me, I'm Sarah G. Diggly diggly do. It is nice and soothing. What is nice and soothing? My melodious voice. It's okay, G. I just want you to relax. Feel good deep inside. Know that Eric's here. I'm here to soothe you. Who wants to be soothed? Wow, it's a lot less cold inside than outside. Not that even that cold tonight at all, really. It's quite a warm evening for around here. It's 48 in February. I'd call that unseasonably warm at 7 p.m. Meow, do I have to watch you eat? I think we have to watch the cat eat. Winston's mom needs to have a beer and relax, is rational morality. She doesn't need to. If she wants to, she should, though. If she doesn't want to, then she shouldn't. And that's called rational morality. Because rational morality acknowledges that there are no non-contractual positive obligations to do things. Ruben R. says hi Winston's mom because he wants to greet her. So, I'm thinking, wait, when you see a live stream, does it show you the thumbnail or does it show you what's happening in the moment? Or does it depend where you see it? Does anybody know the answer to that question? If you're looking at, like, hey, maybe I want to go to this recommended video, does it show you the thumbnail or does it show you what's happening right now? Depends. The thumbnail will change if I refresh the page sometimes. Oh, well. Oh, so then it's showing you a snapshot of what's happening right then. Probably. So I was thinking, the reason I'm asking is like, I wonder if a cat eating food is something that brings people in or they go like, that's boring. I don't want to watch that. Not that I would change my behavior either way. I'm just kind of curious about it. That's just mommy trouble. You don't need, you're constantly, your constant freaking out about somebody trying to steal your food is completely unnecessary and unwarranted. Even if someone did steal your food, I just pour you more food. Thumbnail shows you the thumbnail? Okay. So then it doesn't matter. The cat eating doesn't matter anymore in terms of like what I was thinking about. And that's fine. I have my answer either way. Rachel's got out the musician cards.
Yeah. I'm curious. Like, I want to see where the Beatles are and stuff. If they come out. Winston's mom, I'm gonna do a reading for you first, if that's cool. Can you help me shuffle? You get them real good.
Sure.
And thank you so much for the kitty treats. They love them.
Now this card jumped out.
Wow.
So the Queen of Cups. I think that means what we take from this is that this deck, its theme is Queen of Cups, or it's like its identity.
Okay.
The deck's personality is Queen of Cups.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. I'm gonna use the artist.
Noob is gay. Good for you.
Tell who it is.
I want you to have to figure it out. Are you sure it's actual musicians?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because like that's Tupac, that's
Oh
Harry.
yeah, there's Tupac. I see Tupac.
Taylor Swift, Prince, Beyonce.
Maybe this
Like
is
this is so generic.
like. Oh, I bet you it's that chick who died, Amy Winehouse.
No.
You
Amy
don't think
Winehouse had black hair.
Oh.
She had like a big bouffant.
Well, my I was wrong then.
I didn't mean to be
That's
like
fine.
that.
No, I appreciate it. You corrected me. It's obviously not her.
It's definitely a woman who has attitude, though.
Maybe show it to the people and see what they think.
Yeah, who do you think this?
Let me turn this around so you can see the thing too.
I wish they had.
We could Google it too, I'm sure.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Queen.
Queen of Cups?
They do have Queen of Cups.
I'll just Google
Madonna,
it.
Aretha Franklin, Stevie Nicks, or Missy Elliott. And that doesn't look like.
This must be major arcana. Alright, I'll Google it. What's this deck called?
The Music Tarot.
No, Rachel's not going to start a stream because she only likes to do this when she's on Adderall.
Or when I just feel like changing things up.
I mean, the thing is, what you definitely don't want to do is to, like, have some sort of responsibility to stream on the regular or something, right?
No.
So, even if she were to do it, stream sometime randomly by herself, just be like doing tarot, and she might do it on her own channel. She does have her own channel.
I would do it during a live stream, though.
But is the answer to the question, is Rachel going to start her own tarot reading stream? I will let her answer it herself.
No, because it's too much having to do it on the regular. Okay, so Show Media is next. Winston's Mom's first. Show Media is next, and then Unicorn Ninja.
Okay, I'll make a list.
I think it's Madonna. I think this is supposed to be Madonna.
Well, Madonna.
It doesn't look like her, though.
Maybe it looks like her at the beginning of her career or something.
Yeah, it's Madonna.
Oh, it's Madonna.
Yeah, which doesn't really look like Madonna.
You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna treat that card as though it were the Madonna, like
Okay.
Catholics, okay?
Okay.
Because I don't like Madonna. And she
Okay,
doesn't like
Caroline
me.
is if someone can help me
I'm
with the
gonna make a
list.
right
Oh,
now.
thank
So
you.
who's first?
Winston's mom.
Okay, Winston's mom. Who's second?
Show Media.
Show Media. Who's third?
Unicorn Ninja.
Unicorn.
And then Caroline.
Caroline. And then we can, as more people come, we can add them to the list and cross out the people that we've done.
You're feeling your emotional sass. You're like, yeah, I got it together. Emotionally.
Emotional sass. Wow. I'm so good at having emotions.
Yeah.
You better watch out or I'm going to sass you.
Yeah.
Those are well
It's pretty.
shuffled at this point.
It's pretty. I like the card. I like the shell behind her. It really does not look like her, though. I never would have guessed Madonna for that.
Unfortunately, it comes around backwards on this now. There was a little stretch of time where it automatically mirrored it for you, but that time is gone, I guess.
Yeah, you stay in your power, your emotional power. Okay, the next one. Ooh, Queen of Swords, Aretha Franklin.
I like the back of these cards a lot.
The back? Yeah, they're cool. Aretha Franklin, respect yourself. Or RASPECT.
Is she in heaven? Is that why is that the backdrop or something?
Well, I think because swords have to do with air. So, like, Queen of Cups has a shell behind her because it's water. And clouds has to do with air, so she's the queen of like air.
I don't think Madonna's having anything to do with emotions, really.
Neither.
I see her as being very TE.
She's a Leo, so like you think that she'd be more.
I think Queen of Wands would be a better place.
Yeah. Queen of Wands is Stevie Nicks. Okay,
Maybe
so
just put them randomly. I don't know. Like, does that swords have anything to do with respect? Is that whatever?
Yeah, maybe. You know, like respect me or I'll strike you down.
What number is it? The what of swords?
The Queen.
Oh, the Queen of Swords. Gotcha.
All right, and then the last card. Everyone's getting 3 cards.
I know that'd be cool, Unicorn Ninja, but it's harder than it seems. We have cards that we made, but it's a little harder than it seems. But if I were going to make an actual tarot deck, that's different. Like, then you're just saying pick a theme for a tarot deck and find pictures or something or draw them yourself. All my pictures would be stick figures with a little label that says, like, this is Abraham Lincoln.
He'd have his hop hat on. That's how we would know. Okay, last card. 7 of coins. So it only shows coins. You got your coins all grouped together, but they're a little uneven, you know? Uneven with the 7.
And that's okay. Okay? It's a little okay to be a little uneven.
Yeah, it is. But for the most part, you've got your shit together when it comes to Earth.
Because that's the 7 of Pentacles?
Yeah.
Alright, who's next?
You got the list.
Show media.
Show media is next. This one popped out. 3 of Wands. It's like you're entangled. You got your practicalities all together. Your T is doing well.
You're having one of those moments where you want to do this thing, but you can't do step 2 of this thing until you do step 1 of this other thing that you haven't done.
Yep.
That horrible shit.
They're all tied together.
Horrible TE stuff. Not saying the card is horrible, but TE stuff is horrible.
I'm glad you're back, Jax. Okay, show media. 6 of Swords. So 6 of Swords usually has to do with traveling. You made up your mind on something and you're moving on. There's not much to gather from this picture. Like, you've got a lot of thoughts on your mind.
Each of those swords counts as 1 thought.
Yeah.
So that's how many thoughts
you have. You have 6 thoughts on your mind.
Okay. So you've got 3 wands, 6 thoughts, and what else? Let's find out.
Last one.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
I don't think the Beatles are in this music tarot deck, actually. Which surprises me. But okay. 4 of Cups. 4 of Cups usually means contemplation, boredom, lack of creativity. But here it's just like you're emotionally filled less than half the way, but you're getting there. You got some seashells there.
Jax, we are not Biden supporters.
But
we may be at a gay pride parade, that's fine. But we are not Biden supporters, nor were we Trump supporters.
also, is it Pride Month is in June?
He's just fucking around.
Yeah.
Okay, so you done with show media?
Yeah, don't show media.
Next up is Unicorn.
Unicorn Ninja wants to know how your new career's gonna go.
Yeah, I know. How dated could your reference be? Jesus. Biden hasn't been president for a long time.
There's no. It's hard to not feel bad for the guy, really. Like, that's what I feel. If I have feelings towards him, it's feeling bad. He's I think dementia.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. You know.
Good reason to feel bad for somebody. All right, so Unicorn Ninja wants to know about his new career, huh?
Okay, new career for Unicorn Ninja.
His new career is a stripper.
New career. There's a movie about a stripper's life out right now called Honora. Okay, Unicorn Ninja's new career. Unicorn Ninja's new career. Unicorn Ninja new career. We could also use the Oracle cards. Okay, Unicorn Ninja's new career. First card. Page of Swords, Amy Winehouse.
Wow, they mentioned her.
See?
That means you're going to die of alcoholism.
So, you are thinking about a new endeavor. It's on your mind. It's something new. It's fresh. You're coming into it fresh and new. Hey, Johnny Doe. It's going good. Okay, next card for Unicorn Ninja's career.
It's easier to spell than that, actually. It's just Rachel. I know there's a lot of variations.
Ooh, Queen of Coins. I think this is... Queen of Coins is Missy Elliott.
Missy Elliott.
Yeah. So what can we say about Missy Elliott?
Well, there was a girl in my elementary school named Missy.
Really?
The only other Missy I've ever heard of.
Yeah, you don't really hear that very often.
Yeah. She's obviously into pink clothes.
Yeah, she's like very confident, and you can tell there's earth around her. So you might be making new money in your new career, like more money in your careers, that you feel like you're the queen of coins.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, Johnny. I didn't realize you were participating in a stylistic affectation. My mistake. I'm sorry. You spell it however you want.
People do that when I say, "Please call me Rachel," or correct them.
He's doing a different spelling. He's not calling you something other than Rachel. He's just spelling it differently. So I've not seen this one before. This insistence that no. I'm not misspelling your name. I'm nickname spelling it.
Okay, last for Unicorn Ninja's career. Ooh, King of Swords. And
I do, Raw Dog Randy, but I'm fresh out right now. You're going to have to wait till next month.
King of Swords is Marvin Gaye.
No.
So, you're feeling laid back and in control of your thoughts, too.
You're
coming
Diddy prior to his arrest.
Oh, God.
That's what that guy looks like. I'm the king. I'm the best.
Yeah, he does.
I'm the greatest. I'm sitting in this chair. Who the fuck am I even? I don't even know. Who
It's
is this
Marvin
guy?
Gaye.
Oh, Marvin Gaye. You're not even that good at all, Marvin Gaye.
I know. That's what I mean. I don't think the Beatles are even in
The
this.
only reason people think he's good is because he was murdered.
So, you're gonna be on top of your thoughts at work. So your work is gonna require you're gonna be on top of your mental skills, even though you're gonna be new at the job. So you've got these new thoughts. Plus, eventually you'll get to the King of Swords, but you'll also be getting more money and become the Queen of Pentacles, Missy Elliott. You got 3 court cards. It's pretty big.
I'm gonna regret Googling this, I'm sure.
Oh no.
That's not so bad.
What is it?
When you poop in the shower and step on it through time.
Ew.
It's gross, but I was expecting it to be some kind of weird sex act.
Johnny Doe, it is kind of like a card game. It's tarot.
And to answer your question, the deal for real, advice, first of all, this doesn't qualify as advice, but if it did, all advice is positive because you're saying, even if you're talking about a negative situation, you're saying, this informs you about how, Rachel, you're getting it wrong.
I know. You know I know. I'm very aware of my messiness.
Can I put them back right again?
Oh shit, yeah, they are getting all messed up.
That's what I'm talking about. I wasn't talking about something else. I was saying you're getting them upside down.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to get on top of it now.
Do you wanna shuffle?
Sure. Who are we doing now? Unicorn Ninja?
So Unicorn Ninja we just did. So Caroline.
Caroline. All right, Caroline.
Caroline, are you still here? You're next.
How high are we on a scale of 1 to 10? Like 1. But I'm getting.
I'm like at a 3. I'm getting there.
I might be a 2.
The mushrooms are definitely kicking in.
Yeah, I might be a 2. But we're still on the way up. We didn't even know.
Yeah, we are on the way up. Yay, okay. She's here.
You hand this to me? Okay, Caroline. There you go.
And here's the booklet. I'll help you with the booklet if you get a court card.
Okay, cool.
What the heck?
Rachel does not approve of their booklet. Well, that's fine.
It's so like it's childish Gambino. Like,
Why, you mean you're saying why they picked these people? It's obviously just some random person's bad taste in music.
Yeah.
You know?
Is that Bruno Mars? Lil Nas X? Come on. Oh my god. Please.
Caroline, I want you to not worry about Little Nas X at all. I want you to think about this.
Ooh.
This is not a musician. So only the face cards are. That's a strange thing to do. This is the Ace of Coins. Okay, it means a new thing related to Pentacles. A new endeavor, a new project.
We don't know how many grams, but not that much. Like a teaspoon and a half.
Yeah, we split what I would guess is about an 1/8. So probably we had 2 grams each, probably. So, but the thing is, that's not necessarily very informative about how high someone's going to get you with mushrooms. Mushrooms are a weird,
dude.
Drug.
Ever since we've been getting the ones from Jay, I've not had a bad trip. Like, it's insane. Like, what was with those other mushrooms that they would make me so sick?
This one. We were eating a lot more of them. The Hermit.
Who is that?
Caroline's got the Hermit.
Okay, the
Oh, you mean what?
Is...
Oh, so there's not the face cards. The face cards and the major arcana are musicians.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So the court cards.
Who is the Hermit?
David Byrne from Talking Heads.
That doesn't make any sense for him to be the Hermit. It would make sense for somebody to be the Hermit. It would be like somebody who's like famously private, you know? A musician who's...
Yeah, who?
Like, ideally, you're looking for the J.D. Salinger of musicians. The point is, I'm not making a musician deck, but they should have thought about that. Anyway, Caroline, you got the Hermit. The Hermit means everything's fine because even though it's dark and you're going for a walk
David
at night.
Byrne from Talking Heads. And then if you're using him as like a character, he's very like pseudo intellectual, like not pseudo. He's an INTJ.
He's an NTJ.
Yeah. So
let me just fill you in on this, okay? The Hermit means this: you're walking at night, but it's okay because you've got a walking stick, a lantern, and you're walking on marshmallows.
Yeah.
So even if you do fall down, you're gonna be fine.
It's a real shame that the Talking Heads will never get back together.
Are we having a good night?
Yeah, I'd say.
Oh yeah, we're having a great night already, and it hasn't even begun really. It's just beginning right now. Your last card, Caroline, is the High Priestess, right? You got two major arcanas.
Okay.
This lady's got some crazy hair. Is it Bjork?
Yes, Bjork. So you got the feelings of Bjork.
They picked good for this one.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Bjork is a good one to pick for a High Priestess.
Yeah, she's very quiet. So you've got some like wise mysticisms that you're keeping to yourself.
Everything's fine. Just like with the Hermit, right? Except not because you've got a lantern, a stick, and walking on marshmallows, but because you've got this scroll. What's in there? Only you know.
Okay, and then how does the card relate to Bjork? You may be feeling quirky right now. She's definitely a quirky kind of person.
She's definitely an intuitive. You know, she's just she's just an FI intuitive. You know, that's why her intuition isn't very good, but it's very active.
I think Kristen Wiig does an excellent Bjork impression.
Maybe she's an SFP.
I think she's SFP. I didn't want to argue with you, but
no, you're probably right.
I think she's an ISFP.
I think people who demonstrate abundantly how intuitive they are, like Club ENTP, are definitely not intuitive. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, Ruben are ISFP.
But Caroline, you are intuitive, and that's why you are Bjork.
It's a good card for an INFJ. Both the Hermit and the.
Okay, Ruben R. We are going to give you a reading right now. It's going to be the best damn reading you've ever had in your life. Number one, you got Temperance.
Okay.
You need to slow down, mister.
Chris Martin from Coldplay.
Okay. Is he like sober or something?
I don't know. He likes to cheat. He's a cheater.
He needs a little bit more temperance. I think.
My God, you have to see it, Caroline. The SNL skit of Bjork on a date, I think. And she's like, "Oh, look at these little clouds."
Yeah, Kristen Wiig is hilarious.
Yeah, she really is.
All right, who is this for again? Oh, yeah, Ruben. So Ruben, temperance means you need to stop your wild sex parties. Number two, 6 of Cups. That means you've got 2 cups that are easily filled because they're under the water. 2 cups where the water has to jump up into the cup a little bit. And 2 cups where you don't even know how the water got up there. That's what the 6 of Cups means. It means you got 6 emotions, Ruben R. But you might only be aware of 2 of them because there are only 2 of them above the water. So the 2 emotions you're aware of are curious and phlegmatic. Okay. Now, you have 6 total emotions. Everybody does. Happy, sad, mad. Your last card is the 7 of Wands. Now, what this means is the sun's very bright, but you don't have any drapes. But you do have these 7 sticks, and you're an idiot. So you think, maybe I can block the sun with these things.
That bipolar is calling the person who is the current of the pile an idiot.
Well, honestly, he's generally an idiot. He was really being an idiot when he tried to make this his draperies.
Ruben Art sometimes does.
Yeah, he does that kind of thing. He's famous for that.
No, but you have made like he seems to be a person who gets some of your FI polar sometimes. So, like he's a good sport about it.
Yeah. Anybody else want a reading? Oh, no! Party foul. I got it, darling. I'll pick it up. Let's see what fell out. Strength the Chariot. Page of Swords. Queen of Swords.
Yeah.
And the Empress. And the Magician. So all of these cards are yours too, Ruben.
Okay, so yeah, we'll do.
It's a big reading. You got a lot of cards.
Next, if no one else wants.
All right, I'll do Rachel. Sure. I'll do Rachel. Piao. King of Swords, you got this guy.
Marvin Gaye.
Marvin Gaye. You're in heaven. I guess that's
sexual healing.
You're in heaven because of my sexual healing.
Yeah.
That's right. You got the 8 of Cups.
Huh.
That means
a lot of water pouring down.
Yeah. I'd say do you really need to drink that much water? Maybe just have 1 cup of water. No, I need 6. I need 8 golden cups.
You know what though?
Full of water.
My pee was very yellow. I think maybe it does mean I need 8 cups of water.
Oh, you're drinking that.
Yeah.
That's probably as good as water. I like coffee, which is not as good as water.
But coffee, even when I drink a lot of coffee.
Yeah, I'm not. Adderall makes you not drink beverages as much.
I didn't drink any. It was yesterday. I didn't have Adderall.
Page of Coins.
Childish Gambino.
So, you're kingly in your thoughts. I don't like Justin Baldoni or Blake Lively.
No, neither do I.
That's what the King of Swords.
That is me. Yeah,
the King of Swords.
Yeah.
You're critiquing them for their inconsistencies and awful ways.
I think they're both SFPs. Like Ruben helped me narrow it down to her as an ESFP. I really can't. I don't understand how I can't type them.
8 of Cups means, that you're trying to stop too much water with too few cups.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. And the Page of Cups, coins, means you are better than adequate, but not good at money stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the hard truth of the matter.
Call me out like that, cards.
I know. Well, it wasn't the cards. Who it was? It was the spirit of the childish Gambino after you talk shit.
I actually like Donald Glover's acting and stuff, but Chelsea Gambino, I mean, whatever. He's not epic enough to be on a court card. Anyway, here's Eric.
You associate the 8s with people and fences.
Oh, he was good in Community. And honestly, that Atlanta, that show on FX was very good. I only saw, but yeah, he is right now in his career, he is too high on himself. He is. I don't really like his music that much. I don't think he's that great.
No, he's not very good. But that he's better than you'd expect for an actor, I guess.
Yeah.
But not good enough to listen to.
Makes me think of Drake. Drake was an actor.
Oh, better than what an actor you expect an actor, but not good enough to listen to. Drake's actually mostly bad.
He's not good.
Yeah, he's mostly just actually bad, from what I can tell. I haven't listened to very much of it, but
Solid Fitzgerald was saying that Drake has a ghostwriter.
Oh, I'm sure. Can I ask your daughter for a meal? if you know Delilah, you can go ahead and call her, ask her for a meal. I don't care.
Atlanta is good. I would recommend it. I haven't seen the last like seasons of it, but the seasons that I watched it was good. Hey Heather P. I meant to say happy Valentine's Day to you the other day, but I was so caught up in it just moved so fast. Okay, Eric. Eric. Oh, this fell out.
I mean, you could ask me for a meal.
Ooh, the tower. Tupac.
I've been feeling kind of towery about, having to go to LA and stuff. There's no tower there, though. That's an illusory tower. The only reason we're not very liquid right now is because Delilah didn't hardly cash out any shit because
She didn't know.
Because the guy told her for tax reasons.
Fucking 20 cents.
I know,
and I feel you. I was like, oh man, she should have definitely.
I'm not even mad at her. I'm just like, oh my god. But so accordingly.
Because she needs it for herself too.
Hi Heather P. We love you. We were just in the middle of talking about something else. Okay.
No,
we were gonna get to you.
She's responding to me saying Happy Valentine's Day, I think.
Oh, I thought she was saying you haven't responded to me yet. I am a lady on the phone. I'm a lady on the phone on a man on a telegraph.
Okay, Eric. 2 of coins.
2 of coins. I don't know what that means.
Balance.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling pretty balanced. You mean like financially and stuff? I think we're doing a pretty good job.
It goes up and down. In traditional astrology, it's like the infinity sign. He's trying to balance money. You are.
Yeah. Eric. Maybe that's the FE third. I'm assuming that you're just complaining because I did some FE shit wrong.
Okay, Eric. Ooh, the Hierophant. Who's the Hierophant?
You got 2 coins. Do not miss your chance to blow. It's once in a lifetime.
Sun Ra? Who the hell is that?
Oh, he's a jazz artist. Horrible jazz artist.
My bad. Green speed.
The Hierophant, huh? Oh yeah, I'm being the Hierophant.
You are a Taurus too.
With this towerish thing where we need to have liquidity and etc. What you watching? We're watching you. We're watching your comments on the screen.
These are fun.
I'll show you.
Thank you, Winston's mom. These are really fun.
I think a lot of the pictures are excellent too.
Yeah, they really are.
Like that last one of Sun Ra is a cool picture. Let's see, can you see it? That's what we're looking at. This stream and a live chat. But I don't really need to have the stream on. I need to see what in the moment. Ruben answers the question. I'm watching this YouTube channel I like called Talking with Famous People. He knows that, Ruben.
And I hope you don't take it personally that I'm like critiquing the people that they chose for court cards. Like that has nothing to do.
It makes it interesting to me. It's not a problem.
No, I don't mean to like criticize.
I don't think anybody interpreted you as being too critical or failing your FE duties. Your FE is fine.
I realize that I can be judgmental. Like,
It's this lady named Rachel Footycat.
Okay, cool, Winston's mom. I'm just surprised. Like, Lil Nas X, he had like, I don't know, whatever.
Some people like to call me Lil Ricky. Scream hi? No, I'm not going to scream hi, but I'll tell you hi. Hello. Hello, Bamboo VR. I am reading the chat right now and am responding to it, so there's no reason for me to not respond to you.
Like,
The drugs haven't hit me yet, so I'm still reading the chat.
Like,
It hit me a little bit. Who didn't judge you the deal for real?
me, I think. Well, I did judge you a little bit because the other night I timed you out because
Complaining so much?
you were so
Being
annoying
Eeyore.
to Winston's mom. You just wouldn't stop. He was just like, Winston's mom doesn't like me. Man, all the time. And she would be like, she would talk to him and he wasn't listening.
Just enough of the Eeyore stuff. Nobody wants to hang out with Eeyore who's always complaining about shit. Right now, you should be like, oh my God, my life's fantastic. I'm watching this great channel. Eric's talking to me. I've never had such a good time. You could scream from the garage or your bedroom, but close the door. I'm not going to scream at all.
I used to scream into pillows.
I'm never mad at pillows.
No, just so that like no one would hear it.
I know,
Oh,
Rachel.
okay.
It's a joke. You said I used to scream pillows, and I said, well, I was never mad at pillows.
That's what makes you a natural comedian, though.
Mm-hmm. I am a natural comedian.
You really are.
I wish I kept track of all my jokes. That's the one thing I regret about my bad SI more than anything else is not having a compilation of all the hilarious things I've said over the years.
Well, if you could pay someone could do that for you.
Happy birthday, Hunter. May you live a long and joyful life. There. That sounds like a good happy birthday card. I got Rachel a card, from a Hallmark card.
I know. I can't wait to put it up on my board.
I'm not normally a Hallmark card guy, but I thought accordingly I like to go against cast typecast, you know. Typecast, I'm not the guy who gets a Hallmark card.
Right. Like,
So that's why it's surprising.
I like to think that you're more, diverse? No. That's the word I'm looking for.
Less conventional.
You're not typecast. Like you're not one note. Like Ryan Reynolds is basically Ryan Reynolds. Like he is who he is in movies, and he's a one note kind of guy, which makes me think that he's like that in real life, you know? Like if you can only play
Right.
where I think you are
I do have multiple notes.
Yeah.
I can be like this, like just sort of pleasant, normal.
He is a one-trick pony.
I could also be like, hey everybody, let's all be one.
He's not a method actor, but he's not even like an actor. An actor, you know, you're supposed to be able to have range. He has no range.
I'm an actor, okay? This is acting.
He's not. I never liked him. I just never liked the guy. I'm so glad that this shit is coming out about him.
You do suck at Fortnite Bamboo VR. I was going to get to it in a second. If you hadn't prompted me, I would have already told you. You suck so badly at Fortnite. My daughter was telling me about it. She's like, hey, I met Bamboo VR on Fortnite, and he was so bad at it. So I'm already aware of this, Bamboo VR. I'm already aware of your problem. She called me Bamboover. Oh, I got it. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I don't get it.
It's Bamboover, like maneuver, but with bamboo. I just didn't. It's the same sort of thing as like the 40-ounce thing where we just didn't.
I would say
or baby no money. A better example. I first called him BBNO $sign because I didn't know his name, how to say it.
Speaking of that, like he recently came out on like his Instagram and said like it's baby no money, like spelling it out, not BB
NO $sign.
Yeah. And all the things that people thought how it was said. It was funny.
Ruben R is not your joke.
Yeah, he is from Vancouver. There's a lot of entertainment people in the entertainment industry who are from Canada.
Caroline, don't go accusing people of being from Vancouver unless you know for sure. Your joke? No, I think you're right. I think his name is pronounced Bamboover because he's doing a pun on maneuver. I don't
Why
think
does
it's your
the-
joke. I think he's right. I think you're
Why-
right about that's what his name is.
Why would the V be capitalized?
Well, maybe it's Bamboo Virtual Reality, which is what I first assumed, but to trick people, I guess.
I think it's VR2 Rubinar.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like,
well,
for some
maybe it
reason,
is that.
Bamboo virtual reality for some reason.
Oh, see, I thought you were correctly saying that you think it's some sort of pun on maneuver or Hoover or something, Bamboover.
No, Caroline was just stating a fact that he's from Vancouver. That's nothing to do. Like, that was not a here. It wasn't a good or bad thing.
Caroline, she's talking referring to me. Caroline, I'm just joking. Okay, I did not genuinely mean that. Obviously, you can accuse somebody of saying that somebody's from Vancouver is not an accusation. Like, I would get that upset about you telling me that somebody's from Vancouver. How dare you say he's from Vancouver?
That's like saying he's from West Ontario.
Oh, you were continuing the joke. That's hard in text, right? It's really hard in text.
It is.
If you're not good, okay, Diddy is the new bad Santa, right?
I was enraged when I heard about him. Jay-Z.
Oh
Getting
yeah,
away.
yeah, I know it's enraging.
So fucking want to punch him in the face and Beyonce. Fuck them two.
Well, every night
And Kevin Hart.
for the next week, I'm gonna pray that Jay-Z and Kevin Hart both get accidentally
Beyonce.
castrated in an accident.
And Beyonce.
Can you do that for me, God? Can you can't castrate Beyonce.
Why?
Because she doesn't have balls.
Okay, can she lose her voice?
you want a Little Mermaid scenario with her, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I would pray to God that Kevin Hart and Jay-Z get accidentally castrated in the same accident in which Beyonce loses her voice.
Yeah.
Because the accident is they all run afoul of Ursula from The Little Mermaid. And what we know is what Ursula does to women. She steals their voice. But what we didn't know is what she does to men. She castrates them.
Can't believe it. Stupid Grammys.
Hi, Zach. You're from California. I'm from California, too.
Stupid Beyonce. Anyone who thinks that she's good is just not right. She's a bad egg. Just like him. She's married to him. I mean, like, how, you're so tied.
Well, you know what, Rachel? I'm going to suggest to you, whenever you feel mad about it, I want you to just picture Ursula stealing her voice. And know that that's coming, because that's what I'm praying to God for. And I believe in the power of prayer.
And Ellen, too. Ellen sucks.
Oh, God. But at least these people, at least now, for Jay-Z, it's going to have to be more difficult for him to get around in the world without getting yelled shit at,
I
right?
don't know. He goes out in public like nothing.
Why don't people yell at people like that? I would go yell at them for sure.
Because people are afraid because it's all alleged. But, like, he's in pictures and
Even if it is allegations, I can still call you a fucking scumbag because I believe the allegations. This isn't a court of law. I don't need to afford you beyond a reasonable doubt innocence.
And his lawyer's response to the fucking...
Oh, they're so appalling. So appalling.
It was fucking terrible. It was so like, oh, now we see who's in the right and you can't smear my name and blah, blah, blah. And whatever, Jay-Z, you suck ass. Oh.
I mean, it was so disingenuous for him to say in that release statement that if I really did these things, why aren't you filing a criminal something? Because obviously you can't file a somebody is trying to sue you for a crime you committed. That doesn't mean that the person who's trying to sue you has the ability to prosecute you for a crime. It's the most disingenuous thing I've ever fucking seen.
And Kanye, for so long, I was like,
No, she did move due to Trump, and then she came back because she didn't like it. I mean, she did move because of Trump. I believe it. Also because people don't like her anymore.
who?
Ellen.
Oh, fuck Ellen.
I mean, she's obviously
She dyed her hair brown so people wouldn't know her when she moved.
right.
Like she knows that she's guilty of something.
Well, the thing is, why is she dyeing her hair brown? Because she knows she's going to hear some shit, occasionally at least. And this is the thing.
Yeah.
Jay-Z may not hear it all the time, but he's going to hear it occasionally at least. And there are other people in the world like me who are going to really fucking give it to him.
Yeah, but like people, this is the thing about New York. You can be such people. They mind their business. They don't. They don't.
I mean,
they don't use critical thinking.
No, well, I mean, he everything he's doing is at the direction of counsel.
Stupid fucking asshole. Stupid dick. I hate him.
Bamboo versus Dead Mom. Happy birthday. May this be your best birthday of all. In other words, may all of your living birthdays have been extremely shitty.
Oh, you should check the bathroom for those cigarettes.
Oh.
I
forgot. I forgot that there were maybe cigarettes in there. Ah, wonderful news.
Check to
To
the left.
the left of the sink. Okay, I see him. I would have seen him in the middle. This is like full pack. Damn, Daniel, this is a full pack. Yeah, thanks, Rachel. You're a real sweet lady.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I'm going to smoke one right now. Do you guys want to stay inside? You can come on with me. It's fine. You'll have plenty of time with Rachel, too. Yeah, we want to be with Rachel. Just chill out. You can be with Rachel in just a few minutes. The world's grandest and greatest cigarette. The American Marlboro Red. Nothing in the world compares to you. Nothing compares to you. It's true. You know, it matters. Like, a lot of things, brand doesn't matter. Such as, like, pasta. Pasta's pasta, okay? It's all made the same way with the same couple of ingredients. It doesn't matter which brand of pasta you buy. Rice. I mean, I buy the basmati rice. If you're getting rice that looks a little different, I guess it's a little different. But, like, you know, there are brands of produce, right? Like, ever since that the little tangerines that were called sweeties were successful, there been many attempts to do that, to have like, well, okay, well, basically, we just have grapes from various sellers as always, but now we're going to put a single brand on it. So people think every time they get the same fruit from that, but that's bullshit, you know. Tangerines, they don't. It's not like there's one company making these tangerines called sweeties. They're just regular tangerines. I mean, there's nothing different about them or special about them, except that they have a name, a brand name. You know, those kind of things. It's like it really doesn't matter what brand you buy. Other kind of things it does. And I'll tell you one thing that matters a lot is cigarettes. And I'm just going to confidently tell you right now, if you don't smoke Marlboro Reds, you're smoking a worse cigarette than me. Objectively worse, okay? Because this is truly the flavor of America. Who's coughing? Is that Rachel? Must be Rachel. I know that Oh, yeah, that's Rachel. I know that Jared and Kay and Jay probably are still driving back from Fresno. No, they should be back by now. Only an hour and a half away. That was way earlier today that I talked to them. So they were going to Fresno to get a guitar and come back. They would get a free guitar and come back. Obviously, I don't really like going to Fresno. It's an hour and a half away, and there's nothing there of any interest at all to me. But if I had a reason to go to Fresno like they did, I guess I would go to Fresno too, you know. I have gone to Fresno with a reason, actually. I bought my wedding suit in Fresno. I figured it would be the best place to go to. So those people across the street tonight, they were having a fire outside, I think. But fortunately, they were not playing any music. Because yesterday, they were playing Pearl Jam. Oh my God. It's so horrible. You are still alive, but I really wish you had died before writing that horrible song. You are still alive, but that's not a good thing. How do people, like, what are people thinking when they like that? I do not understand it at all. How can any human being listen to that garbage and think that it's good? It's like ear-shatteringly awful.
When I was like a kid and they were really popular, like in the early 90s, I thought, oh, they're big.
Well, I know when you're a kid, I like some weird things that are terrible now when
Yeah,
I'm a kid too.
when you're a kid, you're just subjected
It's
to
different.
like
You don't have a intellectual model to understand things with.
no.
So I like some bad shit when I was a kid too, like Kiss. I was a big Kiss fan.
Yeah, that's.
But I was older when Pearl Jam came out. I was like in college.
Oh yeah, you
I
would
was
be.
old enough
I
to
was
know
young.
immediately when I first started it. Oh my God, this is terrible. Shockingly terrible. Music's not subjective.
Honestly, you guys name some bands. We'll tell you how bad they are. That's what happened the other night when I was live streaming. People would they'd list like someone said Stained. I was like terrible.
Pearl Jam's name is specifically a reference to cum.
Ew!
Which just shows you how gross and horrible the band is too. Yeah. Like, can you come up with a worse name?
That's so gross. See, I feel so. Here's where I feel judgmental, right? I feel that I'm so judgmental.
Go ahead and judge. What's wrong with judging?
All people should live the way that they want to live.
Well, I mean, look, the thing about being judgy, right? It's like you're being judgy if you are in some way like talking about shit like well, the thing is you're not talking about people, you're talking about a band, you're talking about music.
Yeah.
So there's no way to not be judgy about music. It's just that most people are nowhere near as correct as we are about it, nor do they understand that most people don't even understand that there is a correct aesthetics. Even though every artist operates as though there were, right? Every artist, when they're making artistic decisions, they don't just assume that every artistic decision is just as good as every other, right?
Yeah, in fact, they know when they have a hit usually.
Yeah. But then it's like, I guarantee you, Pearl Jam didn't experience that feeling of knowing they had a hit because their songs are terrible.
They always thought they were so good, though.
Oh, they think they're good.
Yeah, I think they think that, like...
But they didn't have that experience of like, wow, this is a hit. Like, you know...
No, they think that all the music that they make...
I'm sure they think their horrible music is wonderful. Because the only way you can make music that horrible, it's not because you're evil, it's because you don't have any intuition.
Yeah. Ricky Martin, terrible. Debbie Gibson had one hit, so I can't say. Black Sabbath is okay.
Iron Butterfly. I've never really
Never
listened to
heard.
them, but I'm confident they're terrible. I remember their album covers. They had really they had some kind of like
Oh my god. Megadeth's terrible.
terrible Pearl Jam. Right, 85 million people
People love Pearl Jam.
have that little intuition as to buy a Pearl Jam album. I mean, sometimes you make a mistake when you buy an album. Back in the day when you bought
Sure,
albums, so you
yeah.
didn't know necessarily what's going to sound like when
Joan
you got it.
Jett.
No, she's not good. What else? Who other? Molly Crew is
Terrible.
not good. They might have a good song or two if I were to think about it from a songwriting perspective,
Sure.
it's okay, but they're not any good.
That question when you had me have to pick between Creed or that really is really I would
Who headlines King of Leon or Creed?
yeah who would I choose, King of Leon or Creed? And I was like, I can't choose. I hate them both.
That's the point of the question, is that
Why?
you can't have anybody. It doesn't matter which of them plays first or last, because either way, it's gonna be a torturous night if you're there.
I think I would probably go see Creed. That's so bad.
You didn't understand the question I was asking. I was saying the
who's
show
the
is
headline.
Yeah, the show is Creed and Kings of Leon. Who's the headliner?
Oh, that's a different question.
Yeah, that's a different question. It's just a joke question because it's meant to point out that it doesn't matter who headlines or not. It's going to be a horrible evening.
I think Kings of Leon opens for Creed.
Oh, yeah? Creed's more popular?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, the hype for Led Zeppelin is real, but they're not that great.
Yeah, Led Zeppelin's not that great.
The Who is not great.
And Jimi Hendrix does not make good music generally.
No, he's just a talented guitarist.
I mean, I liked his vision for the Jimi Hendrix Experience. I like the band name. I like the fact that it has 3 people in it. But in some ways he demonstrates some good NI, but his actual music isn't worth. No, you wouldn't want to listen to it, right? You're never going to put it on to listen to it. Frank Zappa's terrible. Prince is
he's okay.
Legit, but I don't know. He's got he's legitimate because he's got more good songs.
He has like 4 good songs, or 4 or 5, so that takes him out of the category. Yeah. He's mid. To me, he's mid.
I wouldn't put him on very often, if ever anymore. But I might put on Darling Nikki. Frank Zappa's terrible. Van Halen is terrible. TLC is, I'm assuming, terrible except for that one song. I've not heard anything else.
They have Don't Go Chasing Waterfalls and Scrubs. So.
Oh yeah, Scrubs. Okay,
so they're
TLC,
like below
fine.
Mid.
I don't know any of their other music.
See, that me neither.
So we're just gonna say they get a pass. They get a passing grade.
Okay.
We're just doing this pass fail. Okay.
All right.
We're just doing
Elvis Costello passes.
Elvis Costello's a pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elvis Costello has a number of good tracks, actually.
Yeah, I don't know about Van Halen. I don't personally like Van Halen.
No, Van Halen sucks. I know their catalog well because I listened to it.
Yeah,
as a
they
kid.
were. Oh.
And they have some good songs like.
I like The Cure. I'm
having trouble thinking about it. Running with the Devil.
Oh yeah,
Running with the Devil is a good song.
Yeah. Radio has, I like Radiohead personally, but it's a lot of SI.
Alanis Morissette, no. The Cure,
I like The Cure.
I haven't listened to that much of their music other than their hits that I know.
Their hits are good though.
Their hits are good.
Yeah.
They are. Taylor Swift,
sucks.
No. I mean, she's got a couple of good songs. She's got 2 good songs.
2 or 3, maybe.
2 or 3,
even.
yeah.
So she's mid.
But it's somebody that you never put on, really.
I don't, but tons of people do.
No, I mean, one would never put on if one were correct.
No, if you're correct, no.
Except for the Curiosity. Like, remember that song by Taylor Swift that was about Cinderella or something? and you put on that song. Oh yeah, I remember the song.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a fine enough reason to put it on, but you wouldn't listen to it because it's good.
I like Fleetwood Mac. I like New Order and Depeche Mode.
I'm not familiar enough with Depeche Mode or New Order. I don't know what their
They
songs
have
are.
like a couple of like Blue Sunday. Depeche Mode has.
Aerosmith is terrible.
Okay, so Radiohead is SI for me because I was a teenager when I discovered them, and
you have a deep relationship with stuff as a teenager.
Yeah,
you know,
you do. It affected me a lot. I was like, oh my god, like. I was laying in my pool and sunning, and I was like, this stuff is good.
But you know what? We still have the same deep relationship to this day that we did as teenagers, actually, with music.
It's true. That's why I still like, it's hard for me to say that they're bad. I mean, they have a lot of bad stuff, but up until like 2001.
Aren't they one of those bands that refuses to play their good songs?
They don't play Creep. they refuse to play Creep. So.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Radiohead. Thanks for having a show that I can come to where you're not going to play the one song of yours I know. It's like Prince refusing to play Darling Nikki. What a dick move at this show.
Yeah, that at least you know ahead of time going into Radiohead. But their techno stuff is so beady.
Oh, we knew ahead of time about Prince too. He once he became a Jehovah's Witness, he refused to play that song anymore.
Yeah, but he teased you with it.
Yeah,
at least Radiohead, it's like,
oh my god, the audience freaked out.
Yeah, that's so. And then they pulled the rug. No way, that's not cool. That's not cool. He
started playing. He's like, well, you hear the initial guitar thing, which is on a guitar, even though it doesn't really sound like a guitar in the studio version of it.
Bob Dylan sucks.
What a great song, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just listen to that melody.
I never had heard it before you showed it to me.
It's such a shocking melody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, where did that come from? You know, like.
Beastie Boys rule.
It's crazy good song.
I saw Beastie Boys when I saw Radiohead.
I mean, they're not great, but
they're not great. They're good. They're good.
And it's like you could listen to.
Subjudge is their best song, I think.
You could probably listen to much of Paul's Boutique without turning it off. You could probably listen to a decent amount of Ill Communication before you turn it off.
Ill Communication, yeah.
I don't know. Everybody talks about Paul's Boutique being so great, but I'm not actually very familiar with that album.
Yeah, me neither. Beach Boys. That's a good question.
The Beach Boys get a pass, but
they're mid.
But they're not something you're gonna put on very often.
System of a Down sucks.
System of a Down sucks. Mamas and Papas have like one good song.
So I think they suck.
Yeah,
I think they suck. Yeah. Neil Diamond sucks.
Neil Diamond's actually pretty good.
This is where we disagree. I don't like Neil Diamond.
He's an interesting songwriter, right? He wrote Copacabana, didn't he?
Did he?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. He wrote Copacabana.
Oh, well, that's impressive.
He's got a number of famous songs.
Tom Jones sucks. Paul McCartney sucks on his own.
I've played Copacabana on the guitar before, now that I think about it. It's not that hard to play. But let's see. Neil Diamond. Am I correct that that's his song? I think so. I think he has quite a few songs that you recognize.
Sweet Carolina, no.
He's got Sweet Caroline.
No, I don't like him. That's
fine.
It.
That's fine. That is fine.
Look at those songs. I
only recognize one song here. So maybe I was wrong. I thought maybe I'm attributing some of John Denver's stuff to Neil Diamond.
But who would have wrote Copacabana then?
Let's see. Who?
Soundgarden sucks.
Copacabana.
Nirvana I like, but that's a personal thing.
Oh, it wasn't him at all. Barry Manilow. That's who I'm
Barry
thinking
Manilow.
of. That's who I was thinking of, not Neil Diamond.
I don't really feel anything towards Barry Manilow.
I think maybe Barry Manilow is the one that has more good
He
songs.
does.
Than
I
you'd
think he does. So let's see his Copacabana.
I write the songs to make the whole world sing. Is that his song?
Okay, honestly, he's really not that good either.
No, I'm not. I'm not feeling very impressed by this playlist here.
No, just no. No. I want to be loved by you. No, that's not his song.
I think some of these are covers.
Yeah, they are. He does a lot of covers.
Okay, well, there's no reason to ever do
Then
covers.
no, Barry Manilow.
I mean,
Thumbs
doing
down.
covers means I am not an artist.
I don't like Neil Young.
Neil Young,
I don't
no.
like, yeah.
But he
Willie
has a couple
Nelson's
good songs. Willie Nelson's really good.
Yeah,
He's a
he's
great
good.
songwriter. But he also has plenty of garbage. The Cars are great.
The Cars are great.
I want to know that as well. Show media. Would she go down on you
And
up there,
Theater. You know, she was engaged to Ryan Reynolds.
Really? Was it
Yeah.
before or after she was with that comedian guy?
After.
Yeah, I think he died recently. Didn't he? Or is he sick or something? What's his name again?
Dave Coulier. Yeah, I think he is sick. I think he said Def Leppard sucks. Most 80s hair bands suck, honestly. When people from the 80s who have like attachment to them, like I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got cancer. Okay, so he's not dead yet. I finished him off a little early.
Doors are bad.
The Doors are bad. Def Leppard is bad.
Oh, Lou Reed's great.
Lou Reed's great, but no. His song, there is no Velvet Underground or Lou Reed songs on Chappie Tracks, because Chappie Tracks is a specific kind of track, really. It incorporates a fairly broad amount of things, but
they're
it doesn't
short.
include Lou Reed. And I don't like that song particularly. It's fine, but
Foreigner. I think Foreigner has some good songs for some reason. Definitely not Marky Mark.
yeah, Chappie Tracks is the best playlist in the world.
Yeah,
I think it's fair to say
it
that.
is.
Yeah. Interestingly, Rachel and I encountered, and hard to do this, it may seem unfathomable, we encountered a bad Beatles playlist.
It really was.
Like, well, what is YouTube thinking? They're picking like all
They're
of
not
their
good when it
songs.
comes to music.
Well, that's their algorithm, I guess. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm trying to look for.
But if I listened to that playlist, I'd be like, oh, the Beatles aren't that good.
Where is Chappie Tracks? Here it is. Okay, so this playlist has let me see how many songs it has on it.
Public Enemy is good.
It's got 210 tracks on it. And it's organized currently just by most recent, but I'm going to sort it by a different thing. I'm going to sort it by date published.
That's good. That's something different.
Yeah. A lot of Prof Baby No Money stuff at the top then. Then you get too much stuff that's by the same artist. That's not a good way to do it.
No.
Alright, most popular then. I wish they had least popular.
I know.
This isn't for
they
me,
should.
right? I'm structuring it for somebody coming and looking at it, since we're talking about it, right? Normally, I just leave it as date added newest, because I want to listen to the things I added most recently, usually. Although I re-added this metronome song that I can't decide really. I still don't think it should be on here, but I'm going to take it off actually.
I like it.
You like it?
I do.
Oh, you should have said that before. I mean, I go back and forth on it, right?
So then it shouldn't be on there.
Yeah.
It's mainly your.
Well, Rachel,
playlist.
Everything in the world is ours, okay?
I think it's ironic that they say in the song, and to think you said we never make anything better than this.
Oh yeah. Is that song the Metronome?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love
it's a good
that
song.
line. I love that line. I love that part in general.
Yeah, but the irony, sort of, is that is their best song.
That's sad, yeah. But they must have been thinking about something other than that previously.
Yeah, yeah.
When they wrote it. Are the mushrooms kicking in now?
Yes.
Not that much for me.
Yes, for me. I'm fucking high.
When the mushrooms really kick in for me, then I will no longer be reading the chat. That's the...
You do have the giggles.
Yeah, I mean, they're hitting me a little bit. Green Day is a touchy issue, right?
So I figured out they have 3 good albums. They have American Idiot. Oh shit, what was the other one's name? Dookie. I know, but there's another one that came out in like 2006 that had like 21 Guns on it.
Oh, I don't know.
But then everything else, like I would not. Okay, so
they have a lot of good songs though.
They do.
21 Guns. When September Ends, you might not like it.
And even song, on Dookie, there's a lot of good songs.
Yeah.
Shit, what was I gonna say?
Was something about Steppenwolf?
No. They have Magic Carpet Ride.
They have one good song.
Yeah. If you have one good song, I think you suck. It's just evidence that you suck.
Born to Be Wild is not very good. Magic Carpet Ride is quite a good song. You can walk inside, girl. Let the sound take you away.
A shitty band could make a good song. So, oh yeah, there was this like concert going on where Green Day was the headliner and Weezer opened for them, and I guarantee you that Weezer was the best.
I don't know, man. Green Day has been performing together since they were like 12 years old. They're probably
okay. So maybe it was even
very practiced performers. They also have a shit ton of hits. Weezer, I agree. I don't think Weezer should have opened for.
No.
I think Weezer should have their own show.
Yeah, and they did. They did.
I mean, like, what inspires Weezer to want to open for anybody?
I think they just wanted to be there. You know what I mean?
They probably at their behest. Because there's no reason for them to open for anybody.
They opened for Blink-182.
Again, probably they at their behest. Like maybe they prefer not to be the headliner because it's less pressure.
Yeah,
or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Which is weird.
He was
but that's a very INFJ thing.
Yeah,
it is.
That's why I get it. His voice live is exactly as it is on the record. He fucking was so... Weezer killed and Blink-182 sucked. I was there for Weezer. I wasn't there for Blink-182.
Jimi Hendrix once opened for the Monkees.
That's weird.
Well,
that's a different...
Yeah, the Monkees are probably better than Jimi Hendrix. I'm more likely to listen to a Monkees song all the way through than a Jimi Hendrix song.
Yeah.
Not that I'm likely in either case. Waylon Jennings, I don't know enough about him. Just have an opinion.
Me neither.
Metallica are not good. Okay. Metallica suck ass, is fair to say.
Yeah.
And if you think Metallica's good, then you are wrong about
Motorhead
music.
sucks.
At least that music.
So SNL have a show tonight. And you know what I thought was interesting was that Bill Hader didn't come back for it.
Oh, he didn't?
No.
Did Kristen Wiig?
I'm guessing so.
What is this sound in here? Sounds like a car pulling or something.
So if you get a chance to see Weezer live, I would go.
It was just one of those things. You know, when people drive down here and they stop like up there because it's a good spot to stop because they're not in view of anybody really, and then they mess with their phone or whatever.
Which makes sense because you lose this like.
Yeah, when I walked out, they were driving away. That's a good spot to stop.
I don't know who Rob Bass is and DJ Easy Rock. DJ Easy Rock, I don't know.
Tesla is a terrible band, but a good physicist. Motorhead is terrible. I don't know Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rock.
I heard that Elon Musk had his 13th child.
That's a That's one of the signs of the apocalypse, isn't it?
Is it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Elon Musk has 13 kids is not one of the signs of the apocalypse.
He just like these women who want to have like babies with him are so stupid. I guess they're doing it for the money.
It's the first epic, G. The second one refers to is epoch, it's actually pronounced. But in either case, they are neither epic nor epochs.
I used to like Will Smith as a kid. I don't know about now.
Will Smith is not good enough to stay on any playlist.
No,
mine.
so then
Even
no,
his best
he's not
tracks,
good.
Even
He's
his
not
best
good.
tracks, which are pretty good, but not quite good
Yeah.
enough. Tupac sucked.
Yeah, let's be real. If he didn't die the way he did, he probably wouldn't be. Dre is cool. I like Dre.
Dre's one of the like Beatles level people, you know?
Yeah.
Like absolute icon, epic icon, because his beats are in so many good songs.
Mm-hmm.
He's behind so many good songs.
And he's a great producer.
Because he's not just an artist himself, right?
Yeah.
His art is
Yeah.
a level above that
Yeah.
is production.
Yeah. Okay, you're just like joking around now, Putty Cat.
Notorious B.I.G. is not good.
Not good. No.
Has maybe one good song.
Yeah.
Crisscross is gonna make you jump.
Jump.
In acknowledgement of the fact that they are not good.
Oh, Paula Abdul gets 2 strikes because her music isn't good and she's a terrible person.
The devil.
Anyone of Diddy fame
She lies about.
is probably bad.
Paula Abdul's a big liar. She's like a compulsive
Yeah,
liar.
that's
Who
crazy.
makes up shit that she's gone through. And stuff.
Well, I think that's like Blake Lively.
That's just not a good way to be. Or just be glad you're not those people. You know, I'm glad I'm not those people.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're us, because those people are appropriately critiqued by us, because we're us and get to be right.
Yeah, we do.
They're them and they have to be them.
They should put us into like.
They should make us all the actors.
They should.
And replace all the actors with just you and me.
Uh-huh.
I agree with you.
I think we would have range.
We could have cameos by some people occasionally.
Who would you want to have cameo?
Delilah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course, Delilah. Drake sucks.
Maybe Putty Cat makes a cameo appearance.
Yeah. Winston's mom.
Winston's mom, sure. You know, in the movie, when Winston's mom makes an appearance, she'll be walking in and say, "Did you know that Kid Rock is in the?" Oh, that's not a normal one for things, but she's quoting some facts and stuff like, "Did you know that in 1921, the Dairy Queen in operated the first river box?" No, I'm talking about Winston's mom.
Oh yeah.
Well, how her cameo would go?
It would be a block of
information.
Yeah.
It's called expository. Expository is speaking about in an informational way.
I'm sure I could show media, but I'm not going to. Boy George sucks. I mean, let's just be real. A lot of popular music is not good.
I mean, just in general, almost everything is horrible.
Yeah.
But that's what makes the stuff that's great so amazing.
Stand out, yeah.
And why, it's like earlier today, I was listening to Mozart. First song they put on is that song that goes, ba 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 bum ba ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 da. It's so like
so known.
Yeah, it just goes to show you that music is the art form closest to God, because it's got the most durability. That song would kick ass, would kill if it was released today, you know?
Yeah. Every strong artist that I know, like songwriters, have it come to them like a God moment. Like that happens with you. That happens to Kay.
Well, I mean, it does happen to me sometimes. I don't really remember the process. Like, my NI is ignoring, which means I'm not sure exactly when it's operating and when it's not, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it does, and then I don't really remember how it was that I got. My best songs, I have no idea how I wrote them.
Yeah, yeah.
And some other songs of mine that are good, I can conceptualize the writing process. But like for example, I like 100 million years ago a lot, but I understand how I wrote it. I think it's very inspired, but I understand how I wrote it. But I don't understand how I wrote Satchel of Healthy Goods.
Mm.
And I don't really. There's another one that I don't understand how I wrote it.
I said no, show media. I said no, I could make you Big ZD, but I'm not going to, so that's a no.
She may or may not make Mean Baked ZD, depending on her mood, will, and other things.
Most times it's gonna be no, hard no, because I'm not a cook.
Yes, unfazed, you are right. The ether can and does relay songs. You could also spell that A-E if you wanted to. A-E-T-H-E-R.
Yep, exactly. Winston's mom. Paul McCartney's mother died and appeared to him in a dream, offering comfort to him. He woke up that morning and wrote "Let It Be." Yeah. He had
Siddhartha Sedate.
Yeah, like
Maybe,
Corey
I don't
has
know.
a-
Gee, I don't remember what I wrote on some video a long time ago.
I don't know. Frank Sinatra.
He's got a couple of okay songs.
Yeah, he does.
But you know, he's not really an artist, right? He's a coverer.
He is. He
So
doesn't. He never wrote his own stuff.
We shouldn't really include those people in this conversation. You could be a bad artist. You could also, I guess, be a bad coverer, but that's not even worth enough to pay attention to at all. You know, it's not worth anything.
Yeah, he was just a voice.
A good cover or a bad cover.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole point is you're copying someone else's art.
You know, I think she has a good voice, but I don't. She just doesn't. So Billie Eilish, I think, has a really good voice, but her songs are just not. They don't do it for me.
Oh yeah. Well, that was an album that never came about. Gee. I used to be. There used to be a time when I tried to organize my songs into albums, even though I wasn't releasing any albums. I just said, well, but hypothetically, if I were to have an album, these would be on that album.
To the chagrin of Dave Porter.
Oh yeah, well he's right.
He's a big. He's right.
I'm Corey and he's Eric.
And he's
right about me.
Yeah.
And I should listen to him.
Cause he's like, even my stuff is up on, Spotify. Yeah. And I meant to, like, if I felt so bad because he was being so like nice towards like both of us, but I was so sick that day. I really thought I was gonna pass out in Sportsman's.
Did you tell me you were sick?
At that time, we weren't sure what was going on.
Oh, okay. It was that thing. I didn't
Yeah.
know that made you feel bad. Like, I thought I just assumed it was like, maybe, like, makes your, I don't know what I thought it was.
It was infection, so, like, I was sick, but,
I guess I never thought it necessarily had what the symptoms were or something.
Like any infection, I think it takes a toll.
Yeah, you were definitely very sick. And, fortunately, got that all straightened away. Unfortunately, your SI was good enough to let you know that you were sick.
Yeah.
Although you probably, some of it in retrospect, like,
no,
I think I was sick then. Regardless, I'm
but,
glad we got it taken care of.
Yeah, me too. But the point of the story is that I was so sick, I just like couldn't hear what he was saying, like it just wasn't registering. So I felt like I was being dismissive without being appreciative. And like I want him to know that like I really appreciate what he had to say.
I noticed nothing at all that would be anything other than you displaying rapt attention. Because, in fact, I've even talked about this before, like on the stream, how Isaac Jason be totally engaging. Rachel and I could listen to him talk, and just it was fascinating. We really liked it. And and I was thinking when saying that of the time we were sitting in a Sportsman's Cafe, for example. So, and in no way, shape, or form did you convey anything other than rapt attention and interest, because that's what I interpreted it as.
I couldn't even hear what I mean. I heard what he was saying, but I was just like, oh my god, I feel like death right now.
So basically, you're saying you wish you hadn't been sick when Dave was here. I do this.
Hey, Kami. How's it going? How are your flowers doing? I hope they're hardy. Kami 111 111 1 1111. My sire sucks. She's another one that has a good oh, I'm so glad. I saw them and I was like, oh my god, those are Kami's. I was thinking of 4 energy, like yeah, I'm a birch tree. No, I didn't get the Dark Goddess Tarot. We're a little short on money right now, like it's a little tight. So once we have some funds freed up, I'm definitely gonna get them. So we can, all 3 of us, me, you, and Lou, can do it together. You don't have to get it for me. If you want to, sure. I'm just saying that, like, I you know, I didn't because it's. If you'd like to get it for me, sure. That would be very nice. I would love that. I think of you every time I do it. Use the cards.
You know, one of the many, many delightful parts of being with you, Rachel, is when occasionally my NI surprises you. I can think of 2 examples. The one that just happened right now where I said, in other words, you wish you weren't sick when Dave was here. And you make this facial expression, and it's clear, like, oh, this is one of those moments where my NI surprised you.
Yeah.
Another one I can think of, I had it a second ago. Let me remember it again. Oh, it was when I said, it's because that's the one where they do drugs. About, what's that? Adventures in Alice's Adventures.
Oh, yeah. Why I like Adventures, Alice in Wonderland's world.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know why I like that one so much. I said, because that's the one where they do drugs, and you give me that same look, like my NI surprised you.
Yeah.
This is a delightful experience.
Yeah, because I felt like my FE wasn't good. Like I felt like I left.
That's really what you're saying is you wish you had done more FE stuff.
Yeah.
But Dave had a wonderful time. You got to remember, ISFJs also, they do things because of the experience. He had a good experience. They're not that meaning makey as we are. So that's why Dave's perfectly fine with being hugely into playing music, while concurrently, I guess, knowing himself that his music's not very good that he makes himself. He plays a lot of covers, right?
Yeah.
That's an experience loving thing, right?
You're right, though. He said to himself, though, yeah, he loves the experience. But he did say, he's like, yeah, I realized that, like he had like a light bulb.
He had an NI moment.
Yeah, where our stuff isn't that good.
But they play so many covers. The thing is, they're a different thing, right? They're just a band where the people in it enjoy performing and playing music and writing songs and that stuff. And
yeah.
So it's like, I think that's impressive of Dave and I because normally
It
we're
is.
very defensive about our 8th slot.
Yeah.
The Muppets band, I'm gonna give them a pass. The Daytona 500 though, no.
No,
Car racing.
Stinky.
Car racing is a terrible, terrible thing. A terrible idea.
Isn't that very dangerous?
And yeah.
But I guess
Dangerous.
all sports are kind of
dangerous.
dangerous.
Like high level. That's not what makes it terrible. What makes it terrible is you've got people that just drive around in a circle, making shit tons of noise, and it's not interesting to watch at all.
My uncle loves it.
That's who knows. It's
I don't
like
know
car
what type
guys,
my
right?
uncle.
There's certain car guys who.
I don't know if he is.
Like my dad liked car racing, but he raced cars too.
Yeah, see, that makes sense.
But he still didn't watch car racing here in the United States.
No, he didn't.
He went to Le Mans to watch that in person in France or wherever that is. I think it was in France.
Uh-huh.
But the kind of car racing he did in France was better kind of car racing. It's a race along the actual roads. It was just back in the old days, so he was like, fuck it.
That's so dope.
We're now racing from here to there.
Wow.
And, you know.
ESTJs can be so cool sometimes. So your dad was particularly a really cool ESTJ, I have to say.
Yeah. He had it all going on.
Wild life.
I just do not get how censors accomplish so much.
That's their MO.
I know, that's what they do. Like, how is it that you would want to go to work all week and then when it's the weekend, instead of chilling, you want to go do all these things?
Yeah.
It's like, just stop with the doing already.
But the thing, even when he broke his ribs, he wouldn't stop.
Oh God.
Okay, anyway, but how come in ESTPs it's not?
How come in what?
Like ESTPs, it's not as prevalent that
the doing thing.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's because they're perceivers, you know. So it's like TE Dom versus SE Dom. TE Dom is an interfacer. You're having an interfacer with a knowing function, and their knowing function is their own experience. Their interface function makes them want to interface with the world. That's why when they even take that interface approach to their free time. Well, where can I schedule some activities and stuff? And ESTPs, on the other hand, they are action types like me, which means they want to keep open at all times their ability to take action when they want to, as they want to. So they don't like to commit to things.
It's true, they don't. They really, really don't.
Just like I also want to preserve my ability to do SE, and, you know, when I want to on the fly, I feel like it. So I don't like to commit to things. And when I do commit to things, sometimes it's hard. Like I'm gonna have this thing at noon tomorrow, a typing session. It's not gonna happen in this instance because of a variety of reasons. Mostly because I'm new to the bottle of Adderall and I just got a good night's sleep. But sometimes I end up like needing to go to sleep. I've been staying up and oh God, I have to go to sleep now, but I've got a typing session in like 1 hour.
Yeah.
Like that shit happens.
That sucks.
So that shit would never happen to an interface type because the interfacing with the world rather than people, because especially an ESTJ that would never happen to them because as a tool function, they're engaging with the world via SI. So my dad could take a nap, could and would and did take naps in the car. Like, okay, well, this is good. We'll go. You can go in with your mother, and I'll take a nap out here in the car while your mother deals with her doctor's appointment. I can get my nap in there.
Huh.
You know, he'd take naps in the car. He took naps on the couch. But the point is, for him it was just second nature and obvious, just as TI is to me, that you organize your life around your biologics, your needs for food and sleep. And for us, we wish our biologics had no say in the matter at all. We don't want to involve those biologics. We certainly don't want to commit to having dinner at a certain time.
No.
it's anathema to us. It's just like, oh God.
Yeah, because we're
really?
we're two of the most metaphysical types.
The thing is, we'd be happy to go to eat dinner with you, as long as you don't expect us to eat anything. But he's not going to be okay with that, right? You know.
And God, I'm gonna be very critical here. I don't know if I should say it.
You can criticize my dad.
It makes me feel bad though.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the subject of ESTJs and how they can be. Now, note, of course, my dad at the end of his life was not the dad I had for most of my life. That's something I have to remind myself of a lot. That there were a lot of great things about my dad from when I was a kid, you know.
Yeah.
Because of all that structured activity and shit, I went and did all kinds of things. I didn't want to go do
I
them,
know.
but I'm glad I did.
Me too. With my mom.
And this
like,
happens
like
a lot,
yeah.
right? Where ESTJs, you don't want to do what they want you to do,
no.
but when you do it, you're glad you did.
Yeah, for the most part.
That is not a pass for them to tell you what to do.
No,
I'm just saying,
my mom
even
oh my God, to this day she's all about right now she's on a Mel Robbins kick, and I had to be straightforward and be like, Mom, I listened to her in 2018. Like, this is like old news for me. Like, I'm not interested in Mel Robbins.
I don't even know who that is.
She's some like ENTJ who has like wisdoms of NI, you know.
Listen, I want to introduce you to something. It's called goals. Goals.
So, yeah, yeah.
All you need to do is remember my simple one-word system. Goals. G is for goals. O, only goals. A, all goals. L, love goals. S, some more goals. Oh, TE Toms are ridiculous. How did you do it in the poker game? In the $50 poker tournament, I won $187, so I won $137, or actually $132 because it was a $55 entry. And then because I had that, I entered. What surprised me was there was a $100 tournament after that. I entered that one and I didn't play very well, and I lost $100 of my profit from the $50.
So broke even basically.
No, I'm still up because I won I won 187 in the $50 one, and I spent 100 of it to enter the $100 tournament. So I'm still up a little bit.
Yeah.
Basically, I free rolled the $100 tournament because I won money in the $50 tournament. But I didn't rebuy in the $100 tournament, even though I had enough funds to rebuy in the tournament. But I was like, no, Eric, you're going to live to fight another day. It's called bankroll management. You shouldn't have started this tournament because you knew you were going to be impatient with it because you want to do mushrooms.
That's so funny. Kami, would you like a reading with the deck that you got me?
Which deck did Kami get you?
Kami got me the one that we like.
We like all our decks.
Yeah. We like all of our decks, we do. But the one that we like the art of, like in particular, this one. Well, look, Eric's already taking out the. See how like.
Oh yeah, this is beautiful.
Yeah.
These are really.
We do like all our decks. I mean, I have.
I thought the picture of like the I thought some of the pictures were quite cool. The last deck we were looking at.
Yeah, they are.
Especially that Sun Ra guy. That picture was rad looking. I like the backs on that deck too.
All right, so we'll do a pull for you. Yeah, no, the rock and roll one's cool. It's interesting. Like the lovers is Yoko and John. I mean, Lil Nas, whatever.
Was it John is in it?
Yeah, so there is a beetle represented.
Just one beetle.
Yeah.
Okay. Well. Yeah, whoever put that together is not picking the right people. But you know what? They can say to us, and they should say to us, if you don't like it, you put together your own musician deck.
Yeah, it's true. That's hard, though.
Yeah, that's hard, and we don't want to do that. So this is the problem that we have. People with bad ideas are good at getting them done.
Ooh.
People with good ideas are bad at getting them done.
I have a tarot deck with Liz Taylor as the Empress. Oh, that's cool.
Is it Liz Taylor or Liv Taylor?
No, like, I think Elizabeth Taylor is my guess.
Oh, right. Elizabeth Taylor. I thought you misspelled Liv Taylor.
And it's Liv Tyler.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because it's
So I was just wrong all around.
It's okay. It's all right. I feel like I can be the only one. Like, I'm like the only one that you like. You know.
You're right. You're the only one that I like.
Yeah, that can say that you're wrong.
Oh yeah, you can tell me that anytime. Other people can tell me I'm wrong, all they want, and if they're right, I'm happy to admit that I'm wrong. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's just that other people don't tell me I'm wrong at the right times when I'm actually wrong. Here's Kami's first card.
Kami's first card. Ooh, Knight of Wands. There's a hoop of fire, which you have a lot of, and you're just going right through it. It's like dandy pandy, no problem, bull boblem. Yeah, it's you. Totally you. You're definitely the Knight of Wands.
I think it's funny that you think that there's something subjective in that. Like, the reason you can successfully tell me I'm wrong all the time is because you're right when you do it.
I know, and I
it's not because you're my wife. I'll correct you as I am now.
You do.
Anytime
You
you're
do.
wrong.
Yeah.
It's just you're better at finding things, being like, this is wrong.
I make a good editor.
Yeah. That's a nice neutral way to say it. Nice positive way to say it.
I do think actually like I'm a good editor too. Like when I worked for the law firm, I was very good at like going through and being like, no, this is the wrong name or this is the wrong date. Okay, next card, Knight of Swords. Also you.
That's the first card, right?
No, the first card is Knight of Wands.
Oh, she's two knights.
Yeah. So you're like,
you need a couple of damsels now. For the knights to rescue.
you're like, you're like, I'm free. I'm here for you. I'll take charge.
What about Guri Shooter?
And your last card.
I don't want to name my
King of Pentacles. But you're the King of Pentacles. When it comes to money, you're like, I am doing good. I'm standing tall.
Which one is that one? King of Pentacles?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're very like, I'm a king. My money, I'm the money man, and I got my other selves, which are the knights that get shit done.
Yeah. You're the knights that get shit done, and you can also stand on your laurels.
On rocks.
On rocks.
You can stand on rocks. It's one of your magical powers. What are your superpowers?
Yeah, you're masculine.
I can stand on rocks.
It's true, your masculine aspect is lit.
Who else wants one of these things?
Yeah, who wants a...
A+, you want one? I got one for you. What about Gary Snotter? I don't know who Gary Snotter is. Here we go. The very first card is the Seven of Wands. It looks like you're prying your way out of a jail cell.
I'm more tough than these wands. I can take control of the practical things in my life.
There's nothing masculine or feminine about getting shit done. It's all sensory versus intuitive stuff.
Still, it amazes me how little an ESTP can get done. Although...
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, okay. I should say it's all a perceiver judger thing.
Yeah,
except the INTPs are judges.
ENFPs do a lot.
And INTPs are judgers.
Yeah,
ENFPs aren't judges.
Yeah.
ENFPs are perceivers. Those are examples where, well, I mean, ENT, I do a lot too. It's just I don't do the things that I should do. I don't do the productive things.
I do the things that I like to do too, clearly.
Yeah.
All
right, so
but like ISFJs, they're very. So who's this?
A+. A+, you get the Seven of Cups as your second card.
It's a pretty card. It's really pretty.
And as you see, it's basically like, hey, I can point at these stars. Look at me go. I'm like Kim Jong-un. I can point at things. Now, your next card, A+, I'm going to give you a 5-card reading because I feel like it. The next card is the Red Lady, also known as the King of Wands. She's the king even though she's a lady. That's pretty impressive. I'm assuming that's a lady. Looks like a lady.
That's a lady.
Okay, now your other 2 cards you're getting. You get the King of Pentacles. Wow, so you're king of 2 things. You're King of Wands and the King of Pentacles. You also have the 7 of Wands.
Yeah, king is king and a lady.
You got 2 kings and 2 sevens. Wow, you're 1 king or 7 away from a full house. Let's see. This is a good reason to do 5-card pulls because then you can do poker hands. Of course, you could do 3-card poker, but it's not very fun. Your last one is the 3 of Swords. So you did not make a full house. You just got a little bit of heartbreak instead. Okay, a lot of bit of heartbreak. You got 3 arrows to your heart. And look what it's done. It's turned your heart, your whole chest into a vortex. So, everything's pretty good except for the life-wounding heartache. Except for the traumatizing heartache. Everything's fine. Instead of a full house, you got something else, which, heartbreak. This light behind me makes for terrible lighting. I just turn it off. Even though I like it brighter here, it looks terrible like that. Look like what's his face from Big Bang Theory. I do. Yeah.
What?
I do. I look a lot like him.
Oh, what happened to the light?
I turned it off.
Oh, you did?
Because it's bad lighting. I like it more bright here, but it's bad lighting for the camera.
Oh, I see.
It's backlit. The guy on that Cardi, I don't know what that is.
Well,
careful now.
She's like,
who is this for?
I don't know.
Was somebody asking for one? No, I don't know.
Let's do 2 more for Kami since you did 5.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to do a full pull for Kami.
Okay,
myself.
yeah, Kami, this is for you.
Your first card is this one. Just like your
Ooh,
first.
Judgment. That's a cool picture. You do it in style.
This represents the first card. Normally they represent things, but this one, it just represents the first card.
Are ISFJs perceivers?
Yes.
So,
No.
They're judges. Okay.
They're perceivers.
Yeah, so ISFJs get a lot of shit done too.
Right. So I guess the point about whether or not you do have good executive function depends on where your SE is. For some people, maybe, but ultimately, I think most executive function shit is really TE, not SE.
Yeah, I do too. I'm starting to believe it anyway. Don't pull it back yet. What was that?
This was for
Kami.
Kami. It's number 2. So your first card was Judgment. Your second
8
card
of Cups.
is
Look
the
how
8 of
cute.
Cups.
You look fancy in your ladybug outfit, and you're looking at the birds and the flowers.
I think of the 8 of Cups as being the too many cups card. I've got too many cups.
There are a lot of things happening in this picture.
What am I going to do with 8 cups? Am I having a dinner party? 9 cups, at least, it's a celebration of its wanton debauchery,
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of Alice in Wonderland.
Okay, your third card. Oh, you got this one too.
Oh, look at that. 7 of Cups. You're in a dream with 7 stars on your mind.
The A+ got that one too.
Yeah.
This one. Is that the devil?
Ooh, the moon.
Oh, the moon. I can't read the text on it.
Howling fox next to you. And above, you seem to be human, but you have tentacles.
Delighting in your own dreams and stuff.
Yeah.
Illusory stuff that doesn't, it's not getting shit done. The opposite of getting shit done, I think. The moon.
Yeah, it is.
Nobody wants to get shit done when the moon's out.
No.
6 of Swords. See, this one
I love this deck so much too. It's great.
This one represents your 5th card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Yes.
6 of Swords. This is a cool. It's so pretty. Like the artwork is so cool. Thank you so much for these. Thank you, Winston's mom too, for my deck. I love getting decks, and Rubenar and Acacia for getting us these oracles.
8 cups sounds a little bit like me and Rachel. Like, oh, I got another cup. Oh, I got another cup.
Yeah,
like, there's 2 of us here. Why do we have 8 cups?
I know.
And that's not actually a thing for us with the cups, because the only thing we drink in cups is coffee. But that sort of thing is very much like.
Well, I do. I drink out of.
Oh yeah, you
cups.
leave cups. You drink out of glasses and you leave them in your room and stuff. I'm sure we could find 8 cups around here, and that's my point about cups. Ideally, you live in a world where you have exactly 1 cup and exactly 1 fork and 1 knife and 1 spoon.
I love that your actual, like you say, you like things to be clean. So like in your ideal self, you'd be a minimalist. There would be little clutter.
Right.
There'd be little stuff.
I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. But in reality,
I do that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Ideally, I'm not saying we should get rid of all but 1 cup. That would be a bad idea. But see, this is the thing is, I've thought about this before, and there was parts of my life where I did live like this, where I literally threw out all of my dishes except for a couple of them so that I couldn't make dirty dishes anymore.
Oh, that's so funny. But, yeah, he really, like, you...
But nowadays, we have a dishwasher. That was when I didn't live with a dishwasher. When you live with a dishwasher, it makes things a lot easier.
But see, like, my SE is poor because I have clothes in the laundry that need to be brought out, and I have...
What happened to that load I started? I forgot to put it in the dryer. Did you put it in the dryer?
Shit, that needs to be rewashed.
Oh, you didn't put it in the dryer?
No.
Oh, no.
No, that needs to be washed.
Okay.
Oh, but that forces me to fucking deal with the fucking shit in the dryer.
No, you don't. I'll go wash it again right now. I'll deal with the shit in the dryer. I'll take it out myself.
No. I'll do it because, like, there's socks that I'm like, I need to put together in the dryer. Let's do chores together.
Okay.
Do this together.
Sure, why not? Chores on mushrooms. I was thinking earlier today how I used to think that somehow I was going to be able to get things done on mushrooms. I'd be like, this thing upcoming is going to be really boring. I have to do. Like, I have to do this stuff. Like, pack up things from the house or whatever. But I'll make it more fun by taking mushrooms. No, you're not going to make it more fun. You're going to make it so you don't pack anything.
Well, Miley Cyrus was at a award show recently. She was on shrooms.
Well, that's fine. I can do things. It's just I don't want to. Like when I'm on mushrooms, I'm not going to feel like packing up things from the living room or something. It doesn't make boring things more fun. It just makes you less interested in doing them. I don't want
to fucking do it.
Hey, darling, don't even stress. You know what my love language is? My primary love language is acts of service.
Let's be real. Let's be so real, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely quality time because that's when you got angry at me.
No, but that is... Wait, I was thinking about this outside, too. You need to understand that as I understand your mental illness period. I was thinking earlier today, wow, I guess I've been in the, of not super lately, but recently, I guess I was very depressed. I was thinking about that, like, that makes no sense what happened that time, because it's like, why are you looking for companionship? There's plenty of interesting things to do. Like, as you come out nowadays and you find me and you're still like, am I in trouble for sleeping in too much? And I'm like, no, you're not.
It's just going to take me a little while,
Okay, yeah, I get it. But the thing is, I'm trying to help us to not. I'm trying to help you to not experience the negative impacts of it as much as I can, by reassuring you that
Thank you.
as I said before earlier today, that
No.
because we've had this conversation plenty of times, there is no possible way I could ever again do that. I've painted myself into a TI corner.
Yeah, I know.
So there's no possible way I'm gonna ever say anything of the sort again.
I believe you. I know that. I know that's not gonna
It's just FI polar plus depression.
Yeah.
FI polar plus depression. FI polar part was me thinking somehow you were responsible for my feelings. Like because I was feeling bad, you need to come out and comfort me or something. That's ridiculous. And completely insane. That's how insane I am when I'm in my feelings, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's completely insane.
It's a flood.
But the thing is, I am capable of learning from things, and especially because the beautiful thing is language is static. It doesn't, like, the words I'm talking about here, like me complaining about you sleeping when I want company, that is something that's static. So it's not like I can do it again because we've already discussed those words are in place. And the only way I could do it is with words. So it's impossible that it will happen again.
That's comforting, but still, I can't help but like.
I understand.
I'm gonna get used to it.
I understand that it traumatized you more than I would have guessed, because obviously I was very distressed and I was blaming you.
Well, okay, so
that's because I was an idiot, not because of any other reason.
So let's go back to, all right, so then my main love language is definitely quality time, because like I can just be sitting next to you and be happy. Like that makes me happy.
Makes me happy too. I'm not.
And that we do everything together.
I don't not want you sitting next to me.
I think it's probably your second love language.
Yeah. Time. And if in fact you were like, you were constantly busy and didn't get to see you very much, it would be an issue for sure. Yeah. But that was not the case there, right? It's not like
no, that was so.
That was me being depressed. It was a mental health issue that I'm beyond at this point. Yeah. I spent enough time processing shit that I can put it more in perspective, and it's less debilitating. Like I only said I hate myself maybe like one time all day today.
That's great.
Which is very few times. Because at the worst of it, it's like all day constantly. You know? So I'm a lot better than I used to be. I'm so much better now that I understand how mentally unwell I was.
I hope you don't mind that, like, sometimes when I talk with Kimi and Lou, I say, like, you know, a lot of people say that having FI polar is probably, like, the best polar to have. But I'll tell Lou and Kimi, I'll be like, you know, I do think I see how people can think that, but it can be, it's a little bit tricky for people in relationships with.
DMT makes you cold too, AJ? Yeah, it makes me cold too. And even more than mushrooms, DMT makes me cold. But I wanted to say to Omar here, neither of us is crazy. Rachel has a genuine mental health issue, which is bipolar mania. Yeah. I had depression in the wake of my dad's suicide, but I'm basically on the other side of it now. And the only reason I know this is because I see now like just how much depressed I was. You know, if you're bipolar, you can be suffering a lot of FI problems and misidentify it as something else all the time.
I would never ever think that you were depressed. Like it wouldn't. You seemed fine. Like that's what scares me, is that there could be something wrong, and I can't help you.
Well, I'm not aware of it really either, except I'm aware of the talking aspect of it, the behavior aspect, right? That I'm saying these words to myself many more times than I should, which is 0 times.
Yeah, it should be 0 times.
You know, so that's the only way I can tell about it. Call Wild Rose. How about that? Why did he commit suicide?
I don't know.
Who's Wild Rose?
I don't know. The only Rose that I know is our great Rose at Happy Burger Diner. She makes me happy.
Why did my dad commit suicide? It was always his plan. That was how he was going to go out. And he was old. His wife was in hospice, the last stages of dementia. And he was sick. And he was losing all of his physical capabilities. Yeah. And he had always planned to and informed me of this when I was younger. But I just never took it seriously for some reason. That this was how his end would be.
I didn't either when he said.
He told Rachel this too as well, and she didn't take it literally either. My dad was so literal.
Yeah, I know.
There wasn't any metaphor in that
where,
man.
I could never.
We couldn't imagine that little intuition.
Yeah, let's go deal with that stuff in the wash.
Jesus said, "Do not be unequally yoked." I don't think either of us is yoked at all. We're not yoked by this relationship. We're unyoked.
With us.
Oh yeah, we're going over there. I forgot. I don't consider this a enslavement of some sort. I don't know why I turned the lights on in there. It seemed like it was.
Show the flowers.
It seemed like it was too dark in there. That's why I turned it on. Oh, this is gonna be a disaster. How long has this been here? Days. Okay.
We might need to get more.
No, it doesn't smell that bad. I think it was maybe just
because
yesterday, last night, maybe
2 days ago. Then maybe
2 days.
Yeah,
ago?
maybe 3.
Why wasn't it last night?
What?
Why wasn't it last night?
It definitely wasn't last night.
But why wasn't it?
I can't tell you why.
Okay, fine. That's fine. I'll trust your intuition on this one. Regardless, it doesn't change our behavior either way. We're still going to rewash the clothes. See, that's what I will do more for you than I will for other people, but it's just because I have a sufficient experience with you to trust your intuition. I don't trust other people's intuition, but I trust your intuition.
Thank you.
So that in that way I have a disparity, but it's still not subjective. Okay, that is subjective because it's predicated on my experience of your intuition.
That's true, yeah.
Okay, so that one is subjective, but the thing is, it's subjective in my way of being subjective, which is my experience gets parsed through TI, which means even about my own experiences, I'm very objective about them.
You are.
They might not be objective things, but I'm objective about them.
That's why you would be great on a jury bench.
Yeah, I'm a great juror. I like jury duty. I should be a judge. I'd be a great judge.
You would be a great judge.
There's lots of things I'd be great at, but that requires me to try. Instead, it should be like this. The world says, "Oh my God, Eric, you're so much more well suited for MIA than all these other people we have doing this job. Let's make you that thing."
Yeah, but you'd be doing many different things.
Well, I mean, the point is, I don't have anybody coming up to me and saying, "Oh my God, I want to help you do MIA." Well, if I did, then I have to do MIA to the exclusion of something else, right?
Iago for a while.
What?
Iago for a while.
Iago?
Yeah, remember like the ISFJ, maybe INFP, who like wants to speak Spanish.
Oh right, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But how much follow through did he have? 0.
That's why he may be an INFP.
INFP, maybe he is, yeah. That convinces me more than anything else that he's an INFP.
Me too. And he keeps on fighting it like I used to fight it with ENFJ, you know?
I guess I could mistake, in theory, an I guess I just didn't think that much about it. Extroverted
It's hard to
intuition.
test SE, right?
No, but it's not hard to test any. And obviously, I didn't think his any was good enough for an INFP. And I'd be surprised if I got that test wrong. That's one thing I feel very confident about without, but it requires my intuition, you know? It's not as determinate as like a TI thing.
Oh, wait, delete me now.
Oh, you want me to? I forgot what we
Can
were
I
doing.
have company during
No,
this?
I'll help you. I forgot what we were doing.
There's a lot of little socks, so if you get a little sock.
Sorry, this will be done in a second. Okay, this is not a big deal though. So we've got. Is there some reason why we're doing this in here rather than where you're gonna put them?
Because I'm lazy.
No, that's not lazy. That's bad key.
No. I'm sorry. I'm crazy how many socks I don't have
Okay, that's
that many.
fine. Okay, so if you want to do this in here, we'll do it in here. No problem. If it's not more efficient for you to do it someplace else, then we won't do it.
No. We'll do it someplace
No,
else.
darling.
I think most of it's your stuff,
Just let me
so.
be accommodating to you. Okay? Just let me accommodate you. You don't always have to
you.
accommodate
I
me
know.
1,000,000,000% of the time. Even though you try to.
Of course I do.
And when you're not accommodating me, you're worried that I'm upset at you for not accommodating me.
That's my 6.
And now you feel criticized.
I don't feel criticized.
Well, I mean,
Maybe minuscule. but
yeah, I guess it's a little bit of a criticism,
not
but
really
it's just a
that.
criticism that I want you to be free of discomfort.
But I do it to myself. Like I said, like that's the 6 in my tri-type, you know, and it's the FE. Like I'm so FE driven, like because that's what I like lived off of like for so long. Just like how Corey is like driven by his. Yeah, that's all.
I don't know where these go.
I'll take them. This is mine. That's yours.
Oh, this is mine. Oh, yeah, this
Yeah.
is mine. I thought this was a blue dress or something.
And
Yes, I know where this goes. Trouble, I'll watch you eat in a second. I need to eat something too. These mushrooms are really like not hitting me very much at all tonight. I don't know why.
You should really invest in a laundry basket.
Yeah, we can get a laundry basket. I guess that thing that we have in there is not the laundry basket. It's not a laundry basket.
No, like a laundry basket. I don't know. We don't necessarily.
No, I know, baby. I know. Listen, I'm all about this horribleness of my shitty TE and how, like, you know, having that lamp without a light bulb for such a long time. It's like,
We're the
oh,
same.
maybe the lamp's broken.
We're very similar in that way.
Yeah. I'm starving all of a sudden. I need to eat something. Let's both eat and drink something, Rachel. It'll be good for us. I've got this towel around my shoulders now, in case I get sweaty. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have too.
Oh, okay, cool.
But most of all, you should drink some liquid.
I have been.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna pour myself some more cranberry juice. My pee was not cloudy and it was butter yellow color, so it was good.
Good. It's a very cloudy day in my wife Rachel's pee. Oh, did I give you a yogurt?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I did, okay. I noticed that one impact of mushrooms is that I like autopilot stuff more and I'm unaware of whether I've done it already. Like there was a card earlier we're pulling and I was like, this is the second card? Yeah, you already gave me a card. You're just not paying any attention to what you're doing. No, we didn't eat it with tea. We ate the whole shrimp. But they're just not hitting me very much tonight. I don't know. It wasn't that many mushrooms either. We are a modern Stone Age family. Oh, right. I forgot, Trouble. Okay. I forgot I promised to watch you eat. Pee Wee Herman
We did
died?
that already. Yeah, he did.
When did he die?
Not too long ago.
Well, R.I.P. Paul Rubens.
You know what? Is like weird too. Like now that he's dead,
Mm-hmm.
like I think somewhere in his will it said that now that he's dead, like he's okay with coming out. He's gay. He was gay. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Like who would care? But
I never really thought about it, I guess. But when I heard he was caught masturbating in a porno theater, I assumed it was straight porn for some reason.
it might have been, you know. I don't know.
You know, a guy can masturbate to just about it.
It's true.
Oh, I got nothing else. That tree's kind of shapely. I can kind of imagine that hump on the tree as a boob or something.
Mm-hmm.
That'll do. I'll look at that while I masturbate.
Yeah. It's true.
Look at this happy cat. Getting this much watching. Controlling the actions. That's where he wants to be, is the one in charge of everything.
It's so annoying.
What's funny is how aware he is of like what he's not supposed to do. Like I see him looking around for me first before going after the pee-pee sometimes.
That's good.
But I mean, it's not good that he's aware that he's not supposed to do it and he does it anyway. I mean, then he doesn't do it when we're watching. You notice that?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He doesn't do anything when we're watching. What a psychopath.
It's a narcissistic cat.
Mm-hmm. You have antisocial personality disorder.
He really does. It's all about him. It's all about him. People don't get it. They think that we're joking. But look at him. He's so cute.
Capillo, like, scampers past him in terror whenever she sees him. She avoids looking, him like the plague. Unless she's in one of the spots that he's allowed her to have be her prescribed spot. Like the box, which he really doesn't like her having the box, but he's begrudgingly letting her sit on the box.
Yeah.
But he'll sit near her to be like, police her or something. And
She's got to be an ISTJ.
and then he's okay with her sitting on the back of Rachel's chair.
Yeah. Because it's too
high up.
Yeah.
And then Vivi, her only get back at him is she'll eat his food.
Yeah, that's how she gets back.
He never eats her food.
No.
He's like, that's my food!
Yeah.
What is she doing?
Yeah. They're definitely conflictor types, though. Aren't they such a good example of conflictor types?
Yeah, but that's not why he's such a psychopath.
No, he's a narcissist, but
Yeah.
I think it's a good example of...
Yeah, good
Conflictor
example.
types.
Yeah, you can see, like, he understands all the communicative stuff so much better.
Yeah,
Like,
she doesn't.
When they were out of water last time, he came, meowed at me, getting into the kitchen, and then stood down below the water and meowed while looking up at it, like, you need to refill the water.
I know, but it's like, you don't get it back,
He's
right?
such a brilliant cat, though. He is so smart.
Yeah, he's so smart, but then he's not there for you when you need.
No, he's not a good person, I agree. He's a terrible person, but he's a terrible cat.
Yeah.
Really.
Like, I just think, I'm like, oh my god, if we had a dog, like, a dog would have, like, I think Capilla would have been sniffing around at me, you know? Dude, and I know my fault is that I was being stubborn and I should have called for you, but I'm so not used to that.
What? Passing out?
Yeah, like,
So you're saying that Capilla was...
if it was Capillo, I think
she
she would
would
have
have been
sniffed around.
concerned.
Yeah.
Whereas Trouble just said, oh, cool, you're on the ground in the kitchen.
Where am I? Yeah.
I can meow more in your face.
Yeah,
now.
he was like, come on, you're here to watch me eat.
Yeah, I here to pass out and fall on the ground.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck, Trouble?
I figure with this towel on around my shoulders that people will mistake me for a boxer probably.
Or yeah, a boxer, or like, I feel like soccer, people.
Yeah, well, because I get sweaty a lot. That's why I need to have a towel around my neck. I wipe the sweat off. Whew! Did another quick workout while we had a moment. I figured I might as well get my workout in. And got a little sweaty. That's why I got this towel. Why did she pass out? A combination of weed cookie, olanzapine.
Well, I took a lot of weed. I didn't tell you, but like the piece that Kay offered me, I took.
Oh, well, why would you tell me? Why wouldn't you tell
I
me?
don't know why. I felt guilty about taking it.
Like we have to share everything 50-50?
Yeah.
Like you were keeping half of your extra
I don't
piece
know.
from me?
I said no the reason I feel weird about it is because I said no at first, but then like I was like, why did I say no? I'm gonna take it. Like, of course I'm gonna take it. I was high as a kite, but also I had taken my regular medication.
Right. So she's regularly on olanzapine and Klonopin, and I can attest to the fact that both of those drugs make you a little wobbly. And then she ate a lot of edibles. So that's why she passed out in the kitchen. I don't know. It's never happened before that she passed out. I didn't even know about it except that I got up and to go pee, and I saw her sitting in the laundry room. So why are you sitting in the laundry on the floor in the laundry room for? She said, I felt like I was going to pass out. Again, I guess. She might have said again.
It was crazy to coming to.
But I didn't get that she had passed out in the kitchen. When she told me she passed out, I assumed it was in the laundry room. Then I came out the next morning, I saw some stuff in the kitchen that made me go, oh, she must have passed out in here.
Yeah, that's when I hit my head.
You okay? Is it better?
It's much better.
Yeah, at first, it's like, I was going to have to go pee. I didn't get what had happened at all. Because she hadn't, like, called out for me or anything. So, it took me a little while to get the fact that she had fallen and hit her head. And it was, at that point, kind of too late to be worried about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I wasn't that worried about it.
Yeah, you needed just to help me to go to bed.
Yeah. And you didn't seem like you weren't displaying any like injury stuff that I would expect from somebody who's like I worry about. I think I asked you if you had a bump, right?
Yeah, you felt it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you have a bump, apparently that's a good thing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's why I felt for it. That's why I felt confident that you were okay. If you really hit your head, it doesn't make a bump; it makes a dent.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bump.
So, you were once I felt that, I determined that you were fine.
Yeah.
So that's why I was trying to explain why I wasn't very worried. But that's actually why I wasn't very worried. I did a test to make sure that everything was fine.
But I have to get into the habit of like calling for your name when I hurt myself.
Yeah, you're habituated by both your experience and your tool function to being, to not being a burden.
Yeah.
It's like there's nothing burdensome about calling for your husband when you're passed out.
I know.
But darling, that's fine. Listen, I love you the way you are. The worrying, hand-washing Rachel is adorable to me. So don't think this is criticism.
Thank you. I will get better at it.
I mean, I think for your own sake, it would be ideal for you to feel less concern, distress, or negative emotion, negative stuff, right?
I know.
But listen, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, nor am I trying to criticize you. I'm just saying, if there's anything I can do that will help you feel less stressed out by stuff, let me know.
Of course. I know you're right. But that's the 6 in my fucking tritype. Sometimes I think I'm a 6 first.
Well, the reason you're this way is not because of your tri-type. It's because you suffered from so much ontological assault for so long.
Oh, yeah.
That's why. Maybe this way. But I wanted to changing the subject back to you being a good editor.
Mm-hmm.
The only time that makes perfect sense, of course, because NI Dom FE master of concise communication. The only place where you're not a good editor is when you're talking about your own feelings. As demonstrated earlier when I said, you mean you wish you weren't sick when Dave was sick.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, which also had to do with my FE. I felt like when he was complimenting our music, I really wanted to be like, thank you so much. But instead of being like that, I was totally quiet because like I was just fucking so sick.
I didn't even know you were sick. It's like
that's again my problem. Like I have a problem with this shit.
You didn't act sick at all.
I should have told you.
Of course you should have told me. But the thing is, you might have to tell me twice when you're sick.
That's true.
Because I'm not, because the way you say things, it's like, if you are on fire, you're going to say, does anybody else think it's a little hot in here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
I do minimize.
And so I need to, if you tell me twice, I'm pretty good at recognizing that when Rachel says something, you don't ignore it because she's already traveled a huge distance inside of her head before she said that thing. Especially if it's about her health and stuff. I've learned over the years.
It takes a long time.
Yeah, but yeah, you were bad at editing that. Reason what you were feeling about.
Yeah,
that.
my feelings
You say you were worried about the bad FE, but really it's your feelings like, I guess that you didn't give him the full throttle attention he deserved.
No.
But of course, you can't possibly be responsible for that yourself if you're sick. And that's what SI people understand.
But I didn't know what was going on at the time. I don't think I knew I was sick.
Okay, you didn't know you were sick, and therefore I didn't know you were sick either. So how can you possibly be to blame for that? For not being sick.
Because I try to be perfect.
Nobody can expect you to not be sick at all times.
No.
You got sick. What are you doing? Shame on you. You have an infection? How dare you? Knew I was coming to visit. And you did not prevent yourself from getting an infection? How rude.
That's something Blake Lively would say.
Look, I'm just looking for results. I don't care about your justifications for shit. You just don't get sick when I'm coming. Only a non-SI person would ever say such a thing.
Yeah.
But sometimes NI tool can be a little bit oblivious about
NI tool?
No, SI tool.
Oh, SI.
No, NI tool. Yeah, NI tool can be oblivious about the SI stuff.
Yes.
Like, well, I don't understand why you need to take time off just because you're a little sick.
Oh my God.
Like that kind of thing. Yeah, right. They don't take time off. They don't take time off to sleep. No. That's why, like, I remember I was having this meeting with the owner of the school I was working at Rebay, and he's an ENTJ lawyer. And he was nodding off in our conversation because obviously he doesn't get any sleep, and he just thinks that sleep is something that, oh God, now what? What now? Now I'm gonna have to get sleep?
They must have come up with the phrase like, I'll sleep when I'm
dead. Right. The idea that somehow sleeping is a waste of time is a very non-SI idea.
So Mel Robbins, the guru, the self-help, whatever she is. I don't know what she is. She's an author.
She's a tell you what you're doing wrong lady. Listen, I'll tell you what you're doing wrong. You don't have enough goals.
Yeah, but the NI polar in my mom doesn't get that, like, I'm like way past Mel Robbins. Like what?
NI polar, there's a lot of stuff that NI polar doesn't get.
So anyway, I a very ENTJ thing is I watched this YouTube about her theory, and it's called Let Them. So she's like, if someone doesn't want to come to your party or they cancel at last minute, just let them.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but
What else
apparently
you
not.
gonna
Apparently.
do? Or is there another option? Is there an option where you
Well,
don't let
because
them?
he's very controlling.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But you know, if you have interface with non-agents as your way of things, you're going to treat agents as though they were not, they didn't have equivalent agency. And you're going to believe it because you're going to say, well, if they did, they wouldn't be so lazy. They wouldn't.
Yeah,
right?
she needs some reason.
Right.
She needs something to grab onto to make it okay for the other person to be lazy.
There's a fundamental presumption among TE-DOMs that their frame of reference is the best, that is beyond any others by far. TE-DOMs assume that their frame of reference is the meta frame.
Yeah, that's
Without exception,
yes.
TE-DOMs do this.
Which I also believe that as just like ESTJs do, like my mom always would say to me, if I did it, you can do it.
that's a classic ESTJ move.
But I think it's ENTJ would say that too.
No, I don't.
No?
I think they would say, this is easy to do. Lots of other people have done it. You can do it too. They wouldn't say, I did it, therefore you can. Because ENTJs have NI, which means they believe themselves vastly more capable than most people.
Yeah.
So the fact that they can do something doesn't mean that you can do it. You almost certainly can't do it. It would be their attitude about it.
Yeah. That's why I hope that so since Elon Musk is most likely an ENTJ, I said with the many children that he has, I hope that one of them is his supervisor type because he needs it.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's busy. And he keeps busy. That's one thing you could say about him that's not insulting at all, and it's true. He keeps busy. I don't dislike him very much, really. Actually, I just think he's not very smart.
Yeah, I think he's a moron.
Yeah,
He's high on his own.
He may be that too, but I see his ego as less of a problem than it would be in, say, something ESFP. Like Trump ego is more of a problem for him than
really
Elon Musk.
He
is for
basically
him.
said he was the chosen one. He's so dumb. He's so fucking dumb. Trump is so dumb. Like I think that Elon Musk is a moron, but I think that Trump is so dumb.
Elon Musk is light years smarter than Trump, and still light years less smart than actual smart people.
Yeah. It's always hard having, as an INFJ, having ENTJ as your supervisor type because
they're right.
They think that
but they're also more right than ESTJs, right? Because they've got TI fifth, and they've got also NI tool critically rather than SI tool.
But then they'll always think that an INFJ is wrong. And
yeah, they will. But that's because their first assumption is that their frame of reference is the meta frame.
Yeah.
But there's no other way to interpret things except through ends. And like Trump's thing that he posted today, Winston's mom quoted, that's classic ends justify the means thinking, right? And that is one of the core signs of idiocy. I think I had 3 rules of idiocy, right? Like one of them was ends justify the means. Another one was, I don't remember what they were. I could look back in the content and find it if I really wanted to, but I don't, obviously. Like somebody emailed me today about Club ENTP. There's one video I do want to watch. I want to watch a video when I'm on shrooms and I'm just like thrashing him for hours, and he's standing there, I'm not even hardly reading anything he says.
Yeah,
and then at the end, he complains about me bullying him. I'm like, did you not know how to close a tab?
Oh my god. I'm telling you. So Blake Lively's totally in the ESFP. That is totally, oh my god. That's totally her. But
He came to the stream in order to try to troll me and left claiming I was bullying him.
that's such an ESFP thing to say.
Yeah, so he couldn't leave on his own accord at any
It's
time.
so dumb. It's so.
He's a complete tart. Anyway, I told this lady, I don't know where it is, but you might enjoy this video stream of me railing on him. It's about the same era of when the video you linked me to was published. She linked to one of the videos about him that she had commented on. And I said, if you find it, I can't find it. I'm not gonna dig around for it. But if you can find it, send me a link. I would like to watch that.
And they're liars because they believe their own lies.
That doesn't make them liars, unfortunately. That makes them not liars.
Well,
they
lie, but they believe
they're
lies.
so dumb they don't think that lying exists.
It
really.
doesn't.
It doesn't for them.
No,
Words aren't for conveying information. They're for expressing ourselves.
Man.
Therefore, there is no lie.
I want to know what type. I feel like Justin Baldoni is like an ESFP too.
I don't know.
But he's a 9, like a 9.
Look, we can't have it be that all of the evil people in the world are ESFPs. Okay, we might want it that way, but
I don't know what type.
Maybe those two are. I don't know.
I think.
Oh my God! I was watching a little bit of this poker stream, and there was, he attended this private game which featured like some rich Hollywood people at it, and there was one Hollywood producer who he had a lot of money, and he would do things like make an initial raise of 20 times the big blind or something, So, but anyway, this guy was so fucking insufferable. I cannot imagine anybody being that insufferable, being so loud and just like unbearable.
Yeah.
And like having such horrible FE. But when I see that, I think probably ESFP because of the countervalued FE, right? And ENFPs are a little more intuitive, so that their countervalued FE is it doesn't express as ridiculously as ESFPs does.
He just I don't know.
Like when he says he's a very stable genius, he believes it.
I know. 100%.
It's very factually untrue. I do think he's very stable. He's consistent in his ways, right? Mm-hmm. But he's not a genius. I'll tell you that.
But he thinks he is. That's the problem.
Well, that's the problem. That's why I wrote that song. The dummies, arrest them.
Yeah.
So that's them too. But they avoid my questions.
Yeah, imagine Blake Lively on this. It'd be like Amber Heard. She's just such a liar.
And it bothers you so much.
It does.
Why are you getting your emotions invested in these people who you hate so much? Just so you can be upset by them?
I don't even know what happened. I'm still on the fence. I still don't like him.
You don't like either of them. You hate them both.
I know.
And you keep reading about it, and it keeps upsetting you.
Because it's just like the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. It's captivating.
Okay, well, but remember, when our captivations make us feel bad, it's not a terrible idea to get captivated by something else. I had to stop watching the Diddy stuff because it just got too dark, And I recognize that I'm too sensitive for that stuff. He might be too sensitive for this Blake Lively chick and this Justin Baldoni fellow. Well,
I do want to see. She's coming out with. Oh, she's so dumb. She's such a fucking dumbass.
It's I'm trying to figure out what's your process here? Is it are you expecting when you see something new? Do you expect one of these days she's gonna come to her senses and she keeps not doing it?
I tell myself,
and then that keeps surprising you or something?
No, because I know deep within my soul that she's not going to give up.
Look, the thing is, toxic people have a lot more persistence than non-toxic people.
Yeah.
And you don't want to get in any kind of a pissing contest with somebody toxic because, with Kimberly, right? I was doing battle to get her to be a decent relationship partner forever. And all I was doing is my self-harm. and
I do.
and her no good because she couldn't be fixed, right?
Yeah. I do want to hear what her amended complaint is going to be.
You know, her lawyer writes all that shit anyway, right?
Yeah, of course.
So it does represent her speech because he's been chosen to represent her, but it doesn't tell you anything about her thought process. It just tells you about the lawyer's thought process.
Yeah, of course. Just like the Jay-Z.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm so upset.
I was really mad at that statement because, of course, the lawyer knows better. The lawyer knows it's bullshit. Jay-Z, if he had written it, I might think he actually thinks a civil liability attorney can prosecute criminal cases. He might actually think that. Who knows? He may not know anything about the legal justice system. But if a lawyer wrote that, he knew it's bullshit. And he wrote it anyway. What an immoral.
That's why I had to think about lawyers for a bit. How like they're good liars.
I mean, the thing is, if you're a good lawyer, you don't have to lie.
Right. I know.
And that wasn't a lie exactly. It was a statement supposedly from Jay-Z saying, if you really think this, then why don't you do this? Which isn't exactly, so it's lawyerly avoidance of lying, right?
Where's the justice?
There's no justice in that, okay? And the thing is, it is true that criminal defense attorneys and civil defense attorneys should do the best they can for their clients. However, that doesn't mean that as human beings, they shouldn't be engaging in an ongoing moral calculus and a professional ethics calculus as well.
I know, but I mean on more of a grand scale, like I'm sick of this Diddy shit. Like
I know, look,
getting away with it.
When we focus on the darkness of humanity, it is boundless, and it's never gonna resolve, right?
But like, why can't justice prevail? Like.
Because people like us don't do anything. We're not doers. Of course, we have the clearest vision about what comprises justice, but we're not doers. That's the big problem society has is there's no scouting and recruiting of people, right? It's like when you have a job you need to fill, you post a job offering, that automatically weights in favor of people who look at job offerings and try to do things. If you want the best person, you got to find the best person, but nobody does things that way, right? Because TE Doms think everybody's replaceable. Oh, Diddy's not innocent at all.
He's going to SC games, like.
Who?
Kevin Hart.
Oh yeah, Kevin Hart. Yeah, that makes me mad too.
Like, I wish there was like a Kendrick Lamar person who could put like all these people in their place.
If what?
Like, I wish there was like a Kendrick Lamar for like Diddy, who like put them in his plate. Like all the people who are ever part of the problem.
Right. Well, it's there's plenty of people who can put them in their place, like me. But the problem is, they devote resources and attention to avoiding being held accountable.
Oh my gosh, you need to eat.
But didn't we just watch you eat?
Did. He gets so much attention.
He's
so spoiled.
You're being such a baby. You're such a baba.
That's one thing I don't like in relationships. Like, you're not needy. I can't.
And when I was needy, it was substantially traumatizing to you, right? Sorry about that. All I can say is, I don't even exactly feel bad about it because it's like I had no idea what was going on. It's like a blind man being put in an art gallery. So anyway, I'm glad I'm not depressed anymore. And I really think that I can tell that I'm not depressed anymore.
Do
And
you
I have
think
been for a long
It's a
time.
combination of drugs?
No. Well, oh, you mean not depression? No, I think the Wellbutrin helped a little bit when I needed it.
Do you think? I
But
think the combination of the Wellbutrin plus a Prozac is actually really good for you.
well, yeah, I mean, I think it works when I need that stuff. But what I'm saying is, I don't think I need that stuff anymore. I still want to do drugs, so I'll still do the Wellbutrin and the Prozac sometimes, just because these are the drugs I have, you know.
Yeah.
But I actually don't think I need them anymore at all. I don't think I'm depressed anymore.
Oh, that's good.
I feel pretty confident.
I had no idea. I'm in my own happy
Hey, well, look,
bubble.
we both went through extremely.
Yeah.
Anybody would say it was very traumatic experience, and neither of us is equipped to deal with FI stuff very well.
No,
Me incredibly poorly, and you quite poorly.
Yeah, really, I am. I mean, you were depressed, and like, I swear to God, like, I feel like if I'm feeling happy, then he must be happy.
Well, I mean, I would never have told you I was depressed when I was depressed. I would have told you I have this behavior
Yeah.
problem of saying these words too much,
Mhm.
because I didn't understand it as really a
And you did tell me that.
feelings thing. Although, I mean, I did feel like I don't know.
No, you didn't feel.
I don't know what I would think. I did feel, and then I just fall silent because I don't know.
Yeah, neither can I. I don't know.
I certainly don't remember what my feelings were.
You did, though. I appreciated you expressing to me that you would tell yourself that you hate yourself and stuff. And a tarot reader said, like, I can't be the person to fix, like, things.
Right. Well, one reason you didn't know about it also is, it's like, what could you do about it? You had nothing to do with me hating myself. You had nothing to do with me and that verbal tick of mine, that bad behavior. So why would you know about it? Obviously, I wouldn't do it when you were around because that would be strange. Reality is for people who can't face drugs. That's a good quote. Oh, we do?
Yeah, the former sheriff passed away.
Oh. Well, I liked that sheriff. I didn't really encounter anything regarding him, but
No.
I think I can believe we can count on Mariposa County to get another good sheriff. I don't want to have that towel around my neck anymore.
Glad you made that decision.
It turned out I don't get sweaty that often. That is a great quote. You know, there's a great lyric in one of Brad Sucks's songs that I feel it comes from my heart to Rachel. You're the only girl I love. I'm on many different drugs. That's a great lyric.
It is. But you're like, I couldn't handle as many drugs as you take.
Well, I mean, these mushrooms are barely hitting me at all.
I know, and I was fucking high as a kite. I'm down.
You're coming down now?
Yeah, but I was like in the bathroom and I was like, I have to take things very slow.
I'm quite surprised by how little these mushrooms are hitting me. Like,
because you are like a machine when it comes to drugs. Like,
no, but I mean, I would expect with those mushrooms, with the amount I ate, which wasn't that much less than last time probably, maybe somewhat less, but I wouldn't expect to have that much less of an effect. So I have no explanation for why these mushrooms are basically not hitting me at all.
that's why I don't want to take acid, because
Nothing is a drug until it becomes a drug. That's, I guess, true. I'm not sure what the point of that is, but it's, I suppose, true. You know, nothing is what it is until it becomes itself is a universal rule we can dictate. People don't look at fungi enough for medicinal purposes. Well, I'm not interested in mushrooms to be medicine, okay? I don't care about their medicinal properties. Mushrooms are drugs that you take for fun. What makes an axe an axe? The fact that you chop things with it.
It's good and I.
Yeah, well, because what makes it an axe versus something else is its utility as expressed by how people use it. So if I use my axe as a doorstop, it's actually a doorstop.
Yeah.
But it's still an axe because we understand it's intended for chopping.
It's an axe being used
As a doorstop. Right, exactly. That's good, and I.
Thank you.
And the thing is, the reason it's still an axe no matter what it's being used for is because we recognize that it's a thing intended for chopping.
Well, the same thing with a paperweight. Like, a paperweight is there to hold your paper down in a neat way.
Yeah, paperweight is there to, it's just a thing, just anything that you put on top of paper.
Yeah.
Anything heavy enough to prevent paper from blowing away.
Yeah.
So
the main function of an axe is to be chopped, yes.
Was to chop stuff, yeah. Isn't Aristotle fun? Was that one of his things? His question was what makes an axe an axe?
I think it was Aristotle who your dad said he wanted to fight if he could.
Okay. I believe that you're correct.
I think it wasn't Plato, it was Aristotle.
It's a better story if it's Plato.
I know.
That's fine though. I appreciate your determination to be correct rather than prefer a preferable story. That's very noble of you. Drugs aren't drugs unless we feel drugged by them. But how do you define what drugged is really? Well, that's easy to define. It's like when you don't want to get high anymore, that means you're high enough.
No, we didn't watch the SNL. Was Kristen Wiig there? Hong Kong Sports? Was Kristen Wiig at the SNL 50th special? I don't know why they didn't just have it on Saturday. Like,
there's no difference between illicit substances and pharmaceuticals. Like, you can get prescription meth. The only difference is that prescription meth is cleaner, better, not cut with anything. You're not going to get any fentanyl in it.
Kristen Wiig was there. That makes me happy.
But Bill Hader wasn't there.
No.
Maybe he just had. He was busy. He had promised his wife he was going to take her to the movies.
Yeah, he could have.
Oh, I can't do it. I promised Judy on Tuesday I was going to go to the movies. So, sorry. You promised Judy you'd go to the movies on a Sunday 6 months from now? Yep. I like to plan ahead. Look at
the big question though was who was that? Who played Gumby? And
Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, Eddie Murphy. Was Eddie Murphy there?
Oh yeah. That's kind of curious. I wouldn't be against watching specific things clipped from it on YouTube. Recreational farmer drug use is still a shitty idea.
Us, G?
I mean, there's no difference between pharmaceutical drugs and regular drugs, except pharmaceutical drugs are cleaner. Right?
Judging us?
I don't think he's trying to judge us.
Was like I've had SSRI. I've had serotonin syndrome.
Yeah. Black Jeopardy, huh? Sounds hilarious.
It's not.
White guys walk like this, but black guys walk like the Simpsons
I
did.
don't think that Kenan Thompson is funny because he definitely came up with that.
Or did he?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, the thing is, he doesn't have to come up with his own ideas on Saturday Night Live. I think fairly effective playing the roles that he plays. You know?
But I wish that he just stuck with that. Like, I don't know. I don't think he's funny.
Okay, Rachel, that's fine. We can agree that he's not funny.
I don't
think he's especially funny. I just think he does a decent job in his role at Saturday Night Live.
When he's
you know, he's like he made a good career for himself
did.
Starting with like this Good Burger stuff, right, that he did back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
That was him. And then he transitioned, now he's in Saturday Night Live, and he's never had any talent, but that just goes to show you, Rachel. Talent is not what makes people successful. That's why Kevin Hart's a professional comedian,
God.
even though he has absolutely no talent in comedy. What do mushrooms make you feel like? They make you feel like you're on mushrooms. You know, when I'm kicking good on mushrooms, it can make me very laughy. It just makes me, it's kind of like being drunk, I guess, in a certain way.
Yeah, it is.
Like, I don't necessarily remember mushroom trips very well.
Me either. I heard that Tom Hanks and his wife walked out. Anyway,
they walked out of what? Oh, the show?
Yeah.
Of Saturday Night Live?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because they were offended by something?
Yeah, because they were offended. They got like butthurt about something and walked out. Okay, so was Steve Martin and Martin Short there?
Steve Martin was never a member of Saturday Night Live.
No, that's why I.
And neither was Martin Short. They were just both hosts.
Oh, so were they there? Because sometimes they like include people.
I mean, they might have included him. They might have included Justin Timberlake, for example, who was the host a million times.
That would have been a bad decision.
You know, he was the host of it a million times. Not anymore. He's been so many people have been more or less successfully canceled. We might be mad that they're not more canceled, but it is the case that, like, you know, advertisers are going to be a lot less enthusiastic about a lot of these people because people no longer associate celebrity with a good thing.
No, they don't. Oh yeah, cool.
Steve Martin did the opening monologue. I'd like to see that for sure.
Oh, good, because I think he was on SNL for like a year.
Oh yeah, he was. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he wasn't because he started on SCTV, which is a Canadian skit comedy thing. But I forgot that
he's Canadian.
He did have he's Canadian. Oh. He did have a year on Saturday Night Live, and I saw a video about how like he was recruited from SCTV and stuff, but I had just forgotten about that. So, once again, you're right. He was on Saturday Night Live. Steve Martin, however, was not on Saturday Night Live.
No.
I can promise you that. He was the host many times, but he was not a member of the cast.
No. Yeah, Martin Short and Steve Martin go way back.
Yeah, the Father of the Bride character was pretty funny. Martin Short, you know, he's funny without really writing a lot of jokes, you know, so that's a bit of a challenge. What?
Ryan Reynolds was on SNL, The Short. Please tell me what he made fun of his wife about. What an idiot. They're so fucking dumb and so far up their own asses.
Who made fun of whose wife?
Ryan Reynolds made fun of his own wife on SNL.
Well, it's Blake Lively, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you hate Blake Lively.
I hate Ryan Reynolds too.
Well, I mean, can you blame Ryan Reynolds for making fun of her? She's horrible.
So fucking leave her then.
I agree with you, but
don't make fun of her.
Rachel, you can't have it both ways where you want justice so badly, and then when you get a little justice, you're mad at him because it's coming from the wrong person.
I know.
Yeah, they were in Three Amigos. That was a great film.
Yeah, that's a great.
That's a brilliant film. But Steve Martin's a much more intelligent uh, artist than Martin Short.
Yeah, but he's so.
But Martin Short is not dumb. He's not dumb as an artist at all.
No.
He's dealing with his thing. And you're welcome, Jax. My identity as a transracial person is super important to me. I'm fluidly transracial. I change race frequently. And I'm a strong supporter of the transracial community. Also the transsexual community, gay community as a general rule, just simply because I'm in favor of individuals and their rights to do what they want.
So is it true, Hong Kong sports, that Ryan Reynolds was on the SNL special and he made fun of his wife? Which just goes to incriminate her more.
Well, like, I could see, it's like if you were to make a joke about me and it killed, it'd be fine. And if it was a shitty joke, then it wouldn't be so fine.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
So it really depends on the quality of the joke.
It's like, but the thing is, though, she. So yeah.
I mean, maybe he just says like, well, you may know, my wife's been in the news a little bit. How's Ryan Reynolds going to say anything?
He could covertly, like, or is that covertly hate her?
His shit's written for him for that. He's not writing that himself. He may have nixed a whole bunch of even worse shit about her, He may have been saying, no, I'm not doing this. Okay, I'll do that one.
I'm surprised he was even there.
Why was he there?
Yeah, like, Hong Kong sports, is that correct that Ryan Reynolds was at the SNL thing? Because, like, I don't know why he would be there. He's not funny. The guy's not funny. He's a swarmy. I always get that word.
Smarmy?
Smarmy?
Yeah, he's smarmy.
Smarmy.
How did you land a way younger wife? By having a YouTube channel. She was a fan of the YouTube channel. I interacted with her in the live chat and stuff. And then when I broke up with my old girlfriend, after breaking up with her, I tried dating locally some more. And that didn't work. And I was thinking, I don't want a long distance relationship, right? But then finally I was just like, you know what? Is there anybody out there in YouTube land who wants to date me? I am looking for a new girlfriend.
Yeah, and you specified 30.
I said, you got to be at least 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually looked at Rachel's shit before the relationship was a twinkle in our eye, really, but I dismissed her as being too young. She must be in her mid-20s, I thought. Then she hired me to type her and said in the typing session that she was 34. And I was like, oh, hey, this chick is smoking hot and she's 34 years old.
Thank you.
And she's delightful. Maybe I should try to see if she's down. So then I asked her to tarot card read me, and we chatted in private that occasion. And before too long, we had scheduled for her to fly out to Los Angeles to visit, and we just never. No, that's not true. We did not flirt during the live streams at all.
Remember, I was known as being the girl who always said ha 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 because, like, I didn't talk a lot in the stream.
A few months prior to us being together, I was still with Kimberly, and there was no way I was flirting with anybody in the live streams when I was with somebody else. I wouldn't flirt with people when I'm in a relationship. Things went very quickly, right? It's like I broke up with Kimberly like in August sometime, and Rachel and I were together in September. Yeah, I did have a surprise. I tried to make a joke that says, I've made this person our first moderator because she's the most qualified. But people didn't get my joke. I guess it wasn't a good joke.
I probably did talk more.
I always did like her. That's true, Winston. I always appreciated her positivity. I liked the fact that she liked and commented on my music. Um, I thought she was very nice, but I didn't give her a lot of thought until I was single, right?
Yeah.
She was just another person
Yeah.
in the live
And I
stream.
didn't give anything. I didn't have any thoughts until you were single too.
And also, Rachel is not somebody who would have written as much text as say you, Winston's mom, where it's gonna be you're gonna be very, very much more present in my thoughts as a YouTube person than say Hong Kong Sports, who says Ricardo Valenzuela and his fine guitar, which I don't even understand what that's about.
Ryan Reynolds was there.
Who are you asking? Hong Kong
Sports.
Why don't you just Google it? I'll find out.
Apparently that's what Popcorn Planet says. Cringe. Ryan Reynolds jokes about like lively drama on us.
Well, then he was definitely there, right? If it's reported in that thing, it was definitely there. Yeah. So
he wants to be liked so hard, like. No, Ryan Reynolds, no. Like, just no. You're not a nice guy. You don't deserve the popularity that you have.
the whole world's full of people like that. Right? I think the whole celebrity thing has kind of impacted you because you were always interested in celebrities, and now you have had that whole field poisoned by their awfulness, and now you're paying attention to this awfulness.
But now it's coming out that like Ryan really isn't that nice. Like it's like what my instincts were saying about him the whole time is now coming to light.
I get it. I never knew that those fucking PR statement release things were. I didn't get what they were. Like somebody reports that this famous person, that famous person are walking together at the Central Market with their baby. I just thought that a reporter saw them or heard the story or whatever and wrote it up in an article. I didn't get that they were press releases.
You are right about some like stars though. Like, you know, you hate Amber Heard and you hate Meghan Markle and you're not into like famous person and shit.
No, I'm not that
you
into
just know,
celebrities.
like.
Yeah, well, you can tell their awfulness.
Well, certain people you can, but I just.
Yeah, I can only tell certain people too. There's some people that it's very surprising to me, right? Like, I didn't. Like, if you would ask me, how do you think Steve Harvey is? I'd say he's probably kind of like a douchey glad-hander or something. I don't know. I wouldn't have thought he's a depraved rapist of some kind who was staying out of the country so he doesn't get convicted of crimes. I never would have thought that. So the thing is, I operated from an SI mistake. I said, listen, no matter who you are, how much money or power or whatever you have, we're all basically the same thing. We're still just regular people. They're not that different from us. Just some guy, but they think they're hugely different. Yeah, so I assumed that they also thought what was correct for some reason. But no. They don't think they think they're like, special.
They do think they're special.
Important because of their celebrity rather than because of their talent. That's the problem.
Yeah. I was upset to hear, because I'm such a big Will Ferrell fan, like, of his work. He makes me laugh. I don't know what to say, but, to find out that he was a jerk was pretty upsetting.
I think other fields in life besides sports should enable moments of time where you go, yeah, fuck yeah, I am the best. Everybody look at me and cheer for me because I'm so rad. That's totally accepted in sports, but it's not accepted in any other field in life.
Well,
of course, you have to do something good before you get to do something like that in sports.
It's like all about that bubble of Hollywood, because if you get an Oscar, then like you're like,
Whoever said money doesn't buy happiness never had money. As true, money doesn't buy happiness. It doesn't have really anything to do with it. Like when I was very happy in not right before my parents' death, but I was a lot happier in this horrible circumstance where I was broke, living in the back house of my parents' house, trying to take care of my mom for some of that time, and then just trying to be living with my dad, I guess, for undefined reasons, you know.
Yeah.
So the thing is, but I was still very happy compared to when I was depressed. This period of time ended fairly recently where I was depressed, and it was linked to the traumatic event of my dad's death. You know, because it was very traumatic, not because he died, but because he shot himself while we were there at the house. I'm sure to make it more convenient for us.
That's what someone told me, because I was like, oh my god, like I was in the bedroom right where it happened. Like,
He didn't think about that. He just thought it was more convenient outside there, wouldn't make a mess,
yes,
etc.
right, yeah, I know, and that's what someone told me. They were like, well, maybe he was just thinking that that's a place where, like,
And it's going to be the least trouble to clean up.
yeah.
I'm sure he assumed we were going to go ahead with the normally planned Monday family meeting once he was
crazy.
dead.
So crazy. It's crazy.
We just have to, you know, wash up the blood, get the body carried away, and then we'd be back to normal. But he did not understand. My father did not understand at all how traumatizing that was going to be. Trust. He really didn't have any concept of it.
No.
It never occurred to him.
Well, that's why I could be selfish.
Well, in that case, I think it's an NI polar thing more than an FI selfish thing. It's like if everything with meaning has the same amount of value, then traumatic events that are impactful because of their outsized meaning, that's not within your frame of reference.
I think of the night before it happened, like.
No, my dad didn't have a terminal illness, but he had a plan for self-determination regarding his death, and his wife had entered into hospice in the last stages of dementia. He had gotten really bad COVID, and he fell down and broke some ribs, and he couldn't really get around anymore. And the COVID caused a problem with his recent eye surgery, so he couldn't really see very well anymore. He'd been deaf for ages. Like he couldn't see, hear. He couldn't even like see well enough at that point to read books anymore because the COVID had messed up with the recent eye surgery he'd had. It was a lot of reasons. It was his time to go. And in retrospect, I think he did everything exactly right. You know, it makes perfect sense. But the thing is, that's because I'm a rational person who I think, no, actually, that perfectly makes good sense. Yeah, that was his plan. That's how he wanted to go out. It was just self-determination. It shouldn't bother me at all, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because that's FI polar being like, well, I don't have a good reason to be traumatized.
So many moments of just.
There are plenty of, yeah, the thing is, this is the thing about suicide, is the reality of it was, it had nothing to do with me and Rachel. It was always his plan, and it was at the end of his life.
Which is why it was so fucked up when,
what's
her name?
I know, it was fucked up. I know
that, thank God Delilah always says, like, that was so fucked up of her. Like, she knows. We can rationalize it sometimes and be like, we should have done more family dinners.
Well, I mean, what do you expect from the other ESTJ on the street?
Mm-hmm.
Right? But for her to understand completely his position and not at all anything intuitive. And not understand that one comment was going to haunt us for years. Right?
Yeah, they wouldn't think that. They'd just move on from it.
Because nothing like that ever haunts them for years, because that involves understanding the scope and scale of meanings.
No, but for her, it made her feel better.
Right. Well, she was blaming us for his death.
She was.
And that was her way of mourning, right? Was instead of simply mourning, was to blame us. Mm-hmm. If you had done something different, he wouldn't have killed himself.
Yeah.
which is, of course, ridiculous because he killed himself for the reasons I articulated. It had nothing to do with me and Rachel. He was not satisfied with me and Rachel, sure, but he wasn't satisfied with everything. He was unsatisfied with everything because he was running out of life,
Yeah,
you
he
know?
was.
He lost his wife, and without my mom, even when she was with him, but and still pretty dementia, but able to get around and go places with him and stuff, she was still very much a moderating influence on him. When she had to go into the nursing home, and then he couldn't even visit her because of COVID,
Yeah.
because of COVID insanity, I
Well,
should say, not because of actual COVID.
I think it was a real shock when the neurologist said that she had 3 months to live, because your dad was expecting her to be around for like another year.
Yeah, well, I mean, and this is again a lack of intuition thing where he wasn't the one to diagnose that his wife was having dementia. My aunt was. She went to a vacation with them when they were in Hawaii one time, and she said, "David, are Jane's having some kind of cognitive decline here, right?" And my dad had no idea because he'd been slow boiled and he doesn't understand meanings, right? So he never really got the fact that this was progressive and terminal. She wasn't going to plateau or get better or whatever the euphemisms you might want to say, And I was operating under the assumption that we all understood what was going on here. Like I remember explaining because when my mom went into hospice was the same time my dad was just incredibly sick with COVID. So sick was he that he actually left important things up to me. That he had to be incredibly sick for that to happen.
Really hard. It hit him really hard.
Hi, Devin, Arcane28. Thank you for loving this stream. If you love this stream, you could like this stream. There's a thumbs thing over there. Also, if you felt like subscribing, I would appreciate it. I've decided I'm going to be less snobby about this because people I respect and watch say these things like subscribe. And so I'm going to say it too.
It's so funny. This is off topic. This is back to your dad. We had the experience with what's her name from across the street, but yet next door, what's her name was just like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah, you mean the next door neighbor?
Yeah. She was just like, oh.
She was so happy in her own shit.
Yeah,
she was just like, oh, that's too bad. Well, oh yeah, I'm watching the Dodgers and I love the Dodgers.
Yeah. We couldn't have bothered her any less. Yeah.
Of course, I didn't know what to do at all, right? Like, I thought, okay, what am I supposed to do? But there is no more supposed to do once my dad was dead. Now it's up to me what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, that was a tough time.
Like, I needed my aunt's permission to not bury my parents.
That was good though that she said that.
Yeah. Because, you know what? I know my parents had their wishes about where their body wants to go after they're dead, but they get themselves cremated. They'd just be burying ashes in ground for no reason. Me having to go to Missouri for no reason. I don't care what happens to my body after I'm dead. Do whatever you want. Throw it in the dumpster. I don't give a fuck. I'm dead. So maybe it was important to my dad when he was alive, but I can't disappoint him now. So he gets to stay in the garage in his urn.
That wasn't even the one that we picked out for him.
Right. That place was so shitty.
Oh, I know. But we were under it was like such...
We were all of a sudden being asked to be adults.
Yeah.
And we'd never been adults before.
We didn't know what to do.
Not like that. I mean, I've been an adult plenty of stretches of my life, fine, in a lot of ways. But all of a sudden, all I was ever managing in terms of finances was my own paltry, not in a state of just, paycheck to paycheck, maybe a little bit in savings, etc. Both y'all looking old nowadays. That's a blessing, though. Thanks.
That's a backhanded comment.
I've got a comment for you too. Nobody ever accuses you of being the smartest guy in the room. I appreciate that about you.
I remember one of the things that makes my heart sink, like Delilah would come over, and there was this one day where like she was so upset that he didn't leave a note or like something, like just all of us were like, what could we have done, right? She was searching, going through all the papers, like looking for a note.
That's crazy. I didn't
weren't
care
there,
at all.
You were home.
No, I didn't care at all though. Like I didn't care that you didn't leave a note. I already knew all his reasons. Yeah, it meant a lot to her. I mean, anybody could tell her his reasons. The things I just listed were his reasons. And the thing about it is those were his reasons, not anything that we did. And I've been suffering this whole time with all this guilt and stuff. When he was killing himself, he did not think Rachel and Eric are shitty as he's pulling the trigger. He just thought, I've got nothing to live for anymore. My wife's about to die, going into hospice. I can't see, I can't hear, I can't get around anymore. I tried to go around the block and fell down. And I won't tell Eric or Rachel about anything because I refuse to get any help from anybody or demonstrate any weakness. Even when I've fallen and broken ribs, I will not call out for my son.
No, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He said, Eric!
When?
When he fell.
The first time?
Yeah.
How do you know?
I remember. That's how we knew.
No. The time he fell and broke his ribs, he fell, broke his ribs. I specifically asked him, Dad, did you call out for me?
Yes.
And he said no.
I'm telling you, he did.
No, we're talking about the first time he broke.
Oh, yeah.
First time he fell, we didn't know about it until the next day, and he had broken ribs, and he didn't go to the doctor the next day.
No. The first time he ever fell, he fell in the living room, like the living room area, and he called out your name.
Okay, but that wasn't the time that he...
Yeah, it was.
No, that was the second time he fell. He already had broken ribs when he fell that time.
No.
Okay, well, it doesn't fucking matter.
It doesn't.
It really doesn't matter.
It doesn't. But he did call. I do want you to know there was.
No, but the point is, Rachel, if he had called out for me when he broke his ribs in the middle of the night and I had just slept through it, I'd feel guilty.
Right. No, you didn't. He
didn't. I asked him specifically in the morning, did you call out for me? Like I asked you too, right? And he said the same thing he said. No. So I remember that specifically. I remember having this conversation with him. So I know for a fact that the fall in the bathroom, which is where he broke his ribs.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So then the second time he fell, he called you out for your name.
Well, he learned something from the first time, I guess.
Yeah. And we had to help him to his bed. Okay, I forgot about that time when he was on the toilet and he...
It was in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
We just heard about it. We didn't get to see any of the scene of the crime, you know. But then there were a couple of people who were like thinking maybe I had abused my dad, elderly abuse or something.
That's why we had to leave there.
As fucking if, like I would. It's like my dad was the most intimidating guy in the world.
Yeah, he intimidated me every day.
He's the only person I can think of who continuously, thoroughly intimidated me. Maybe because I had him as a father, I'm not easily intimidated.
I was intimidating. I was intimidated. He was out watching a sunset like he used to like doing, and we would come back from like getting fast food, and he had this look on his face. It was just a resting bitch face. It was his version of the resting bitch face. He could have been gleefully happy sitting there, But I took it personal. I'm like, oh, he's probably thinking, oh, those two again, like just fooling around, like being. But I don't think he did.
No, I'm sure he was thinking about how his wife was in a nursing home, how he couldn't go visit her because of COVID insanity that he didn't believe in at all.
No, and then what's her? Kathy was talking about how we didn't hear him. Like he all he wanted to do was talk. He had no one to talk to.
I don't think Kathy said anything like that.
She did. She was like, he would come over all the time, and all he wanted to do was talk. And
well, yeah, because he didn't have my mom anymore.
Oh, okay.
She wasn't implying that we should have been talking to him. They don't imply things, right? The STJ say things like she said, like, why didn't you eat dinner with him more? Which, of course, is saying all this stuff stems from the fact that what you say is normally the absolute truth, which is suicide is very different from regular death because it's about unhappiness. But the thing is, that really wasn't the case for my dad. My dad had always planned to end his life this way because, as he told me a week or so before he killed himself, he was terrified of hospitals. And certainly, I guess that's an SI dom for you, the experience of helplessness. He was, there's nothing about him that was helpless, okay?
No,
he did not need anybody's help with anything. And he was like incredibly tough, like way tougher than me, even as an old man.
He wouldn't, even though you offered help, he didn't accept it.
Because he wanted it done exactly his way, and I wasn't going to do it that way. But the point is, Rachel, we have nothing to feel guilty about at all. This is post-depression Eric talking, right? It's like, actually, I've been all caught up with all this what I did wrong shit. That was like, it's the same thing as with my aunt. Me thinking it matters a lot to my aunt whether I'm in her life, forgetting that she's got all of this family and stuff. I'm a distant second thought at best. Her happiness is not contingent on my behavior at all, right?
Right. I know.
And the same thing is true with my dad. He had his whole life his way for his whole life.
Yeah.
And towards the end of it, he couldn't have it his way anymore because he couldn't fix my mom. And that was the most important thing to him, understandably, just as you're the most important thing to me.
I know.
So it's not our fault. We did plenty of good job. It's like we weren't his dream, but
I wasn't Candace. He wanted me to be Candace.
Yeah. Right, a couple of interfacers, a couple of antipolar interfacers.
I can't believe he left her that much money.
I can't believe it either. What was he thinking?
Well,
that's one thing about not including your family in anything, right?
Yeah, because even Delilah was surprised.
He didn't include me in any kind of financial decisions. What did Dustin Wolf do?
It is therapeutic talking about it because I was like,
Oh, we could just hide him then. I don't know what. You know what? Maybe we'll unhide him. Because I think he might mean that she was freaking out on a live stream one time after I went to bed, which is probably true.
It was. I was freaking
I'm sure
out.
it's true. It sounds weird the way that he said it. I don't think it's that bad, actually. I don't think that he was saying that stuff. Because like just before that he said, sad shit, man, sorry you had to go through that. That doesn't sound like somebody who's gonna suddenly change to, and now I'm trolling about your wife. And anyway, what happened to Dustin Wolf?
Who is that?
Okay, well that one I understand. Has anyone ever seen Rachel's rack? I have. I've seen it often. I've held it in my hands. I've had it in my mouth. The whole 9 yards.
They know each other intimately.
Yes. That's because I'm so pimpin' that this is my wife.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. Okay. Well, I gotta say, the mushrooms, I wouldn't call it a disappointment because it did a little something to me. And I enjoyed what it did. But
Yeah, it hit me hard.
I'm glad you got hit hard by it. I don't know why I didn't get it's like it really did almost nothing to me, which is very surprising. But it did something to me. Okay, look at this. I have $119 in chips.
Nice. Oh, Capio.
So I don't know if you want to continue lecturing or not, Rachel, but
Oh, I do.
okay, so can you take it into the room then?
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Can you help me lower it?
Oh yeah, sure. You okay?
I'm thinking about the day that everything happened.
Oh well, I'm sorry to put you back in that moment. I actually believe that I've processed it now, so it doesn't really bother me to go back to the moment. But I've been spending much more time in that moment being an SI person than you know.
Yeah, it hits me like a ton of bricks.
It hits you like a ton of bricks sometimes. I'm like, where I've been processing this with my SI the whole time, you know.
Yeah.
So there, it's lower.
But it's nice to think that because I always thought like I was the problem, you know, like I thought I was a problem. But really, it had nothing to do with
either of us, right?
It didn't have anything to do with us.
To do with it.
But we had to get out of there because everyone thought that. Like at that point.
That's not why we had to get out of there, but we had to get out of LA because fuck it. Fuck LA. Why be in that horrible look where we are now? It's so much better.
Yeah.
This house is worth less than half as much as that house, and it's a million times better. Like this house is brilliant. It's so well put together. It's so smartly done. That house had doors banging into each other.
It's true.
It's a fucking nightmare. A horrible house. My dad's lack of intuition destroyed the original good house that we had.
Grief is tough. Can I like reveal something that like makes me feel bad when I think about it?
Yeah, sure.
That same day that it happened, I was like researching like why ESTJs suck.
So?
It made me feel like.
Did that have anything to do with him killing himself?
No, but it made me no.
Rachel, you're allowed to not like certain people and want to know like why you don't like them more. You're allowed to do your weird making objective subjective matters, you know.
Yeah, because at that time I was very frustrated because it was so
Rachel,
obviously
he was horrible to us towards the end of his life. I get it why he was horrible to us because everything was shitty all the time for him. So of course he's going to be horrible to everybody around him, and he had no practice in an entire lifetime with including people meaningfully in the decision-making process, right?
Yeah.
So
he was in charge until your mom, your mom was really in charge, but
and remember what happened. The only time that I felt like he wasn't in charge was when I said to him, "Fine, Dad. Listen, I'll sell the car and we'll go to get an apartment someplace." And he was so terrified of us leaving that he bought us a vacation to Laughlin.
That's right.
So we should remember how precious we were and important to him because he didn't have anything else. And, I didn't have any legal obligation to be there with him. It was miserable. I was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Obviously, I wasn't gonna move out if he didn't want me to, because presumably I was waiting for something. I didn't even know what I was waiting for exactly. I knew I was waiting for my mom to die, but I didn't know what was going to happen after that. And I was just kind of operating on the assumption that my dad would go on forever because
I did too.
he was just too
was
tough
so
to die.
robust. Yeah.
He was too tough to die. He was too tough to get blind and deaf and break his ribs and all that stuff. But unfortunately, nobody's immune to aging, and my dad had a terrible job in the Navy, which cost him a lot of hearing, I think. Plus, he played the French horn.
Well, the French horn, the band, yeah.
But I think shooting the guns off in the Navy.
Oh, yeah.
In the olden days, they didn't have that good air protection.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I love you.
I love you too.
I'm going to give you a smooch on the lips.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I have another Adderall, or do you think it's too late?
Too late. Rachel, we don't have any reason to be concerned about late and early.
Thank you.
Of course, darling. You want to?
Yeah.
I know these things are addictive, huh?
They're fun.
Yeah, great.
French horn is an interesting instrument. Yeah, I wonder how the Arcadia house would do in the Eaton fire. Like if we probably would have had to evacuate it, but I don't know if anything happened to it. Oh, how do I... I don't know where my pipe is. It's so crazy. Like, I look at my face now and I'm like, I definitely have warm tones. Like, how could I have thought that I was like cool tones at all? Thanks, staying off the grid. I do mean business. I mean business in terms of color season analysis. But like, look at my face. Like, I feel like you could see like yellow. Like, I have a peachiness to myself, but I always thought that I was a winter. But winters don't have red in their hair. There's an ashiness. Thanks, Show Media. All this talk about suicide. I fucking can't believe that Ryan Reynolds made a joke about the situation. Why was he even at SNL? He's not funny. The guy's not funny. Deadpool was great because pink undertones mean cool. Cool tone. I have pink overtones. If you have pink undertones, then you're cool tones. Winston's mom says, the best color my hair ever had, including ash highlights. I've only ever found one hairdresser who could match the correct hair color to someone's coloring. It's hard. It's not easy. I was a blonde for a really long time. Forget about the overtones thing. Sometimes my cheeks get very pink. So, but that's not like exactly what Eric says. If you have pink undertones, it means you support breast cancer. But no, if you have pink undertones, then you're cool tone. Your undertone is cool. Why I value my life? Just because I have it. I think life should be valued just because you have it. It's important. Right, show media. I can't believe that they had Ryan Reynolds at the SNL thing. He's like, the whole Deadpool, the first Deadpool was funny because it had a skit. It had a script. Meatballs and spaghetti. Are you fulfilling your life purpose, Diamond? I don't. My life purpose is being Eric's wife. So if you have cool tones in your skin, right? So color, seasonal color palettes. If you have cool tones in your skin, meaning you're pink or olive, I think. Some olives can be, I don't know about olive, but I know pink, you're either a summer or a winter. If you have warm undertones, you're either an autumn or a spring. And spring is really rare. That's good, Diamond. That your purpose is. Well, what do you mean nothing is from scratch? We think that God is an ESTJ. Scratching the records. Say what you want. I think Sabotage was the best. Mrs. Mom says, my eye color is green, leaning more on the hazel side. Rachel, what color are the flecks of your eyes? I don't really have any flecks. See? What would you say that is? Like warm brown? Neutral brown? My teeth are yellow. What would you say that I don't really have flecks, but what would you say that my irises are? Winston's mom. Maybe gold. Yeah, it could be golden. I think hazel eyes are pretty. Oh, Behind These Hazel Eyes by Kelly Clarkson. Good callback. Deadpool 2 sucked, and they didn't have the same director as the first one because the first director didn't want to work with Ryan Reynolds. And then the third one, Ryan Reynolds like basically wrote and direct, and like he had a different director. Ryan Reynolds sucks. I wish more people knew that. Like, I saw him in Waiting, and I was just like, he's just that guy. Like, I feel like for so long, I was, like, the only person who, like, thought that he sucked. And I did like him in the first Deadpool. I did not like the second Deadpool. I didn't laugh at all. Sugar Ray, like the band? Sugar Ray sucks. They have, like, one song, like that, every morning there's a blah blah in my corner, yeah. You know what I've been craving lately, talking about food, is pizza. I love pizza. We don't have any good pizza places here. Sugar Ray sucks. They suck. Something good just happened with Eric. He's excited. Big ZD is good. I think I've made it like once. Like, I was thinking about how if I were on Love is Blind, like, obviously, if I was single and, like, you know, this is all like theoretical, like, I would probably not make it very far because they all want people who are, like, adventurous or like highly Christian, but very adventurous. And I would be like, yeah, my hobby is YouTube. Now I have that Sugar Ray song stuck in my head. Every morning there's a blah blah and a blah 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 blah. Do you like Salvador Dali? I think he's kind of a hack. No offense. That's like, I'm sorry, like, I don't know why I just said that. That's nice, Caroline. I don't like to cook. I prefer not to. My family has tried to get me into knitting, and I'm not. Well, like, you know, I think he, like, made being weird his personality. And you can make fun of my favorite. I used to love Monet was at top of my list, and how, like, generic is that? Like, Monet is, like, so unoffensive. Monet is a lot of people's favorites because I guess I don't like surrealism because I don't like Picasso either. I think he was a hack. He had his head way far up his ass. Yeah, Monet makes me happy. I like Van Gogh too. You know, that's another non-offensive one. Degas. Eric's doing well. I could tell. I could hear him and celebrating. That makes me happy. Ooh, are you? What kind of abstract artist, like, would you like a up and coming abstract artist on your wall, or ooh, I like Surat. Matisse I like too. Durain, I don't know, and Corrigois. I don't know how to say that. Sorry, Vince's mom. I don't know. Surat's the one who went pointillism, right? Cool, Winston's mom. That'd be great to support a new artist. Oh, Elon Musk is a joke. Sachi is where you look. That's cool. You keep on saying that the deal that you're not smart, but just because we're talking about a certain subject that you don't know about doesn't make you not smart. No, you can't use racial slurs here. Ooh, I want to look it up. I'm going to look it up. The Lake House by Leanne Schmidt. Anthropology has cool stuff. I like their mirrors. Why can't I find it? Racial slurs are okay. I don't mind. Why not? Because like it, I mean, I don't like racists. Racists. I can't look at it without leaving. That's cool. It's a homage to Carl Jung. I like that Jung is like very popular right now. Especially with the young people. Carl Jung. Yeah, give a Rachel slur. I don't know what it would be either. Just some sort of insult towards me, I guess. Oh, maybe it's the way. Hey, Ruben R. Bye. Thank you, Ruben R. Like, why was he on? Do you think he should have been on the SNL 50th anniversary? Like, why was he there? So wait, it's Lee Ann. Leeane. Oh, that's cool. That would be nice in in the frame. I found it. This one. He's Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, Ruben I wonder, like, do you think that he should have been? I don't think he's been popular for 10 years. Like, why he doesn't deserve to be on the SNL thing? What fucking. He made a joke about the Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively thing. Diddy is an evil, evil, evil person. Yeah, SNL is funny, of course. Like, the most recent time it was funny was when, like, Jason Sudeikis and Kristen Wiig and Bill Hader. That's the most recent. Adam Sandberg. I don't know if he was funny on it. I don't find him funny, so I'm not a good person to ask. Deadpool is annoying. It's become annoying. It wasn't annoying. The first one wasn't annoying. But there was some holdback from, because it was a different director and there was a script. And then the second one was just not good because Ryan Reynolds took over it. It's just, I don't know. I can't separate the artist from what they've done. Like, Tobey Maguire, fuck that dude. Like, I'm not gonna watch the first Spider-Man anymore. Like, fuck that. He's an evildoer. Leonardo DiCaprio, same thing. See, I know. Louis C.K. was like my dude comedian, like, back in the day. But, like, it's really hard. And, like, Brad Pitt, like, being a abuser, like, I can't separate. There's so much stuff though, like, that he's in. That's good, Ruben. Are your instincts on Tobey Maguire was right, because he is a really bad person who likes to see people go through demise. Christian Bale had that whole yelling thing. Remember that? Where he yelled at, like, a PA or something? Ooh. Yeah, that made my mom sad too. There are people you currently love who are secretly nasty people, though, Doesn't that suck? Don't you feel like you can't really enjoy any of them? The more and more that comes out about these Hollywood people, the more and more I realize, like, I can't, like, support, like, any of them. Apparently Emma Stone has a good personality. I was raised on Cosby Show too. Who's a tiger? I don't know what Cosby. That's a good one to look up. See what Cosby. They think they're artists though. They all are terrible people who think they deserve the world. I don't want to see Cosby barbecue sauce. Ooh, yeah. Well, just because, like, Kanye and Ben Affleck are, like, really bad examples of ENFJs, even though they are. Leo can suck it. He is definitely in with the Diddy people for sure. He's a scumbag. And even though like I love The Great Gatsby, I'll never watch it again with him in it. I just can't support him. They're not only human. They think they're above everyone else. That's the problem. Taylor Swift is apparently like great with her fans, which I respect. She's definitely a narcissist. I like Keanu Reeves. And if we're talking about Ryan's, I'll take Ryan Gosling movies over Ryan Reynolds movies any day. I don't know what Keanu Reeves is. I think he's more of an ISFP. Hi, Stefan. No, I don't think Keanu is an INFP. I think he's an ISFP. Because if he's really physical in his movies. In what's it? What are those movies again? Where he plays a guy who like doesn't really talk during the whole movie. It's all action and him beating people up. Yeah, he is Neo. I don't think he's an INFP. Look at all of his body. Like, what's that movie? The one that he still makes, the John. What is it? Fuck. John Wick, the John Wick movies. He has like there's no script to it. It's all action. Yeah, John Wick. An INFP would not be able to do that. He definitely has SE second, you know? I like those movies too. I haven't seen Constantine. So he can take a lot of physical stuff, you know, and he could do well using his SE tool. INFP, like compare him to like INFP not Jim Morrissey, to Morrissey from the Smiths. He's an INFP. Oh, Amal Clooney. I don't know her maiden name was. Yeah. Who, Keanu? No. No, he's not an INFJ. Even if you see Keanu in like interviews, he struggles with words. He's not really a words man. What type do you think that George Clooney could be an ENTJ? Speaking of INFJs, I believe that Louis C.K. is an INFJ. Eric and I have talked about that. What type do you think that ENFP for George Clooney? I always thought ENTJ. You know, he's always in suits and stuff. He doesn't look like a guy who can relax, except when he's in Italy. Well, I thought the Oceans movies were pretty good. I like the Oceans movies, but again, like Brad Pitt is in them. Fuck that dude. But yeah, INFJ, Louis C.K. is probably one. It's just our cognitive functions that we're talking about, the deal. I've never seen The Perfect Storm. I heard it was good. It got a lot of accolades, I believe, when it came out. I want to know what Brad Pitt's type is. I can't figure him out. Like, I don't know what type he is. Yeah, I got type the deal. I mean, he still might not know what it, like Cameron, for instance, our friend Cameron, like, he knows that he's an ISTJ, but he has no idea what that means, and he doesn't care to get into it. I thought ESTP too, for Brad Pitt. You know, like, oh my god, my mind, like, fucking so bad. My SI is so bad. That movie, Fight Club, that was very physical. He's able to do a lot of physical stuff and have lines, so he could be an ESTP. I thought ESTP. Well, that's why you have to go to Eric for a test, Jimmy J. Jacobs. You'll get the closest to accurate with him. He knows what he's talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't care about MBTI. Steve Capone, I'm already married to Eric. Oh my god. Like, you and me, Ruben, we were totally lost, right? Like, I kept on thinking I was ENFP and wondering why, like, wondering why I kept on getting, like, my relationships wrong. I'm feeling good. How are you, Farpoint Station? I feel good most of the time, I have to say, with the lifestyle that we live. Sorry to hear that, Farpoint. It's okay, Winston's mom. Yeah, but FI is selfish. It's not. It's not selfish. It's self-centered. Where FE is others centered. I never knew the cognitive function. It's okay, Winston's mom. It's all right. I've jumped the gun too. It happens. I appreciate your quickness. I don't know what type you are, show media. I can't tell through text. You should have you should get typed by Eric.
And I'm sure he would give you a deal. Like you would pay what you have to. He might not even, like, he could probably do it for free for you. Unfazed, I don't get what you're saying. Well, the starting point is $100, but he can meet you where you know, if you can, like, the last person we typed could only pay $25, so he, you know, he typed him for $25. You all typed him before? Who? You did get typed by Eric? No, you didn't. Not an actual typing session. He doesn't know from text, though. It's impossible. Honestly, it's worth it, Jimmy Jacobs, to get typed by Eric. I'm so glad you found your remote unfazed. Yeah, and TJs are smart. Anthony, email Eric so you could get type then. See, but you could be wrong, because when you're typing yourself wrong, it's really hard to type other people right. Unless it's blatantly obvious. Like, I know for certain that I dated one INTJ because we bonded over NI. But another guy that I thought I was an INTJ is probably ESFP. He was always telling me to get a job. Oh, he, like, I didn't know that. So get typed by Eric. That's all I can say. Eric says, OPS, by idiots for idiots. Why, are you working on it right now? On OPS? I mean, I think you're more ENFJ. Show media. But I can't tell over text. It's just too difficult. I can't tell Jimmy Jacobs from what you're saying on text. I don't know. I don't know. I can't say. So you love to draw, you like to cook. Like, a lot of types like to do that. You have to get tested on your cognitive functions. Yeah, like, that's how you get your type. See, I mean, Jimmy Jacobs, I would say that you're doing it really basic. Like you're doing it like average, like everyone else. Yeah, many people are into RCC things, not our ISFPs. People forget that ISFPs have SE second. So they're doers as their tool function. Nothing wrong with that. We're all basic bitches. We're talking about cognitive functions, Nas. I don't know show media. But see, Ruben R., when I was in the chat, when I was just a chatter and I wasn't like typed, I was very not in the chat. Like when Eric would say something funny, I would come in and say something. It's like Caroline. Caroline doesn't really talk that much. Are you sure she was an ENFJ? So yeah, so then maybe he is. Well, I don't think that I'm more wiser than people. I don't think being more wise, like in a lot of ways, ENFJs are more wise than INFJs because NI is their tool. It sounds like you thought you were like basically every type, Jimmy J. Jacobs. I don't know how I don't think I'm not more progressive. See, but that's the thing. People don't always like the tests are really hard, you know, the ones online or given by work or something. Because people are bad at self-reporting. You don't understand who's so fast, Anthony. But she could have been an ESFJ. Wait, what do you mean this crowd in chat? Oh. Yeah, because some people are quick to type. Yeah, I was always an adder. Like I always like was like ha ha ha. Like I was known for being the girl who laughed ha 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 at Eric.
You're welcome.
I'm glad you love it, Anthony. You know who else is not funny? Who's an asshole? Fucking Kevin Hart. He can go to hell. I mean, maybe she was an ENFJ, but I'm just saying that, like, it's really hard to type people when you get your own type wrong. Or you don't know your type. Like, I was consistently ENFP for, like, the longest time on self-reporting. And then it changed to ENTP. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, there's something wrong here. I need to get typed by Eric. You looked at her chart. That's very open of her. It's very personal. Thank you. I am an INFJ, Jemmy Jacobs. Hi, Sardor. Sardor. Excuse me. Who are you talking about? I'm an INFJ. I got typed by Eric. But my FE was so good that he thought that I was an ENFJ first. OPS is not a good way of evaluating functions. Do so much. What do I do so much? I do my lead function so much? I feel like I don't. Kevin Hart thinks he's a comedian, but he's actually just a fucking evil person. What about OPS? OPS is trash. It is exactly what G says. OPS is a large load of contrived baloney. Exactly. Really, show media? I feel like I'm a good example of an INFJ. Oh. Oh, I mean, that might be true. I don't know. I don't live in INFJ. I rarely wear my hoodie actually, only for sleep. My name is Rachel Ghost Town. We're talking personality types right now, MBTI, and how it's hard to type people through chat. Why is that embarrassing? It means that you understood NI, right? You got the NI part of you, right? But you have FE. INTJs are FE polar, so I thought I was ENFP. ENFP. Like they're NE DOMs with TI polar. The only types that I can get right are ESTJs usually. Exactly what Eric says. It's very normal for INFJs to be mystified by their own type until they are given the right type and it's justified by the right reasons. Yeah. I can't do a handstand, even if I wanted to. Rational morality. We were on mushrooms. We took mushrooms tonight. You know, my TI is sloppy, but it's definitely there. Eric tested me on my TI plenty of times. But I don't think that's true. In order for an INFJ to be successful in life, you must first ignore the fact for a while you are what you are, then go back to it and enjoy it in your old life. But that's more like, I don't know about that. I enjoy life now. I think I'm more of a present person. I'm more of a present, then future, and then past person. Eric says all awareness of your functions comes after understanding cognitive functions. Exactly. All people are oblivious to all functions until they have the language to do the parsing. Exactly. I don't know if Azora Psych has an afro. It's Diamind. The deal. Caroline is an INFJ too. Thanks, Show Media. Sometimes I don't think that Jesus was an INFJ, that he's typed wrong. I feel like yes, Caroline is right. The deal, I think internet makes INFJ out to be something more different than reality. It's true. Fireball, huh? Hi, Darshini. I'm terrible at math. Hi, Chrissy. You have one doubt, huh? What's that? Yeah, TE. A lot of TE is involved with math. It's true. What Eric says is true. An endless procession of idiots have made a real mess of typology on the interwebs and everywhere else. It's true. English, like English class, like grammar. Grammar seems to be a TI thing. But like just reading a book, I don't know. I like audiobooks. I don't like to like read. Math isn't hard for some people. Language classes were always my favorite for various reasons. Like language as in like a different language, like taking Spanish, or like English stuff, like English class. You find yourself correcting people on their spelling quite a bit. I don't know what that means. I'm not going to type you. Well, that's your prerogative, Jimmy Jacobs. That's a very SI thing. English stuff and other language stuff. It's very SI. My sister excelled at English, and she didn't excel at English, but she loved reading, and she loves learning other languages. Okay, I didn't do well at school. I was average at best. That's true, Jimmy Jacobs. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump to conclusions. Unfortunately, I love science but hate math. Well, science doesn't get mathy until like chemistry. That's very SI Diamond. I did well at school generally. I enjoyed the competitive aspect of it. Like my sister was in higher education classes and stuff. What are you talking about? Eric can do Eric can do great. He's better at Spanish than I am. Yeah, chemistry and physics includes a lot of math. It gets very I don't know what heavy that is. I don't know if it's TE heavy. My Spanish sucks too. Yeah, so Diamond, I really do think that you're an ISFJ, you know? You sound a lot like my sister and you sound a lot like Eric's mom. And I know I'm being like I know I'm being like sort of hypocritical because I'm like agreeing with your type and I'm talking about your type, but I know that you were typed as an ISFJ, and it matches up. If I could go to school and stay in the band room and FCS classroom, I would vibe. Mi madre es su madre. My mother is your mother. What's hyperpigmentation? I have some hyperpigmentation. Yeah, what's an FCS classroom? I don't know what FCS either. Yeah, hyperpigmentation has something to do with the skin. Like I have hyperpigmentation from the sun here. Excuse me. You get my drink. I don't understand what FCS is either. You don't think you're good at FE? I think you're pretty good with it. You don't, even when you're arguing with someone, you make like TI third statements, right? Oh no, TI is fourth. No, TI is third in an ISFJ, right? Well, I can't control a room either. Like, I can never be a teacher. I'm too introverted. No, I don't collect comic books. Danosity. It's not about controlling the room. It's more about, like, getting the vibes of the room. How are we so in between? What comics do you like to connect? Do you collect comic books? Dano City? Yeah, it is operational awareness. Yeah, that's FE Diamine. Vibes of the room is more, not control of the room. FE Doms may be able to control a room, but FE really gets to the vibes of the room. Actually, ENTPs are more likely to not pick a side. INFJs are pretty opinionated. So what is FFC, Chrissy? FCS. What is that? I agree with Eric. Oh, cool. I think educating people on how to be good parents is a noble endeavor. Oh, cool. We're in Mariposa, California. Still some ways away from you, but closer than where we were. We were in LA for quite some amount of years. Family consumer service sciences. Interesting. Family consumer sciences. So what kind of stuff did they teach you, Chrissy? Family consumer sciences. Is that like marketing? It is. It's much more rural. Yeah. We've been through Reading before. Yeah, I'm also taking finance in the same classroom. I see. That's interesting. So what do they say about family consumer sciences? Like, what is family consumption like? Like, what families consume? Like, as in, like, food and entertainment? That's all, like, practical stuff, Chrissy. I would be terrible at finance, but child development, culinary wellness, that's good. INFJs are pretty basic bitches, but they do know good music. That's great, Chrissy. I'm glad you have that class to go. We still haven't been to Yosemite. Well, we did. We went to the other side of it, like the more easternly side of it. It was gorgeous. We haven't seen the main sites. We haven't been, and we do keep our eye out for Sasquatches. For Sasquatch. I don't know. A good title for Eric's MBTI book would include Annie and TI, I think. INFJs don't like. I like some 70s music, but I don't like all 70s music. Who's never deep? I don't like the Doors. I don't like the Doors. I think you're getting INFJs wrong. Oh my god. Look at this bullshit. Look at this guy with a fucking... No way. No way. With a fucking... Look at his fucking tie. Oh my god, he's so... Ugh. Look at that. Look at that piece of shit. And it was probably Tina Fey and Amy Poehler's idea to like have him... I don't know what that... I don't know why. I don't know why. Why was he there? He's still trying to like... I do like look at everyone else in the audience. I mean, I guess Steven Spielberg is wearing... Okay, a lot of people are wearing bow ties. Is that Blake Lively next to him? Oh my god, it is. What the fuck? Right next to him is Blake Lively. Whatever. Look at her face, too. She's like shocked at what he's saying. She looks at him. Then they cut to Amy Poehler and Tina Fey. Then she's like... She looks shocked. Yeah, Blake is his wife. She's a big fat liar, too. Whatever with them. There's some, like, powerhouses in Hollywood who use their control to, like, put people down and take control of shit. Two losers. I think they're losers. And if they would... I'd never be friends with them. They should know that I would never be friends with them. How many cats do we have? We have 2 cats. We have Trouble, the male cat, and Capillo, the female cat. They don't like each other. Because Trouble is a narcissist. Controlling narcissist. No, I don't feel like I'm in the hood. I think Michael Jackson did want to teach children to sing. He loved them children, apparently. He's gross. Your dad is Duck? Touching in what way? I mean, he had a terrible childhood, so like, but he like touched a lot of young kids. He was a bad dude. Yeah, Drake wants to teach children too. Chrissy, it's interesting seeing Drake at concerts now. He looks so like, oh my god, I've been exposed. You don't think the MJ allegations were true? What? I feel like it was so obvious. I mean, he had Neverland. Really? You don't think that Michael Jackson, like, touching kids was true? Am I the only one who thinks that? I don't think MJ was innocent. I think we should talk to Macaulay Culkin about that. Remember when he had a friendship with Macaulay Culkin? How I feel like he had a rough childhood, and I believe he had a rough life, but I do believe that he was a pedophile. I don't know what his dad was, except for an abuser. It's not normal for adults to befriend little kids. You can be friendly towards little kids. You should not be friends with little kids. I mean, I think we should, like I said, I think we should ask Macaulay Culkin. He hung out with MJ for a long time. He definitely was too sensitive for fame, for sure. I I don't I don't think that he was. I think he was touchy-feely. Like, "Oh my god, you're such a beautiful child." Hee hee. I do think that the conspiracy of O.J. Simpson covering up his son killing Nicole Brown Simpson is true. Well, he's dead, so it doesn't really matter. I was talking about how, like, you can't really cancel people who are dead. How did people eat that shit up? He was so, like, I don't get it. I don't get Michael Jackson. I think he had a tragic life. But honestly, if we want to know about, we should talk to Macaulay Culkin, because he was friends with Macaulay Culkin when Macaulay Culkin was too young to be friends with him. Just like adults and Usher and P. Diddy being friends with, like, a 15-year-old Justin Bieber. Like, that's not normal. Macaulay says innocent, then maybe he is. I don't know. I don't know. He came off creepy to me, Michael Jackson. I don't think that OJ killed Nicole. I like the conspiracy theory that his son was the killer and OJ covered up for him. Yeah, Macaulay's trauma does say otherwise, honestly. I don't know. But who looks like a predator? What does a predator look like? I mean, he's dead. So why? I don't know. Maybe he's just a messed up character. You can't. I don't know. I just get creepy. He was just creepy. He was sensitive. I think he was a sensitive guy, but don't you know that you're toxic? 'Cause I love what you do. Don't you know that you're toxic? We can't, because he's dead. And O.J. Simpson's dead, so we'll never know about that either. Eric would win. No, show media. I'm not wrapped in a tent. Exactly, Eric. Yeah, I don't know. Are you talking about me, Rox? Yeah, Eric would absolutely win for sure. I'm 40, Rox. You're a bully. Rox, you have the pelvis of a weevil. I don't buy your tears. You came in insulting me. Your tears are fake now. Oh, happy birthday to you, Zanique Rainey. Well, bullied people get bullied. Bully, that's what happens a lot of times. I still don't believe your fake tears. Yeah, like Eric said, it's an acknowledgement that you were innocent. Incorrect. Not innocent. I'm not wrapped in a tent. Womanizer, you're a womanizer, womanizer, you're a woman, you are. You are. Womanizer, womanizer, womanizer. That sounds good, Jimmy Jacobs. Can you make that happen? Oh, that's so terrible. What does that mean, GC, Chrissy? Glad to hear it, Rox. Your opinion means so much. Oh, group chat. Diddy stuff is serious, though. I believe there's a lot of people who are involved with Diddy parties. What does it mean if she's a Republican or not? I don't even think she's old enough to vote. Ew, Jimmy Jacobs. I'm not affiliate? What does that mean? You're not 4 years old. Oh, I'm not affiliated with any party. It's too young to even become a part of a party. 4-year-olds don't live in don't sleep in cribs anymore. We don't know what type she is because again, you can't type people through chat. It doesn't matter if she's a Republican or not. You're a man, baby? Again, I don't believe you. Right. I again don't believe you. Rockstafarian. There was a Natasha Denona eye palette called Roxa. Eric says he's trans everything. Race, age, sex, height, weight, everything. It's true. You came in here with an insult. Why would people treat you nicely? We're not being mean. I just don't believe anything that you have to say because you're a troll. And you bullied me. Yeah, rocks. Yeah. No, Anthony, you've been around here before. Yeah, if you disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect. How can I respect you? Rocks, you wish. You do be good, Anthony. I mean, you'll find a lot of the same stuff, Rocks. Go ahead though and watch. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I don't trust you. I don't trust that you will be good next time. Exactly. LOL, exactly. I don't take you seriously. I don't know what cap means. What does cap mean? I know Eric knows. He's better with the lingo. No, I know it's not a baseball cap. Oh, cap means lie. No cap means lie. Cap means lie. Oh, okay. No, Jimmy J. Jacobs, no. Yeah, rocks is no. Bye, rocks. Cap is BS and no cap is true. Got it. I'm a cap. Yeah. Capricorn. I'm glad you thought it was fun. That's so weird. That's good. You want your future spouse to be a no capper. Hi, Mathia. Sidereal does change things. It changes my chart a lot too. I go by Western astrology. Vedic is very fatalistic. Yeah, I know, right? Eric, not skibbity enough? You're welcome. '92, you're a millennial like me. I'm glad I made your day. I like how ascendant, sun, and moon are now called the big three. What? Jimmy Jacobson makes no sense. That makes no sense, Jimmy Jacobs. I don't understand how you have two birthdays. Are your parents confused on when they had, is your mom, I don't understand. There's a mess up on your birth certificate, but your parents would know. Are you not in touch with your parents? You calm down, Max Caddy. CHM Ahmed. Hello. Hi, Lenora. That is so weird. That's totally, they're not even close together. May 6th or March 6th. How could they? That doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. I'm sorry that's, I don't get that. I'm very confused. If that's your real situation, I'm sorry about that. Yes. How do you know Ruben? Jimmy Jacobs, you have a lot of questions in your life, huh? You don't know which day. How could you not know which day is your birthday? I'm sorry that that's your life. That's so confusing. Oh, I didn't even know what you said, show media. I'm just so... Whatever, Rox. You're lying. You're just a liar. You even lied about leaving the stream. Yeah, okay, Rox. So now you're back. I see. You saw our videos. How many of our videos? Our videos are really long, except for the shorts. I wish I had someone's famous. If I had a famous person, first of all, I'm married to a famous person, Eric Strauss. There's no way that you watched a whole live. You probably watched I don't know, 10 minutes of it. Vilde? Hi, Vilde. Yeah, so you don't know anything about it. You're a liar. Saying what they want. Well, that means a ton, Rox, let me tell you. I don't believe you. No, we won't be your babies anymore. We won't be your babies anymore. Well, Rox is a troll, so... I'm sorry about the predicament you're in. You don't know your type, your MBTI type, and you don't know your birthday. That's very confusing. I'm not Rox. You're such a liar. Bye. Okay, I did say hi, Vilde. Ciao, rocks. I'm sure your life is interesting too. Everyone's life is interesting in some way. How is your life interesting? I hope you know your birthday. That really is so weird. Like your mom should be the right, like I just don't get it. How that would be like that would be so difficult for me to grapple with not knowing my birthday. I did say hi, Vilde. I believe you that you don't know your birthday. I just think it's a bizarre situation and unfortunate. I think it's very unfortunate. I think it's very, very unfortunate. It's so strange that your mom and dad don't know. Like, that's so weird. I'm so sorry for your situation. Like, that sucks. You should at least know your birthday. Oh. May 6th would make you Taurus, and March 6th would make you a Pisces. I'm sure, DeReal, your life doesn't suck as much as you think. He says that the birth certificate is messed up. I'm blown away. Like, I would not be okay. I enjoy my birthday too. I would be very, because like I'm a knower first, so I need to know. Like, I would be like really not okay with not knowing my birthday. So you know the time of your birth, but you don't know the day? How? I'm like, yeah, I would be angry too. I am. I'm clearly like angry for Jimmy Jacobs. So why do they know the time of your birth and not the day? The time of your birth is so much more significant than the day. Like, and they're so far apart. I don't know. So whatever resonates with you more is what you are, I guess. I have no fucking clue. I can't solve that problem. I want to solve that problem for you. Chrissy, you have school tomorrow? Or are you off for President's Day? Because if you're off for President's Day and it's 3 a.m., that's not so bad. Yeah, that's good. So 3 a.m., that's not terrible. Are you more of a night owl? Do you stay up late usually? Yeah, I'm a night owl too. They say that people who are night owls, it's hard for them to adjust to their regular school hours and work hours. I've heard of people not knowing the time that they were born. Like my dad's birth certificate, it says like 5:16, but it doesn't say AM or PM. So I don't know if he was born in the morning or at night or in the afternoon, evening. It drives me crazy. I wish he doesn't know himself. I guess his parents never talked about it.
You want a hamburger?
Oh my god.
Sorry. I didn't just start on you.
It's okay.
I'll make you one.
Okay.
You don't have to eat it.
Okay, can I have onions on it?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. That's good that yeah, that's what I thought, G. That 5, like they would make it 17, 16 if it was. Okay. So it is AM then. I think that makes him like a double Libra. He has a Libra ascendant and a Libra sun. Electric Wizard, do you talk to your friends like that? But see, my birth certificate says 10:40 p.m. on it. Like I've looked at my birth certificate before because I was like really heavily into astrology like 10 years ago. Why would you do that, Electric Wizard? You could say it nicer too. Mine reads 10:40 p.m. So you're saying you care about me, Electric Wizard? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it's March 6th or May 6th. That's so crazy in my mind. I'm so sorry. I'm in disbelief because I feel bad. Like, Electric Wizard, now you're insulting me, and I don't believe a word that you say anymore. I go live all the time. Thank you, Winston's mom. That really is. And you're a twin too, right, Caroline? You're born at 222. You're a Gemini, and you have a twin. It's a lot of duality. Wow, that's a lot of duality. Okay, so this is an astrology question, even though I like doubt astrology a lot recently. But do you feel like you're pulled in many different directions with that much, like duality happening? I'm not going to dump Eric. I love him. How do you like go through life being okay with having 2 birthdays, Jimmy Jacobs? Like, it doesn't bother you? Do you make your parents celebrate your birthday twice? Because that's what should happen sometimes. Hmm. My sister's a Gemini. She surprises me sometimes. It's true, you can't have 2 birthdays for an ID card. It does bother you. It should bother you. I'm sorry about that, Jimmy Jacobs. I was the black sheep of my family, too. But how would he be able to tell from pictures? Like on the back of it, would it say the date? I don't know. It's so weird. Caroline, I feel like that's bad TE. Do you have an ID, Jimmy? What does it say? Oh, here we go. Jake Bateman's here. Oh, I see. Like, what did he look like on his first Easter? An infant or a toddler? Yeah, that would make sense. But wouldn't he still look like I mean, March, April, May. I mean, there'd only be 3 months in between. I don't know. I think my sister's birthday said 3:43 p.m. on hers too. Like, so I don't know if it's always 24-hour time on birth certificates. If he was born May 6th and he'd be almost a year old on Easter. Oh, I see. I see the following Easter. I see. Yeah. Yeah. There should be some evidence and pictures. You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dismiss. Dustin Wolf, you're reaching. She's saying if you were born May 6th, a year from then, you would look, I don't know, March 6th, you'd still. Maybe pictures would help. Sounds like your parents were dismissive of you, and I apologize for that. I gotta see that Ryan Reynolds thing again. Thank you.
Do you know what this is by any chance?
No. You think that maybe Corey left it behind?
I found it on the kitchen counter. It looks, I mean,
Oh
clearly
my
looks like,
god, what the hell? That's really weird.
isn't that weird? How could I not notice
Was the
this?
door locked?
What do you mean the door locked?
Like the kitchen door? Like why?
Nobody snuck into our house and left a little bag of drugs on our kitchen counter. Okay, that's not possible. But I mean, seems clearly like drugs.
It
Right?
is.
I'm gonna have to taste it and see.
Be careful. Where on the counter? That is so weird. That is so weird.
Just right by the sink.
Right by the sink. We just had random drugs pop up. Don't drink. That's how I fix it. Unfazed. We don't have any more shrooms, unfortunately. Yeah, Eric is not afraid. It looks like cocaine or crack. It was crystally. Where the hell did it come from? How the hell was it there? This is like the May 6th, March 6th question of my life right now. He found it on the next to the sink. Yeah, just like popped out of nowhere. So weird. I didn't see it. I would have said something. You know, the people who are in the audience for this SNL 50th anniversary do not look happy to be there. Like, this is a picture of Kristen Wiig. Shit. Will something and Jason Sudeikis. And look, her face is like, they don't look happy to be there. Oh, that's a good question. Jim Carrey wasn't, well, like, he wasn't on SNL. No, but I don't think he was a part of the cast. He might have been in the crowd. I don't know. I didn't see it. I'm looking at this gossip. Oh my god, the celebrities look so like awkward. Look at that, it's so awkward. I'm sure they're trying to make him feel bad, but like I don't get it. No, he wouldn't definitely. He's definitely as dumbfounded as I am, unfazed.
How's it going?
Hey, hi, what do you hear? Yeah, okay.
Oops. What the heck is that? He wouldn't hide them from me. He would ask me if I would want to take some. I'm not judgmental about drugs. I'm judgmental about liars saying what they want. I don't know. It's too shady. It looked like a dirty bag, and Drake needs to be put in jail. If he really is a certified pedophile. Ah, it looked like a drug bag. Yeah, Drake needs to go. Like, big time. It was salt. Huh. Huh. It's so weird. It's so weird. It was salt? But why would it be in that bag? And, like, why next to the sink? And who put it there? Yeah, I believe so, Lively Cuts.
Yes, I tasted it. Yes, it's salt, and I have no idea why there's a little
Yeah,
bag
that's
of
so
salt.
weird. Wouldn't I have said something to you if, I mean,
But the thing is, it's like I can imagine myself potentially putting salt in a little baggie if I knew we were getting like chicken, supermarket chicken or something. But I don't remember doing it.
you definitely didn't do that.
I
I'm
could
sorry, but
conceive of myself doing
okay, we can't gaslight here. Like, neither of us handled that salt.
it. Okay, well, I mean, but who knows how long it was up there on the counter? On the counter behind the sink.
Oh, behind the sink. Oh,
It
who
was like
knows how? Yeah, who
behind, like,
knows
the
how
wine
long how
bottle
it's
that
been there? Yeah, it's probably been there for a long time then.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why that's there, but it's not interesting anymore.
No, it's not.
The salt is not fun to do as a drug.
No, it's just regular salt. He would have put it in his nose if it wasn't. Maybe it is bath salt. It must have been from the people who lived here before. If it was on top of, like, we don't really do much investigating. Yeah, salts of unknown origin. I think they've been there for a while, is my guess, and they were probably from the people before us. Is it for James? Is it James, Jimmy? Or is Jimmy a nickname for James? Eric wishes it was Coke too. I kind of do also. I would take a little bit. Jimmy John Jacobs. Oh, it is James. Your first name is not a nickname, it's Jimmy? I was right, huh? It's been a great night anyway. We got mushrooms and Adderall, so. I see. Yeah, so Jimmy James Jacob. Jimothy. Do you have siblings, Jimmy? So I'm looking at pictures from the red carpet of the 50th anniversary. Wow, Kristen Wiig went all out. Look at this scandalous dress. I wouldn't think that she would pick that for herself. Yeah, like, I don't know, I don't know. It's not flattering. It's not a good dress. What a weird crowd. It's kind of a weird dress. Look at Emma Stone's dress. It's got popcorn in the sides of it. And then look how much, like, you can't see it really, but like he looks so ragged. Yeah, I know. It doesn't seem quite like her either. I like her hair like that. It's cute. Um, what a weird crowd. But see, this is her husband. This is Emma Stone's husband, and he used to be a writer for SNL. I'm sorry to hear that, Jimmy Jacobs. Imagine sitting and having people on either side eating out of your popcorn, dress popcorn buckets for real. Thank you.
Mhm.
Look at this odd dress.
I can't really see that well.
So
without
she's
my
holding
glasses.
popcorn and it's got like side pockets that stick out and has popcorn in it.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. And look at
I'm gonna bring you a little table or something.
okay. Sorry to hear that, Jimmy Jacobs. That sounds tough. And look at Kristen Wiig. She made a poor decision in my mind.
I believe it. Oh, yeah, that's a poor decision. She's too old to be trying to dress like that.
I know.
anyway, right? But now
And she's too cool.
You shouldn't try to dress like that even when you're young. But at least they have the excuse of like, I'm 19 and I'm done.
Yeah.
And I want to
Yeah.
show off my body.
Yeah. Yeah.
And afterwards, I gotta go to spring break.
Yeah, that does scream spring break.
Yeah.
Which I don't associate with Kristen Wiig.
So where did I put your iced tea?
I don't think it ever got here.
I brought one. Oh, here
Oh.
it is.
Thank you.
Why I put it up there, I don't know.
Oh my gosh, I was freaking out over the...
But you could set this down like on the step here.
Thank you.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah, can you ask one of your older siblings about your birthday, Jimmy? San Antonio is nice. I liked it when I visited there. She is too cool for like a crappy dress like that. So I heard that I don't know if I told you this, Rubenar, but Will Ferrell. So I listened to this gossip YouTube, and he works in the industry. The guy who does the like he does like blind items and stuff, and he reports on like stuff that goes on in the entertainment field. And on his list of jerks, 10 jerks in Hollywood, uh Will Ferrell's supposed to be a jerk. He pretends to be nice, but he's not. I think that's worse than like not being nice up front, you know? Yeah, I was sad. I was really sad to hear that because I like his movies. Yeah, now I can see it. Unfortunately, I was blind to it. I thought he was cool, but well, would you take pictures with fans and stuff? If you take pictures with fans and like sign autographs, then you'd be nice. And you being a jerk is more like, I wish I could play it right now. I can link it. I can link it for you, Ruben. Well, like I heard one story about where it was like Paul Rudd, not Ruben. Paul Rudd was doing a press junket tour, and he was getting interviewed by people, and Paul Rudd's people told the journalists, "It's Paul Rudd's birthday. Please don't mention anything about it. He doesn't want to talk about it." So, like, I don't think that's that bad. All right, I'm going to post it for everyone to listen to. That's the top 10 or 11 jerky people in Hollywood. It's pretty interesting. Will Ferrell's the one that stood out to me. I was really upset about that. Well, you clearly are into astrology because you know your big three. You should be like, every day's my birthday then. And I find it sad that you don't get to celebrate your birthday either. I like celebrating my birthday. I know not everyone does, but That's good, Ols. Okay, so I saw hi Dexter Morgan. I saw like Dexter, right? Isn't that hi Ronan Wolf? So what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I saw this YouTube where a person asks, how do you know if you're attractive? And the advice that was given was the way that you know that you're attractive is not by your family, not by your friends, not by your loved ones in general. It's by strangers. If strangers come up to you, if strangers stare at you, do you think that's right? Do you think you could tell how attractive you are by more by strangers? Or is that just poppycock? I'm good, Ronan Wolf. How are you? Strangers? I remember like going out to bars and stuff, and my friend Alana would always get hit on. I never got hit on. I don't really think much of my looks. You've heard it's by how much babies stare at you? That's interesting. Kids never look at me, even when I want their attention. No, Ronan Wolf, I can't. It's true. I was always in relationships, so I really didn't put myself like vibes of being single out there. But I never really have. Well, I'm out with Eric, so who's gonna, stare? And we're like known in town, so like. But yeah, I rarely got hit on ever by strangers. My mom had this theory, like my friend Alana's definitely histrionic. Like she is very dramatic. That is part of his histrionic personality disorder, but like she would make out, like if she would make, so like if she like slept with a guy, she would basically like think that they were in a relationship together. Thanks, Diamond. I really did not put out any like come up to me vibes. I never put out like come up to me and flirt with me vibes. Thanks, Hardy DYW3. Yeah, like same thing with my friend Alana. Like she was like manhunt, like so she definitely put it out there. Like whether I think she was doing it I mean, she always was seeking attention, always from men. like I told you, like she overstepped boundaries with my boyfriends like all the time. The only boyfriend she didn't overstep boundaries with, like when we were friends at least, uh was Billy, because Billy lived in North Carolina. So he never met Alana. But yeah, if she met Eric though, I guarantee you she would flirt with him. She's totally textbook histrionic. And I was like, oh my god, it makes sense. And another thing is histrionics like to surround themselves with people who they think are uglier than them. Oh my god, there's so much food. Histrionic is part of the dark triad of personality disorders. Yeah, she had histrionic personality disorder, you know, like she'll flirt all this. I'm sure she still flirts with people. And she's married and has a kid, I know at least. Well, she was shallow. She always said to another situation is that they don't deal with aging well. And one of the things she always said was that when she got older, she would get breast implants because she would still want to look attractive at an older age, you know? It's histrionic personality. It's a personality disorder. It's part of the dark triad, I believe. Borderlines, histrionic, and narcissist? No. Yeah? I don't know. Let me look it up. It's part of which cluster? It's part of the cluster B personality disorders. So cluster B are the cluster B, narcissistic, histrionic, borderline. Now they added antisocial. I didn't know she was histrionic. I just thought that she like needed a lot of attention. I think she's straight up histrionic. I'm sure she's narcissistic in some way, but she's more. She shows more of the histrionic than narcissist for sure. Here, let me read. Okay, and this is her. This is Alana, my old friend. An intense need for attention, using dramatic or inappropriate behavior to get attention, feeling hurt or dismissed when not the center of attention always. She was always like that. Having shifting and shallow emotions, totally shallow. Like our conversations never went deep at all. Using appearance to get attention, she definitely did that. Having impressionistic speech that lacks detail, sure. Having emotions that appeared exaggerated and dramatic. Being suggestible, she was totally suggestible. She would totally like hit on, like I said, like people that I was with. Believing that relations are more intimate than they actually are. She would have like one night stands, and then these people would be like her boyfriend. Like, she's definitely histrionic. More than narcissistic. I think more people should look at histrionic personality disorder than dismiss it. It's definitely a thing. Histrionic people could be even more charismatic than yeah, but to her it did. Every guy who would just use her for sex, like, was some, she put on a pedestal, and like she thought that they were in a more intimate relationship than they actually were. I could look up narcissistic traits. Okay, so here's what the difference between histrionic and narcissistic. Grandiosity, an exaggerated sense of self-importance, talents, and achievements. Exploitation, taking advantage of others for personal gain. Lack of empathy, not recognizing needs and feelings of others. See, she would bend backwards for others. She was very people-pleasing. She was an ESFJ, but she cared a lot what other people thought. Arrogance, behaving in a haughty or condescending way. Envy, feeling envious of others, especially when they are successful. Entitlement, feeling they deserve special treatment and privileges. Preoccupation, being preoccupied with fantasies of success, power, beauty, and brilliance. Superiority, believing they are superior to others. Manipulation, manipulating others to get what they want. My mom is narcissistic. And there's borderline. And both Eric and I dated borderline people. Borderline. Thanks, Hardy GYW3. I am married though. Okay, so borderline personality disorder, part of the dark triad. Emotional instability, intense and rapidly shifting moods from ideation to devaluation. Like when I was in the relationship with the guy Harris, who has personality BPD, he thought I was amazing and then thought I was like the worst. Extreme reactions to perceived abandonment or rejection. Whenever I would try to break up with him, he would beg. Difficulty regulating emotions, leading to outbursts of anger or crying. He got very angry. He would have outbursts, and then boom, like as soon as as fast as he was yelling at it, he was nice just the same. Impulsivity and taking risks. Impulsive behaviors such as substance abuse, reckless spending, or unsafe sex. I believe he's had plenty of unsafe sex. Self-harm such as cutting or burning. So just suicidal thoughts or attempts. I don't know if he had any of that. Interpersonal difficulties. Intense but often unstable relationships. Difficulty maintaining healthy boundaries, definitely. splitting black and white thinking, idealizing or devaluing others. It's really being with any three of these personality types is really hard. Well, it's a personality. So these are personality traits of, and because it's personality traits, it has to be, you need like cognitive behavioral therapy to actually like change, you know? Good night, Chrissy. Sleep well. Have a fun day off tomorrow. Hi.
Party W3, it's not surprising you feel that way because she is a wonderful lady whom any man in the world would be thrilled to have. But you cannot have her. She's
No.
already mine.
Yes. So, I know a histrionic personality disorder person I was close with. A narcissist, who's my mom, and I dated a guy with borderline personality disorder. Yeah, Christy, me and Eric called this bed that I'm lying on, like sitting on now, we call it bread. What is BS? I actually like lived through it. How could you say it's just BS? It's personality like problems. It's a real thing. Like, you saw how Kimberly treated Eric. No, it's not just personality clashes. It's really not. It's really a thing. Obviously, narcissism is like a hot topic right now. But it's true. Like that, like what Eric and had to deal with Kimberly is an exact like example of borderline personality disorder. And that's my husband. I'm married. And because it's a personality trait, like therapy just doesn't it's first of all, they don't like going to therapy. Second of all, there's a lot of cognitive things that they have to work through because it's linked to their dynamic. It's a hamburger, cheeseburger. Like my mom. So like, my mom and dad went to therapy, and my mom stopped going to therapy because she had to look at herself in therapy. Like, narcissists are really hard to get to therapy. And when she had me no, I don't like pickles on my my hamburgers. They get mushy. And like when I was in Mercy being treated for my weed addiction, she went to like like group therapy to talk about how difficult it was to have a bipolar daughter. And that's narcissistic because she was getting feedback. She wasn't getting any help for her problems and how she was treating me. She was getting positive feedback from a group of people. No, JP. Lettuce I don't mind. I really like onions on my burger though. Cheddar cheese, yes. It's very good. Yeah, it's very good. People are complex, but there are people who actually have like disorder. I have bipolar. I have to take medication for it. But I don't have a personality. I don't have a personality disorder. So I can be treated with medication. You can't treat a personality disorder with medication. They need cognitive behavioral therapy. And the chances of someone in the dark triad to actually go through therapy is like it's very low. Watch Dr. Ramani. She's like, yeah, I mean my mom was treated poorly, very poorly as a child, and she had a terrible childhood. But she still has this self-inflated self-sense of her. She knows a lot about narcissism and how it can go. I'm not going to argue this with you. If you don't believe that there's personality disorders, then you don't believe that there's personality disorders, and that's all. I'm just saying that I've lived and been with people who have personality disorders, and there's a stark difference from like a healthy person and a person who has a personality disorder. Like Pete Davidson has borderline personality. Kanye probably has narcissism and bipolar. Why wouldn't you classify them as disorders? What would you classify them as? Maladaptive? I don't think that there is healthy narcissism. There is having a healthy ego, having a good self-concept, like knowing your strengths and your weaknesses is something that you gain with a healthy ego. Healthy narcissism is just yeah, all of these are Narcissism is just you think great of yourself all the time. Like you could do no wrong. You take no accountability for anything. I don't eat the crust all the time. I do sometimes on pizza. Yeah, like Diamond, they take credit for everything. Narcissists take credit for everything, even if they have a partner who's worked just as hard. Having a healthy ego, I think you can be, you know that you're a good parent, but you know that you've also made mistakes. Like healthy ego, you're in touch with different aspects of your personality that are unpleasant. But you also know that you're a good person, and you don't, like, a healthy ego, like, you know yourself so well that no matter what people say, like, they can't bring you down. Narcissists crave like, I'm telling you, narcissism is real, histrionic is real, and so is BPD. They're real. I had relationships with all three. Like Alana, like, I didn't know she was an asshole. I was young when we started being friends. I think I was like 16 when Alana and I started being friends. And like with Harris, like, I don't know what I was thinking. It didn't last long. It was a terrible relationship. Yeah, my dad married my mom. And my dad now knows the truth about my mom. How shitty of a person she can be. I dated a guy who had BPD, and Pete Davidson has BPD. It happens. But it is, I think it is more common in women. But I dated a guy who had BPD for sure. He couldn't regulate his moods at all. He would scream. He would go like scream at me. And then once he saw I would cry, he was crying, like boom, like so fast he would change his story, and he would go, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And then he would try to make some, like, put some move on me, like, that's not saying you're sorry. Yeah, risky activity. I think my ex-boyfriend, like, was into risky sex. Oh, it's okay. I'm happy now, and I'm in a healthy relationship. So it was lesson learned, And I stopped being friends with Alana because I couldn't take her shit anymore. But I said, like I don't want Eric to meet Alana because I know that she's gonna be flirting with him. And my mom, she can't take accountability for anything. She truly thinks that, like, she was helping me and takes credit for my health. And like I said, like, my dad wanted to go to therapy with her. And once she got negative feedback, she stopped going. Because narcissists can't look at themselves. I don't know, not anytime soon. Really, Diamond? She could be narcissistic. They care very much about appearances. So my mom will, like, lie about how good things are, even if they're not. Yeah, that's part of BPD, you Bob UFO, yeah. Yeah, he would split on me. There were times where he thought, like, I could do no wrong. I was great. I was this, like, the best girlfriend. I was so smart. I was so intuitive. And then I was annoying or needy or below him. So he would, like, ignore me. He would, like we'd be in a relationship and he would, like, just straight up ignore my texts. Like, whatever, dude. I just, like, prayed for whoever he dated next because he was a shit show. He is a shit show. He gets very violent too. He's a violent BPD. He wasn't violent with me because I never let it get that far. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that, Caroline. That's what Corey, Eric's friend Corey, is going through. His wife has BPD. And she, like, goes from, like, it's very much like, I hate you, don't leave me. There's no way. I'm telling you, Diamond, there's no way he stayed single. He was too in search of sexual pleasure to be single. I'm sure he had someone lined up right after me. He literally ghosted me because I said I hated the relationship that I was in with him, and I did. It is very much I hate you, I love you, but they don't really love the person. They love that the person stays around. A lot of times there's cheating. Like, he would always like, he would, like, want attention from, he would want, I don't know, he's a weirdo. BPD is very, you think it's your BPD stuff, Bob UFO? You think that Clementine had BPD? I think BPD is way worse. I like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Yeah. Oh no. Oh my God, Caroline, that's terrible. What makes your brother stay? Yeah, narcissists are masters of doing some horrible stuff to you, and then you apologize to them. I would always do that. My mom would treat me like shit, and then she would give me the silent treatment, and I would be apologizing to her. And then she still wouldn't budge. She would always talk about how, like, my dad was such a lazy guy, and I was just like, oh my God, like, I was healthily raised by 2 people, not just by you, Mom. Like, no. My dad also raised me too. He doesn't want to split time with his boys. That's tough. What if the boys get older? Oh my God, it really is a serious diagnosis, BPD. Yeah, a lot of people like to label people as narcissists nowadays. I still don't think that they're as common as people say. Like, you can have an ego and people say that you're a narcissist. Like, just because you have, like, what Diamond was saying, like a healthy ego, doesn't make you a narcissist. You're just, like, more self-assured. Oh my God. He deserves better. It shouldn't lose all its meaning though, because it's a real thing. Like, my mom, she, like, treated me so poorly, and she thinks she's the best mom ever. She's done things to me that she will never own up to because she didn't think it was wrong. It's like when people, like, were using bipolar a lot. Like, I have bipolar, but anyone who, like, had a mood swing would be bipolar, but bipolar is more complicated than that. Just because you set a healthy boundary doesn't make you, like, a narcissist either. Amber Heard is a histrionic. She's a good example of a histrionic person. I have OCD. I definitely have OCD, like, a touch of it. Like, a website for numerology told me my lucky numbers, so I always wear the same amount of jewelry. So, like, 4 is one of my lucky numbers. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 rings on right now. It is harder when you're in it, but, like, when you're married to the person, I don't even know. Like, I was constantly trying to break up with Harris. Oh, I'm neurotic too. Hi, Coleman. See, and it's crazy too, because if I, like, don't have, like, one of my lucky numbers on, like, of jewelry, and something bad happens, I associate it to me not using my lucky numbers. It's so dumb. Thank you. Eric made it for me. It's a cheeseburger. My mom's such a narcissist that in 6th grade, when I got, like, a bunch of awards for being, like, good at school, she had to brag about it. She knocked on one of her friend's doors and was like, "Look, look at how many awards Rachel got. And I was just like, this is so weird. Like, I'm proud of my awards, but like, I don't need Maureen to know. Like, she doesn't care. She doesn't give a shit about my awards. I don't have it that bad, you know. Mushrooms just make me feel good. I don't really take drugs for OCD. I mean, Corey's wife, Liz, treats him like shit. She's physically abused him. She emotionally abused him, like abuses him continually. I mean, that's crazy, Caroline. That's just, I mean, that's sick. She doesn't deserve your brother. In other ways, it's only like a touch of OCD because like I only have obsessive compulsive things with like doing things with luck. Like I don't have like it is sad, but it's sadder for your brother. Like he needs to like, once those kids are grown, he needs to get out of there, like for his safety, like for his own good. I'm sure his self-esteem is so low. Genuinely passionate about music. I'm genuinely passionate about music. Iron Lion. I love music. I don't listen to it as much as I used to, though. I'm passionate about watching YouTube. I love singing. I guess it is a passion of mine, singing. Bobby UFO says, clusters feels like your head is Thor's hammer being forced by the dwarf if you saw that movie. Yeah, it turns into like, it goes from being like mental and emotional to being physical. That's when you know it's bad. I'm so sorry to hear that, Caroline. Apparently I have a weak Vedic chart. I have like a lot of planets that are in Maleficent, what is it? Not the opposite of exalted. Malefic, like Malik. I don't know what to say. I don't know but bad. I have bad like planets that like in Vedic astrology. Malefic, yeah. Yes, Diamide. I have plenty of malefic malefic planets. According to my Vedic, someone read my Vedic chart and said that because of my Virgo rising, I wouldn't get married till my later in life, and that's true. But like, see, like, my Jupiter is in Capricorn, and that's malefic. But in Western astrology, like, I have a conjunction with my Sun and my Jupiter, and it's very good. So, I mean, in Vedic, I have a conjunction with my Jupiter too, but they say it's not good. They say it's bad. Sun conjunct Jupiter. They say it like burns. You want a chart reading? I can read your chart. So, I saw that Selena Gomez's fiance for Valentine's Day made a trail of chips and formed chips that said "I love you," and then filled a bathtub with nacho cheese. Like, that's so gross. How are you gonna get it out of there? But you're forever affected by by them too. It takes a long time. Like, the longer you're with them, someone with cluster B, the less you think about yourself. Right? It sounds like a plumber's or someone. It's, I mean, that's such like a rich person thing to do. He's a weird guy, Selena Gomez's boyfriend. So one of the stories goes that he said himself on a podcast was that he and his friends were squirting what do you call it? Like water guns at each other. And his friend peed in one of the water guns, and like he like drank pee. He opened his mouth and hey, the corrupted gamer, and he drank pee from a water gun. So gross. He also put up a naked baby picture of like full-blown naked baby of his, like a naked picture of his nephew who is an infant on Instagram. Like, what the fuck? You can't just put that on there. That's so wrong. Like, naked baby? When I was an alcoholic, I woke up hungover as hell and reached for my water bottle and forgot it had tequila poured into it, and drank it. It shook me to the core. That's terrible. I don't know what Selena Gomez sees in her fiance, but I guess in that way, love is blind. I mean, I wouldn't love it if Eric put nacho cheese in a bathtub for me for Valentine's Day. I'd be like, oh my God, how are we going to clean this up? Of course, I'm not rich. Like, we're not super rich. We can have people deal with that. Oh, it's a cheeseburger. And I would never put any nude pictures up on Instagram. It's not sexy. I don't know what it was about. It would be a nightmare, and we would have to clean up ourselves, but he's so rich that probably other people had to put the cheese in there and take the cheese out of there. And like, I really don't like that he put his nephew's naked picture, an infant, a baby. And people like say it got so many saves, like creepy. I think she could do better. But she's so like messed up from Justin Bieber that like she thinks that, right? It's not kosher. Like, oh, that Nirvana album cover. Yeah, I mean that was definitely for controversy for sure. I don't know what they were thinking there. It's inappropriate. I don't want to be. You read it? You read it? Yeah, a trail of ships leading to a bathtub filled of nacho cheese for Selena Gomez. Like, I don't know. I think she could do better. Yep. I bet you she would have loved the flowers if she got some flowers from him. Yep, floor chips and bathtub cheese. I bet you if he gave her flowers, she would like it. She would have accepted the flowers. You could give the person chocolates. Or just make nacho cheese the regular way. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't think that he's a catch for her. But I don't know her, so. But I do think that the relationship with Justin Bieber fucked her up. How could you not? How could you not be fucked up from a relationship with Justin Bieber? I mean, he's so fucked up because he was abused. Who's a little baby? He was making fun of her. I mean, it was embarrassing when she was crying about the deportations, you know? It was embarrassing as hell. But for him to like make fun of her for it, he's an asshole. Oh, little baby from the rapper from Atlanta. I think she should just go for a regular guy. She should date an ESTP or an ENTP and have a regular, down to earth life. What do you mean, Iron Lion? What do you mean? Why are you sorry? Oh yeah, that was Selena Gomez. It was pretty cringy. Eric couldn't even watch the full thing of it. He saw like probably a minute and he was like, "Oh god." He clicked off of it. I think her grandma is like an illegal immigrant or something like that. She said she's had like relatives who were not legal. Apparently, Selena Gomez for a long time was fighting with Sephora to not have Hailey Bieber's makeup in Sephora, but they caved because her makeup it sells. So Hailey Bieber's makeup line is going to be in Sephora now, but Selena Gomez was not happy about it. She was not happy one bit. I don't like Hailey Bieber either. Like, she seems entitled. Who, me? She's gotten plastic surgery. She if you look at her from when she was a kid, I mean, I know people hit puberty and they change, but she's gotten plastic surgery. She's not naturally that beautiful. Yeah, it's way easier to look good when you're rich. She's had plastic surgery. But she's a mean girl. Diamond says Hailey knew what she wanted and went for it. I don't like her because of her ethics, but credit due is credit due. She's ambitious. I mean, she basically stalked Justin Bieber like since she was a teen and he was a teen, like crazy. And now she has to deal with his like, I guess she deserves it because he's apparently in a bad sort of way right now, like not dealing with life good at all. Apparently he's mixing drugs and alcohol. It's really like bad. And like everyone around him, he like can't trust. And he unfollowed her. I don't believe that someone hacked into his Instagram and unfollowed her. I think he unfollowed her and lied. But yeah, Justin Bieber has it pretty bad right now. He doesn't have anyone that he can like really trust. So he's just drinking and drugging away. My grandma always used to sing that song, Show Media. Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Find me a find, catch me a catch. Where's that from? Ah, Fiddler on the Roof. I've never seen it. Never seen Fiddler on the Roof. I don't know what my favorite musical is. Hmm. Who here thinks that Hugh Jackman is gay? I do. I think he's in a showmance. But there have been pictures of him on the beach holding hands with a guy in a Speedo. And I believe he... How many people here... If you were to bet, how many people here would bet that he's gay? I would. He's a fine enough guy. He isn't, like, that doesn't deal with his... Bi? Maybe he is. He cheated on his wife, his past wife, with his new girlfriend. He's not fully gay. He's not out. Pee Wee Herman's gay, and he put it in his will that he would come out. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds always kind of had, like, I don't know. Ryan Reynolds is a constant cheater. He's cheated on every girlfriend that he's been with. I've seen a lot of good plays. Bradley Cooper annoys you? Apparently he was an alcoholic. He doesn't drink anymore. He had alcohol problems. He's not an interesting actor. So there was a after the whole, like, airplane fight with Angelina, Brad Pitt said that he got, like, acknowledged at some sort of meeting for going like stopping alcohol consumption. How many people think that that Bradley Cooper was the person who helped him get sober? Who thinks that? I think that Brad Pitt's probably still sober. I don't think he probably smokes. I hope he smokes weed. He's better when he smokes weed. He's better than when he drinks. And he used to drink because Angelina was like, I'm an addict, so weed can't be around me. I haven't seen Bradley Cooper lately except with Gigi Hadid. Being sober, not drinking, is not overrated. Well, yeah, show media. I think he will stick with Mission Impossible. It sells for him. He's a weird dude. Anyone who's into Scientology's got to be a little wackadoo. Well, he got accolades for being in that movie where he's like, "Help me, help you." What was that again? No, I'm saying I like getting high. I don't like drinking. I don't trust Angelina to report on Brad Pitt's drinking. He's very productive and busy. To be considered a non-functioning alcoholic, one can't leave alone with children. I think that he was an alcoholic when they were together because, like I said, like he was known for smoking pot, and she said, like, no, you can't do that anymore because I'm an addict and I can't be around it. So instead, he turned to drinking. Some people can drink and don't have a problem with it, but I get it because, like, when I was at Mercy and being tested for weed, I was like, oh, I honestly can't like smoke weed anymore because I'm gonna get caught. So I turned to alcohol, and it was terrible. Winston's mom, there's this movie that Angelina Jolie made called By the Sea, and it's really it's totally about the demise of their relationship, how she became cold and like not wanting to be with him. Yeah, By the Sea by Angelina Jolie. It stars both of them in it, and it really, like, he plays a drunk. It's like what do they call it, a vanity project. It wasn't very good, but you get an inside look at what their relationship was like. Like, I believe that she used to there's a scene where, like, he comes home drunk. He comes back to the hotel drunk, and she's pissed at him, so she, like, kicks him and stuff. And I believe she used to be like that she used to be abusive in a way. Yeah. So I believe that she would get frustrated with his alcoholism and, like, kick him and stuff and hit him. So that was what was depicted in her movie. She had no problem hitting him there. That's for sure. And I don't think he's in the right. I think he fucking drank so much that he got abusive too. What a toxic relationship. It looks beautiful too. The place in France where they filmed it was gorgeous. But it's like a great look into the dynamic of their relationship as it fell apart. Like, if you like, Mr. and Mrs. Smith is a great example of how they fell in love, and By the Sea is an example of how they fell out of love. Have you, G? I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, when I couldn't smoke weed, I turned to alcohol, and it was not fun. They were opposite signs too. Diamond, he's a Sagittarius and she's a Gemini. Yep. Sounds like it, Winston's mom. That's crazy. Treatment centers won't even let you smoke if you have a med card. That's just nuts. That sounds ethically wrong. Oh, that's where it's filmed. Oh. I've never heard that beach either. Oh, because they want that money rolling in. That's so wrong. Yeah, I'm the lady on her phone. I'm always on my phone. I am always, if I have an addiction, it's to my phone. But I'm not really, I'm not really an addict. That's interesting, Winston's mom. It's crazy how, like, not normal people are in Hollywood and in the music industry. In entertainment, basically. Can't like anyone. I mean, they always say never meet your hero, but, like, even people who I didn't look up to are just fucking terrible. I don't know. I don't know if it's that or if you have to have some sort of mindset to get into the business at all. I don't know if it changes people or people are like that and then they become successful because they're like that. It's honestly, by the sea is, but it's true though. Like, having money can change a person. At the core, it's about their failure of marriage, and it's about her grief about having a husband who is an alcoholic. They never should have gotten together. He never should have. Apparently, like, from what Eric said, is that, like, he, like, was blackout drunk when he, like, abused Angelina Jolie and one of the kids. Terrible. Fucking terrible. He was good in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. He was really good in what was that movie by Quentin Tarantino about the Nazis? That was a really good movie. He was good in that. What movie was that? Where, like, Brad Pitt is in, like, a anti-Nazi group. Not Tankers. Hold on. Let's see. I'm going to look at Brad Pitt movies. Oh, I forgot he was in. I've never seen Ad Astra. He was good in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. So I think he's some sort of STP because he does well in physical things. He was in War Machine. He was pretty good. Allied, I didn't see. He was good in The Big Short. by the Sea, I think he was just playing himself. Hitting at Apex, I never saw. He was good in Fury. The Counselor, I think he was just pretty much playing himself. I've never seen 12 Years a Slave. I've never seen World War Z. I've never seen Killing Them Softly. I liked Moneyball. I liked Tree of Life. Inglourious Bastards! Inglourious Bastards! I think he's an ESTP. I think. If he's not an ESTP, then he's an ISTP. I liked him in The Assassination of Jesse James. I liked him in Burn After Reading. The Curious Case of Benjamin Button was terrible. All the Oceans movies I liked. Babel I liked. I didn't like Troy. I liked Snatch. I like Fight Club. Legends of the Fall. Oh my god, a river runs through it made me cry. Troy was like his big like, oh, I'm a hunk and I'm playing a god, a demigod. Glorious Bastards is probably the best. I like Moneyball too. He's been in a lot of things. He's a self-made actor. He came from... Tree of Life is very long. You have to have patience for it. There's not a lot of talking. He plays like an ESTJ dad in it, and I think he does a good job. Ben Affleck. His best role was Joseph King of Dreams. Who was that? Ben Affleck? Let's see Ben Affleck movies. He's a degenerate. Good Will Hunting, good movie. Batman vs. Superman, never saw, but I heard it sucked. I didn't see The Accountant. Gone Girl, I mean, anyone could have been his role in Gone Girl. Deepwater, I've never seen. The Town, I thought was good. Pearl Harbor, I liked as a kid. I don't like it now. I mean, Armageddon, what trash. Argo, I thought was good. Jersey Girl, not good. I forgot he was in Dazed and Confused. Just not that into you. He's just... Oh, Gone Baby Gone, that was... Was he in that? Oh, Dogma. But he has a... I forgot he was in Mallrats. I think Denzel Washington went to Diddy parties, so he's a no watch in my book. Denzel Washington went to Diddy parties. That's not true. If you're looking for a very good looking guy, it takes away from your depth of being a good, interesting actor. I mean, like, Brad Pitt's been in good movies. He's conventionally attractive. American Hustle was really good. Christian Bale is a good actor. However, I would not want to be screamed at by him. I'm telling you, Denzel Washington has to do with... Yeah, but I think he's an actually good actor too, because look at the movies that he's been in. I think he's best in action kind of movies, like where he has to be, like Moneyball was really good, Inglourious Basterds was really good. Assassination of Jesse James, good. All the Oceans were good. I've never seen Spy Game. Snatch was good. I don't think that Ben Affleck really wants to be in the business. Oh, Philadelphia with Tom Hanks. Is that what you saw with Denzel Washington? Apparently, Tom Hanks was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not a fan of Tom Hanks either. Tom Hanks was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and at an awards show, like, Ricky Gervais made a joke about Jeffrey Epstein, and Tom Hanks, like, did not stand for it. He was, like, not there to laugh. He was so, like, this is not a joke. Of course, I mean, I don't know how old Tom Hanks is now. He's 68, so he's done enough good movies too that he doesn't need to work anymore, really. He's been in a lot of good things. Oh, I guess most recently he was in Elvis. Well, if it calls for like an older dude, like, why not use an older actor? Yeah, he has a long list of. I mean, he has some hits and then some flops. I'm telling you, Tom Hanks was there. Tom Hanks was at Epstein's parties, definitely. Another thing that's like trashy about Brad Pitt is that, like, he was friends with, like, he did a lot of Harvey Weinstein things. Tom Hanks is definitely a suspicious character. Yes, Bob UFO. So is Ellen, I agree. Ellen dyeing her hair and moving to England for a little while. Like, come on now. Oprah sucks. She definitely has a closet full of skeletons. Ellen sucks. She's a terrible person. And I think she was at Diddy parties too. She's been on lists. poor Ellen's wife, Portia de Rossi. Oh, I feel so bad for her. She seems like a nice person, and she has Ellen as a wife. Like, Ellen must control the fuck out of Portia de Rossi. Portia de Rossi? I don't think she was in Ally McBeal. Let me see. Yeah, she was in Ally. Yeah, she is very pretty. Portia, but I do think that she is being controlled by Ellen. She doesn't work anymore. She said she wouldn't do any more Arrested Development stuff. Oh my god, she's way better looking than Ellen. She's more funny than Ellen too. She's hysterical in Arrested Development. I think Ellen was jealous. And Ellen was like, put a stop to her acting career and being in Arrested Development. She was so funny. Ellen should get with big Mike Obama already. Who's Barry? I mean, who cares how good, much better looking the person is? If the person is a control freak and possibly a narcissist and terrible and Diddy party goer, like, I don't know. It is hard to leave abusive relationships. They're so up and down. I don't get it, because I was always like, I had low tolerance for that shit in my relationships. I didn't stay around. Only one I stayed around and we broke up and got back together. After that mess, I was like, no way. No way. Apparently, the cast of That 70s Show are like Scientologist people, and the kid who played Eric on That 70s Show was like the only person who like was normal, who like didn't buy into it, and all the others are Scientologists. Yeah, Donna's Scientology, disgusting, here. Danny Masterson, and Ashton Kutcher said that he looked up to Danny Masterson, like he was his idol. Like, that's so bad. That's Topher Grace. Topher Grace was the only one who was like, Scientology. Like, even the parents were like Scientology, like, adjacent. Yeah, Danny Masterson, who's rightfully in jail. But yeah, everyone except for Topher Grace are like Scientologists or Scientologist adjacent. Poor Topher Grace. Maybe they did, Diamond. It was a very popular show. I used to watch it. I think Bryan Cranston is one of the good guys from Hollywood too. I'd be devastated if I heard bad news about him. What? What are you talking about, CBK? Slave labor? What are you, crazy? Yeah, Robin Williams too. It's sad about Robin Williams. I always liked Robin Williams as a kid. I liked his movies. I was too. I was sad when Philip Seymour Hoffman died as well. I thought he was a good actor. I liked a lot of what he was in. Yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire. Aladdin. He was great in Aladdin. Maybe those are his two big movies, but still. I've never seen his stand up, the deal. I think maybe I saw one thing. Flubber was a good kids movie. I was too old for it, and I knew the original. I liked the original one better, but he was good in it. I did not watch Fallout, the TV show. Good morning, Vietnam. Yeah, good morning, Vietnam. Oh yeah, Good Will Hunting. He was really good in that. Oh, I like that Mrs. Doubtfire is your comfort movie. My comfort movie is Kiki's Delivery Service. You know who I don't know much about, but I respect a little bit? Kirsten Dunst. She is a pot smoker, and she like got caught smoking weed in a taxi cab once. And people are giving her shit for that, but I'm like, damn girl, that's fucking cool. I respect her for smoking weed in a taxi cab and being a stoner, but I don't think she's a good actress. I like Will Ferrell movies. It sucks that he's not a nice guy. He's a fake nice guy. What do you mean low bar? Jim Carrey, he's not a good guy. It is ballsy. I think it's cool. I like that about her. I like that. I like people that smoke weed. She got in trouble for it. I think she got like a ticket or something. I'm not sure if she was arrested. This was a while ago. This was like in 2006 or something. But I haven't heard anything like weird about her. You know who I hear really good things about is this is another one. So you know who is known as a really good person in Hollywood? Emily Blunt. Emily Blunt is known as being one of the nicest people in Hollywood. She'll stand out in the rain signing autographs for people and taking pictures. She's just really down to earth. However, her husband John Krasinski, now this surprised me, is a total jerk. And he apparently went from being a half a trailer guy to needing 2 trailers. Oh, I love Joseph Gordon-Levitt in 500 Days of Summer and Inception. I like him too. I don't hear anything bad about him either. I don't know how I feel about Robert Downey Jr. There's something about him that I don't like. He's fine. Oh, he's been a real jerk. He's terrible, Russell Brand. He's a terrible guy, Russell Brand. Yeah, Krasinski, John Krasinski is a diva, and he's not nice. He's not a nice guy. But Emily Blunt, his wife, is the nicest. Yeah, like he's been accused of like sexual harassment and stuff. No, he's Russell Brand is gross. He's not a grifter like Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, but he's sexual harassment. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I don't know. Brands is scummy. He looks scummy. He just reads wrong to me. But yeah, I was upset to hear that John Krasinski's a jerk. Whatever, Russell Brand, whatever. He's so TI polar. I really liked the play The Producers. I liked Wicked when it was on Broadway. I liked Rocky Horror Picture Show on Broadway. The Scarlet Pimpernel on Broadway. Chicago. Ragtime. Yeah, Producers were really good. I saw it with the original cast too, with oh my god, my mind is like going blank. Sarah Jessica Parker's husband. What's his name? Ferris Bueller. Yeah, Matthew Broderick and Nathan Lane. I saw it with them. It was really funny. Yeah.
What's up?
Hi, sup?
Can we put this in the fridge for
Yeah,
you?
if you could.
Sure.
Thank you.
And do you want to? I'm coming in here to say, do you want to come back in the living room?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
I'm ready to resume being part of it.
Cool. Don't be mean. Gee, apparently she's not nice. Apparently Sarah Jessica Parker is not a nice person. And apparently Kim Cattrall is. Kim Cattrall is very nice, and Sarah Jessica Parker is not. It really sucks because I love her character on Sex and the City.
Is she married to Matthew Broderick?
Yeah, she is. Aziz UK, what do you need help with? You're free to go, Aziz. I set you free.
Who are we setting free today?
Aziz, UK.
That's really generous of you.
Thank you.
You really are a wonderful person.
Thanks. I think I think you should just be famous because you wouldn't change. Like, it's hard for me because I feel like if I were in the industry, I might be changed by it.
No, I mean, I certainly would have been when I was younger, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like at this point in my life, I'm not going to be changed by it because I'm wise enough to know better, you know?
And you're not.
And my identity is already built up in a lifetime of not being famous. So it's too late for it to taint me.
Yeah. You wouldn't take shit either.
No.
And you don't like fake Effie.
No.
So you would be fine. I think that I would be like, what is going on? I wouldn't want it to change me. That's scary.
I don't think you really would want to be famous because that would entail you a lot of expectations of
Yeah,
you, right?
yeah,
Like,
it has to be at a lot of places.
you got to do some works and stuff,
Mhm.
and you know. One of the points at you because I don't want to turn this light off right now.
Okay.
And it's backlighting if I turn it towards me. Are you gonna go
Where's
somewhere?
my pipe?
It's right here.
Oh, good.
Here you go. Pack some bowl. A couple of puffs for you.
Thanks.
Oh.
George Carlin is good.
I mean, there are lots of things I like about George Carlin. His comedy, maybe he had a couple of moments, but, you know.
Yeah.
There's lots to like about him, but he's not, I don't think he's really very funny.
No, he was always good at like calling people out, you know?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I liked that about him.
Yeah, well, that's why he wasn't very funny sometimes, too, is because he was a little preachy, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, hey, I'm going to blow all your minds with the fact that atheism.
Yeah.
George Carlin, that played no better then than it does now.
Hmm. Dave Chappelle, I think, is a good dude. But when he got huge, you know.
People say he's anti-Semitic.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's not too good.
the thing is, if you remember his monologue, right? He mentioned President Carter being a great man for going to the Palestinians, even though the Israelis said they couldn't protect him. I didn't think anything of it really, except
Neither did I.
just a common position
Yeah.
or whatever. But I think he's just playing with it though, because he apparently made a joke one time. Said, I just got back from Hollywood. It's full of Jews.
He's not wrong.
I mean, I don't know if it is or isn't, but if he's just playing with the fact that people conflate his political thing with anti-Semitic, or confuse his political position on Palestine with anti-Semitism, well,
I didn't get that at all. And I get offended by anti-Semitic things because I don't like that.
I don't either.
He isn't wrong. That's what makes it funny. It's true about Hollywood. It's pretty much like, oh God, this sounds so bad. And I've been talking shit about so many people.
I mean, I don't think it's really that full of Jews.
It really is, though.
Is it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
the people I knew
producers.
over in Hollywood, and I encountered them in like Noah Jeet's family, they're all big Hollywood people. None of them were Jews. Those are just the ones I know, I guess.
Statistically, there's a bunch of Jewish people.
Well, good for them.
Yeah, good for them. I think it's becoming a little bit more diverse now, though, honestly.
Probably. I mean, it seems to be less. It seems to be more decentralized now.
Yeah.
It's not actually located in Hollywood so much.
No. I mean, sure, Bob UFO. I hate generalizing like that. It is a stereotype that.
I mean, the point, the reason, the thing is about it is, it's obviously not relevant to anything. But most people who want to point that out, they're saying, and thus some big conspiracy is being hatched among them and between them and stuff.
It's not. It just happens
insane.
to be. Yeah.
It's insane notions by insane people. But so the point is, it may or may not be the case that there are lots of Jews in Hollywood. I'll concede that it is, but because it's not relevant to anything, it's when somebody says that, it makes them seem anti-Semitic,
Yeah. I used to say that. Like, not really, but I agreed that.
Like I remember when my dad was, one time we had this argument, a debate kind of, or a conversation really, that my dad lost, about the study of IQ scores that was, that compared IQs against race, which would, and it was a very controversial study. And my dad's point was, if its methodology is sound, then it doesn't matter if it's controversial or not. We need to sort of embrace and be okay with its findings, because the findings of genuinely methodologically sound studies show that, say, sub-Saharan African people have the lowest IQ scores. But the point is, what I said at the table at the time is, the reason it's bad research is because there's no possible way to use it for anything good. Like, no matter what you try to use this to prove, you're going to be denying some individual their full agency, right?
Yeah.
And I didn't know back then, this was a long time ago, I was probably in my 20s. I would say now, first of all, Dad, race isn't real. They're just talking about geographic shit, really. There might be like genetic relationships between people. Like, your family looks more like you than complete strangers, for example, usually.
Mm-hmm. I don't look very much like my parents, right?
No. I look like my mom.
Mm-hmm. You do look like your mom.
But I'm not as sweet as she was.
Aw, you're pretty sweet. She was the sweetest, though.
Yeah, she was sweet as hell. I am sweet and spicy at the same time.
Yeah, you are sweet and spicy. Because you're so sweet with trouble. Way more sweet than I am.
Well, I had this realization sort of tonight that, Eric, you're just gonna make him more needy if you appear mad and frustrated and stuff, because you're gonna need more reassurance that everything's fine. You just need to be reassuring and hope that this goes down a little bit. Of course, it's hard not to convey some frustration when it's genuinely frustrating that this cat is meowing at you again.
Yeah. It's like, how much do you... So needy. I'm not good with neediness, though. Like, in people and in animals, I guess. Just in general. So, SB Union says, if it's objective truth and objectively true, we should adhere to an objective frame. I mean,
What's objectively true? Oh, but I mean,
That-
the point is,
Jewish people run Hollywood.
oh well, I mean, there's a lot of Jewish people in Hollywood in various capacities, but no individual runs Hollywood, right? It's not some sort of autocracy. It's a bunch of independent projects and people working independently of each
Mhm.
other in the same general entertainment community.
Mm-hmm.
So it's insane to say that anybody's running Hollywood. Nobody's running Hollywood any more than anybody's running the economy. Or running, the supermarket czar, the guy who's running all the supermarkets across the country. Nobody's running all the supermarkets across the country. Every supermarket's running itself. So even if most of the supermarkets are owned by Chinese people, that doesn't mean there's some sort of Chinese conspiracy to frame information via supermarkets. And that's one to grow on. As far as the objectively true thing about the study, it's like the methodology was sound, but it's predicated on believing that IQ scores are actually valid things that mean something.
Yeah, they don't.
When they're specifically not valid things that mean something, they are instead an arbitrary compendium of distinct skills related to several cognitive functions, but not others.
I mean, if I took an IQ test, I know it would be in the toilet. Like,
I mean, I don't know.
I don't
know about that.
I've taken like online ones, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Like spatially things, when it has like a square and a triangle, and it's like, what goes with this triangle?
Yeah, I mean, the
I'm
thing
not
is,
good with
the
that.
IQ test, it's an attempt to force a physical frame of reference on a metaphysical being, because physically we can make distinct measurements of things like height.
Mm-hmm.
And some people who thought they were smart or something some long time ago when they made it up said, you know what? Well, I need to prove that I'm smarter than him, just like I can prove I'm taller than him.
Yeah.
And I need a test so I can show that I'm smart.
Yeah, so the person who invented it was like, had the highest IQ and made the test up.
Right. I don't know if he had the highest IQ, but the point is, the test reflects an arbitrary mixture of distinct skills linked to different functions. So it tests a lot of TI, but it also tests a lot of NI, and spatial visualization.
Yeah.
Like, can you turn this thing around in your mind?
I can't do it.
I can't do that at all. But that doesn't mean I have a lower general intelligence, because general intelligence isn't a thing, right?
No.
Any more than those people don't have general intelligence, but they do have verbal reasoning skills.
Yes. IQ test NI? Why am I so bad at it then?
Well, because it's spatial NI usually. Like, for example, or visual NI, like complete this pattern.
I hate that shit.
I can't do that at all. I mean, I got 107 on a test that was nothing but those things. That was my IQ on that test. So I tell people I have an IQ of 107.
That's good.
I'm having the worst luck tonight.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's not a big deal. That's why I play little micro stakes, right? That's why you play 5 cent, 10 cent. You don't have to worry about getting stacked, because you're not going broke. I'm not playing terribly, but I'm not hitting any of my draws. It's just getting terrible luck. Shrooms are wonderful. They open portals. I think shrooms are wonderful, but I don't think they open portals. Thanks, SB Uni. You seem like a smart fellow. SBN says, you really did successfully dismantle all of that. Once we've established that the IQ test itself isn't legitimate, this destroys any potential science supporting certain views, right? And that kind of research they're doing where they're, you're linking one thing that doesn't exist to another thing that doesn't exist is almost certainly driven by some kind of political agenda. Some kind of agenda, other than science truth. It may adhere to the methodological requirements of science truth in terms of, like, I'm sure that's accurate in terms of people's scores on IQ tests that are supposedly culturally normed, but it's all ridiculous. It's all just a bunch of hoo-ha. It's like Big Five. Well, listen, you have a personality because you have conscientiousness. Oh yeah, I have that. I have some amount of that. Yes, that's part of personality. And you have neuroticism. Okay. The thing about it is, of course, you don't have any of those things. You do pay attention in certain ways. That's a real way to distinguish personality. But conscientiousness is not a way of paying attention or anything that anybody actually has at all. It's just a metaphor for, I guess, the extent to which you're reliable about certain kinds of things, I guess. I'm not even sure what qualifies as conscientiousness. And the whole Big Five thing is supposedly validated with just basically, like, there's nothing outside of the thing. It just validates within itself with word validations. Like these words link to these words. It's complete hooey. Is what it is. Complete hooey.
I like to think that once your dad met and got to know me, that he thought that study was wrong.
What do you mean?
Like, it's not just certain people who have like in certain races that get certain people.
Are you saying my dad thought you were dumb?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't quite get what makes
Yeah,
you.
like I proved.
He probably did.
Yeah, but
I'm pretty sure he thought I was dumb. Sure seemed to.
it's true.
So I don't think his taste in smartness is very good. Because I think I'm smart.
You are. You're very smart. Everyone says so.
Well, the thing is, I'm a certain kind of smart, right? Like, that's the thing about IQ and smart is I'm good at verbal reasoning. I'm good at TI stuff. I'm also something that is not measured by IQ tests, which is I'm very NE fluent. I can come up with shit on the fly, no problem. I can create stuff, random new things. Differentiation from the existing status quo is a form of intelligence. The IQ test doesn't measure at all.
No.
And it's not stretching the meaning of intelligence too much. Like, say, everything's a form of intelligence, including emotional intelligence and physical intelligence. No, let's talk about intelligence being the thing that's not emotional, physical, all these other things, but instead links broadly to ease of attaining competency in various academic concerns, So I think the creativity is very much the part. I think a huge part of why people think I'm smart is because of my NE, but that's not something that IQ tests measure.
Well, any TI is strong.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying I think IQ tests measure TI.
Yeah.
But I don't think they measure NE because
No, they definitely don't.
You can't do a multiple choice test of NE. It doesn't work. You have to have them be generative. And that's a lot harder to test. It's hard to standardize a test like that, But they didn't include it. Because why? Because they didn't have it and didn't think it was important. Like, they probably had NE6 or something. NE6 or maybe like NE8.
Yeah, could be any.
They're like, well, that's not being smart. That's just being, just coming up with shit. That's not good. And that's how they thought about it, so they didn't include it in their test. But anyway, the point is, there isn't any generalized intelligence, but it's still okay for us to have terms like intelligent and smart that refer to something we commonly understand as academic / verbal / mathematical kind of fluencies, and more informatively what it's not, right? It's not emotions, it's not physicalities, it's not being, and by physicality I mean things like it's not being good at digging a hole, not being strong, it's not, there's a lot of different things it's not, right? But we have a much easier time understanding what it is by as a sort of NI concept to grok by saying what it's not than we do by saying what it is. If we're going to say what it is, then I would say the best word for it is general ease of competency, general ease in acquiring competency in academic stuffs.
I have to study really hard in order to do well in academics.
Right. And your motivation level is as good as mine. I didn't have to study very hard to do well in academics, but I still didn't even study the little bit I had to.
Oh yeah, I used to spend my Friday nights studying. It was crazy.
Oh, so you were actually working on it. That's
Yeah. When I study, I actually do well.
Right. Well, yeah. It's like
Because my SI is so weak, I don't.
I just had this. I've always had this horrible relationship with procrastination and doing things.
Oh, me
you
too.
know?
But I had, parents who forced me to do stuff.
Yeah. Well, for most people, that's life, right? You're forced into doing all kinds of things for various reasons. Sometimes people, sometimes finances, sometimes whatever,
Yeah. I hated homework though. I was like, I just spent how many hours learning about this? Why do I have to do it at home when I have limited time to play?
Right. Well, a better question is, why am I doing your job at home for you when you're supposed to be the one who's educating me?
Yeah.
Teacher. Why are you asking us to do your job? You're supposed to educate us. You have 45 minutes a day or an hour a day or whatever it got in a given school thing, 5 days a week. And you're telling me that instead of using the classroom time adequately to teach the material, you want us to teach it to ourselves at home. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I wonder what an average teacher would say if students said that to them.
Yeah. Did your mom think homework was important?
She wasn't like pro homework, but she was just, she just didn't think about the status quo or challenge it really. She just tried to do as well as she could under the status quo frame, which included homework.
Yeah.
And she was always grading papers. What a nightmare. If you try to actually grade everybody's paper, oh my God.
But did she not like that?
Did she like it? I guess she enjoyed it probably as much as one can enjoy a bunch of work like that. She did a good job on grading the papers too. She didn't just glance at it and put some marks on it or whatever. But I learned when I was an English teacher is, oh, fuck no. I cannot grade all these papers.
Yeah. A lot of teachers have complaints about grading papers. I don't know any teacher
and then they give homework. The teacher's complaining about having homework and then giving homework.
No, complaining about
What do you think grading papers is for teachers? It's
oh,
homework.
homework.
They're complaining about their homework while giving homework to somebody else.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. I'm saying grading papers is your homework if you're doing your job and actually teaching during your class time, right?
Yeah.
Lots of teachers don't even bother, just grade papers during class time.
It's true.
On the other hand, I just didn't grade them for months and then threw them away.
Oh my god, that's so funny. How'd you get away with that?
I just gave them all A's or B's. Like
Oh my
I give the
God.
C students a B. I just say I just didn't enter that assignment into the grade book.
I mean, I had a teacher who was like that. I took like a religion class, and he was like, "Look, you'll all get A's in here, if you just sit and pay attention."
Oh no, well that wasn't my reason. My reasoning was since I threw your paper away, I can't very well justify giving you anything other than a mail. Why did I throw it away? Because I was sick and tired of looking at this ever-growing pile of papers on my desk.
I wonder then if it's because you were at a private school, not a public school, because a public school would have definitely like fired you.
No, they wouldn't. You've got to be kidding me.
Really?
This is what I used to think this stuff too. Like, oh, I'm doing a terrible job. Oh, I'm a bad teacher. Then I became an administrator and I learned that everybody else is doing an even way worse job than I
Really?
was. Yeah, with rare exceptions. They're doing a way worse job. Like, I was shocked at the low quality of teachers, including one that had a PhD that I hired to she was picking up extra work on the weekend from her. I don't know what she did actually during the week really, but anyway, she had a PhD in archaeology, I think. Regardless, I was stunned by the low quality of her work. She like, are you serious? This is what you wrote these sentences to the parents? Fortunately, they don't speak English very well, so they're not going to be able to see the glaring errors and wrongness of this.
Oh God.
The Chinese parents, by and large, were managed entirely by the Chinese owner of the school, director of the school, and she was extremely skilled at, like, I guess it would be a TE version of schmoozing.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Results driven.
yeah, very results driven.
Parents like that. Some parents like that.
No, but I mean, she was results driven in the sense that she was results driven about having the parents not complain.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah.
So she'd know how to deal with them, and basically, she ran a lot of interference. Unless the parent was giving her a lot of grief, she wouldn't let them talk to me. She'd be like, which I appreciated actually. I appreciated that because I don't need to be hearing every one of your little complaints when you don't even understand anything about what I'm doing, but you for some reason think you should comment upon it. Yeah. Like after we had fucking absolutely killed it at nationals, got school excellence, like shit tons of kids won trophies. It was one of our best years ever. I had a Chinese parent come to me the next morning after the whole term was over and say, Coach, I'd like to talk to you about our kids' speaker points because I saw some other kids in the tournament and they had better speaker points than our kids, and I think maybe we should. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I couldn't fucking believe it.
But that's how, like, not to like name names, but like that's how Chawa is. She goes to other parents to see how their kids did.
Oh, I know, but that's EST. It seems like all of Chineseness is an ESTJ or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it does.
But I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it because, of course, what the parents don't know is that our kids didn't get good speaker points for a very good reason.
Yeah,
I
right.
didn't spend any time coaching them on speaker points because speaker points don't win you rounds. You want to have 6 wins, okay? And that then on a normal tournament, that means you're first place, okay? You could be dead last in speaker points or be first place in speaker points. Either way, and still be 6 wins and first place. That's how little speaker points matter. They're not even used as a tiebreaker because there are no ties in debate.
Certain people want perfection all around though.
I mean, the thing is, it's like I have a limited amount of time with the kids, and all the time I'm using is to coach them to win the round, not to do this other thing that's ancillary to it.
Yeah.
Speaker points are, I don't even know. Well, I guess I know why they're there. There are speaker point awards that nobody cares about. Everybody cares about actual round trophies. Nobody cares about speaker point awards because you can bust out. I guess it's consolation for people who bust out early in a tournament. Like they're a really good team, but they bust out in the first round of elims because speaker point awards are calculated on preliminary rounds only.
Interesting.
So, in other words, you don't have to go deep in the tournament to have been the best speaker, whatever that means. It's very ill-defined what speaker points are for, what you're supposed to do with them. It's basically your just kind of gut reaction to how well they speak, I guess. I don't know. It's a waste of time to coach them on it though, because we got more important things to do, right? I got more important shit to cover. If I had infinite time, we'd get to speaker points eventually. But if I were to spend the class time doing line coaching like a speech coach to improve speaker points, we wouldn't win a goddamn thing.
That's what I mean. Like you knew how to prioritize for results.
Some people though, yeah, it's like they're just never satisfied. I guess
there are people who are never satisfied.
Like Prince's mom or dad, whichever one it was, mom
And Candace.
She better be satisfied now. Shocking, right?
I mean, when I think of the amount, I'm like,
yeah, it's a lot of money. I don't know why he left her that much money. Unipolar, SI tool.
Yep.
The fact that it's been years since I've been with her.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter because the past is still vibrant and fresh for SI tool.
And she just divorced you.
Right.
Oh my God.
But my dad thought that was my fault somehow.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I think Candace and he had a general consensus that, Eric's not capable. He's a problem. He never really grew up. Blah blah blah. And they probably had wonderful conversations about this, which I avoided listening to like the plague.
I would too. Jeez.
Yeah. So we should remember this when we start feeling bad about my dad. We should remember this shit. Anytime we feel guilty about my dad, we should remember they left Candace $80,000.
$80,000.
That's almost $100,000.
That is so much. She's set. If
So she's not sad. She's gonna blow it all right
I know
away.
That's what Delilah was upset about.
Yeah.
And Delilah was in shock. She was like, I've looked over the will and it didn't say that, but she must have. Maybe that was a late addition.
Oh yeah, but I mean, he amended the
Yeah.
will like the millions of times. Who knows how many times? It was like the eighth amendment amended trust. It was really the trust. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
not
not the will.
Yeah.
You know. But I guess the will disposes of some money from the trust, so I'm not sure. But I trust the lawyer. I was there in the room with Delilah when the lawyer told
So
us
was
this.
I.
Oh, you were there too.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Delilah was like in disbelief. She was so upset. She was so upset. I was surprised.
Well, I was having conflicting feelings because it was when I also learned that the will dispensed everything to me, pretty much, you know, despite what my dad had, what any intuitive person would infer from what my dad said, you know. Oh, God. What a mess that was. What a complete mess. Aren't we glad that that's all over?
I hate to admit it, but yeah.
We hate to admit that our suffering and difficulties are all over. I don't think you need to hate to admit that. You can be perfectly okay with admitting that, whew, thank God we're here in our house without all that nonsense.
Yeah. And I'm glad that we're here too in California and not in New York. I mean, maybe we'll have to go if my dad, you know, like, I don't know.
We'll figure it out as we need to.
Yeah, but fuck them.
I mean, you know, if one of your parents needs to be taken care of, it makes a lot more sense for them to fly out here and we'll take care of them at our house.
Yeah, no, but my mom is like 2 planes. Whatever. She's not. She'll be.
Yeah, I'm not worried about your mom at all. If we do have to take care of your mom, then it'll be under those conditions. She's not going to get to control that.
I don't want her here.
That's fine, then we won't do that. I was never thinking. I was never thinking about your mom. Actually,
okay.
I was always thinking about your dad.
Yeah, my dad would do that. My dad would move here.
Right.
He doesn't care about flying.
Well, she doesn't care about flying either. Obviously, she travels all the time.
I know, but she cares about the amount of flying that it takes to get to here. That's why she wants to meet in Las Vegas because it's one flight.
That's not why she wants to meet in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
No, Rachel. She wants to meet in Las Vegas because she's a controlling psychopath like Trouble.
Yeah, I know.
So she wants to make us go to her when she visits us, just like she did in San Diego. But
yeah, she was visiting us, but she was.
But this time, she has more to offer because she's not just offering for you to go stay with her at her condo, which you don't want to do. She's offering to pay for a trip to Vegas for us. I don't know exactly what she's going to pay for, but
It's going to be our honeymoon money, so.
yeah. So on those terms, that's fine. 'Cause I want to go to Vegas anyway.
That's good.
That's a place that I want to go to,
Yeah.
as opposed to like the Grand Canyon or something.
Yeah.
I have no interest in going to the Grand Canyon. Who was it who told me he was going to the Grand Canyon? Was it that boy Klaus? Taking his family to the Grand Canyon? I think somebody that you wouldn't expect told me that he was taking his family. He was on a family vacation and he was going to the Grand Canyon. He said to confirm that it's still grand.
That's fine.
Yeah, that was funny. The Grandness Confirmation Committee. I think we need a Grandness Confirmation Committee. What are we doing here? And Mia. And there we have what's known as the chat.
Candace's stepmom?
right?
Yeah, she's Delilah's stepmom. Delilah's biological mom got nothing. Nobody but Candace. I mean, nobody but me and Delilah got any money or anything but Candace. It's just my father only had two living relatives that close relatives. He has a sister, but me and Delilah, and basically he left most of the estate to me, some to Delilah, and then inexplicably $80,000 to my ex-wife
Can't believe how much money that is.
from a long time ago,
Who divorced you?
who divorced me, and like had already squeezed a car out of my parents. Oh yeah.
Oh, that makes me sick.
They bought her a new car not long
Oh
before
my God.
not long before she left. Right.
That's antipolar. That has to be antipolar.
Yeah, it's antipolar on both hands.
Oh my God, your mom thought.
I don't
that
know what my
probably-
mom thought about it, but I suspect what my dad thought about it was like, well, I get it. Eric just got too difficult to be with. I suspect that's what he thought about it. Yeah, she got it. Yeah, we gave it to her. I wasn't gonna try to like.
Yeah, that would be bad.
No, I mean, the only thing that would happen would be she'd be able to sue us.
Yeah.
But and she might get more damages than 80,000, but we'd settle. If she sued us, we'd settle. But the thing is, I just didn't want to be dishonest. I thought that was dishonest.
Yeah, it's better to be upfront about that stuff. I mean, it could have gone.
I think keeping from her the fact that she had rightfully inherited this money would be unjust of me.
Yeah, she didn't rightfully, in a way.
No, she did rightfully inherit it. Like that's my dad gave it to her. It was his to give.
Oh, yeah.
I think me not telling her about money she rightfully
that would've
inherited
been-
would
yeah,
be
that-
dishonest
I don't know,
and
that is dishonest,
unjust
huge,
of me.
Yeah.
No, she was fine. She was an excellent mother / housewifey kind of wife thing. She was a great wife because she spent so much fucking money. Anyway.
She didn't like who you were for you, though.
Yeah,
She's
she didn't.
constantly trying to correct.
Yeah,
things.
all those things. But she was not abusive. No, we had
No, she wasn't.
we had a relationship between two healthy people, and we're not toxic. Okay, and she was not toxic at all. We had an unhealthy relationship for most of our relationship in that I was an alcoholic, and she and I had this kind of sick agreement where I'll let her be in charge of shit if she doesn't make me stop drinking,
Yeah.
that kind of shit going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not terrible. It's not like some terrible person got the money. It's just that it's insane that anybody other than me and Delilah got any money at all.
Yeah. Yeah. His ex-wife, Melinda, was.
I did have an abusive partner. That was the one
Kimberly.
after her, after Candace. That was Kimberly.
Yeah.
My first wife, you could say, was abusive because she cheated on me.
She hit you.
Well, yeah, she hit me one time, but Rachel's much more bothered by that than I am bothered by.
I mean, I am. Why not be bothered by that? I mean, I get it. She's ISFP, so SE tools she can't express in words, but she's like,
Yeah.
I don't roll with that.
I agree with you. I don't roll with it either. But the thing is, you have to remember that it doesn't just exist in principle. It exists as my experience. And I didn't experience it as a big deal. So.
Fucking cunt.
I love you being so mad at them on my behalf.
Both of them I don't like.
I don't blame you for not liking them.
I obviously don't like Kimberly. She's the worst of them all.
Yeah, she was the worst, right?
Cunt too.
At least Melinda was not abusive towards me in her day-to-day dealings with me. Like she didn't verbally abuse me or anything. She just cheated on me. And it's like if there was ever a good cheating, it was that one because oh dear God, was that such a horrible relationship. I just disliked her. I just disliked who she was. Yeah, I think the same. Why did we get married? Well, because I'm FI polar. Why she got married, I don't know.
She probably thought you guys had the same goal. She was like, "Oh, I want to have a kid," or maybe at one point.
I guess we did have the same goal. What we discovered was she wanted to have a kid, but she didn't want to be a mother.
No, she didn't. What a cunt.
What type is each one? The first wife, Melinda, was ISFP. Candace was ESFJ. Kimberly was ISFJ. But keep in mind, her toxicity has nothing to do with her type. Okay. And Rachel's an INFJ. Codependency does exist. I mean, I'm not sure what it looks like. If it's a thing that needs a label like that as a kind of a problem, then it needs to be demonstrably something like bad or harmful, right?
Maybe I was codependent on my parents when I was living at home with them.
No, you were just dependent on them.
Yeah, I was dependent.
Codependency is something that happens in romantic relationships.
Oh.
It doesn't happen really in other, maybe in friendships, but it's not a
Probably
parent-child thing, I don't think, usually. But I'm not really sure what it means. I'm not sure. I could look into it a little bit and see if it actually has a good meaning or not.
I'll Google it.
Right. See, Bob UFO says what I tend to think. Codependency is just the traditional definition of marriage. Get her done. Alberta is here. Why are you a moderator? I must have forgotten to remove you as a moderator. I'm sure.
I did it because he was in the chat when I last chatted, and he was like, "Oh, I would have definitely."
Oh, if you did it, I'll put him back as moderator.
No. I told him, I was like, Eric may unmod you.
No, if you moderated him, I didn't know. I assumed I moderated him and forgot to unmoderate him. If you moderated him, then I will put him back as a moderator right now.
You honestly don't have to. I told him straight up that you would probably unmod him.
No, because I never would unmod somebody that you moderated. You made no moderator.
Well, he was just.
You're management, remember? Stop being like that guy in that show.
What show?
The Office.
Oh, yeah.
The Michael Scott episode when he thinks he needs his own lawyer, but he doesn't get that he's management.
Yeah, that's so funny. We were talking about that Solid Fit Shield and us. I told him how, like, we got to season 2, and when Michael, like, invited 2 women to the same event, and he had to deal with it, you were like, "No, I can't watch this anymore." You're like,
what movie? What was it?
The Office.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was too cringe.
It was too difficult for me to watch.
Yeah.
But I do think that scene is a good scene as a reference for.
Yeah, it
what I'm
is.
talking about.
It is very funny.
Yeah, and it's what you tend to do with our YouTube channel is you forget that you're management.
When we were in Arcadia, you would tell me that all the time.
Would I?
Yeah.
What, that you're management?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously. Like, we are as tied together as 2 people can possibly be. Not only are we legally married, we're just, we're both, I think it's taken us a long time to understand this too, that, or me maybe, that like, we're both actually like super in love with each other. Even though, and that it's a super joyful reality. but it's taken us a long time to relax. You know, it's taken us a really long time to relax.
I mean, it took a full year of living here for me to actually feel like, okay, it's our place.
I still talk about they did this and they did that to the house. You know, like, oh yeah, they did this stuff over here. I think they put this thing in. Usually talking about the last people.
Yeah.
Like I don't like that shelf above the washer and dryer because it extends over the
Oh.
it extends over the laundry sink.
You can hit yours. Oh yeah.
And that's not a good. It's just fundamentally bad TE, right? But nevertheless, I'm convinced the ESTJ did it. Same thing, same reason my dad, TE Dom, had a house where doors bang into each other, and bought and have a folding laundry thing that you can't use anymore because he has front loading washer and dryer. Now, you know, it's like that kind of bad TE is not beyond the capacity of an ESTJ. Obviously, a total lack of intuition is its own form of bad TE. Like, why in the world did my dad think we needed all those decks?
Which like broke your mom's heart too when it.
Yeah, when he killed the maple tree.
But he did it because he wanted the deck, right?
Yeah, and basically, the contractors wanted the job, so they were kind of semi-fibbing that maybe they could get around and have the tree still live, you know. And my mom bought the notion that there's a decent chance it might live. They're going to do everything they can to keep it from dying. But the reality was, I think all those contractors knew there's no way we can do all this work here, digging into this area right here, right next to the tree, without killing it, you know? They ended up like, I don't know, there was some kind of conversation after the fact where they ended up giving us back some money or something. But you know, that didn't matter at all, right? To my mom.
No.
Or me. I hated the new house from the moment it was done. It was just like, this is not a better house. It's uglier. The backyard's been destroyed. I mean, I liked the back house actually. I thought the back house
It was smart.
was the best room in the house, really.
Yeah.
That house was so terrible compared to this house, right?
Yeah.
This house makes you really feel how terrible that house was. To me, it's just like.
Well, yeah, the toilet's always clogging, and
You're probably less aware of the delightfully good TE of this house than I am because of your polarness.
yeah.
That is one example of the good TE. One of many, many examples. And there are many examples of bad TE at that old house.
It's true.
There's a stinky house. What do you think about it, Tiffany? Oh, I thought I was
Oh, codependency. Okay. Characteristics of codependency: self-sacrifice. Codependents may ignore their own needs to please others. Low self-esteem. Codependents may have unhealthy need for approval from others. Difficulty setting boundaries. Codependents have trouble distinguishing their own identity from their partners. Enabling behavior. Codependents may cover up their partner's problems or shield them from consequences. Codependency as a learned behavior. Codependency can be learned from dysfunctional families. It can be passed down from one generation to another. It can develop later in life. Codependency in relationships. Codependent relationships can be one-sided, emotionally destructive, or abusive. Codependents may end other friendships to maintain their partner's approval. So, like, Portia de Rossi turned down working on any more Arrested Developments because she's in a codependent relationship with Ellen. I forget what led to the codependency talk. Gee, some labels are helpful. I mean, don't you think that typology labels are helpful? Like someone who's in a codependent relationship could read that and be like, holy shit, I do those things. I mean, I do some of those things. I'm definitely a people pleaser. Like, and I'm bad with boundaries. But it's not a, like...
Who's bad at boundaries?
I think I am.
No, you're not.
Really?
You're not bad at boundaries with me.
No,
But of course, that's because I'm constantly checking, like I hopefully am not unresponsive to your expressed concerns. Whereas I think a lot of people, you probably have to be more of a squeaky wheel than you ever are to be heard.
Yeah, I didn't even express concerns at all.
You just couldn't be heard,
Yeah, well, with the BPD dude, I expressed like this, I don't tolerate this, but
I don't talk about people. Just like you're mad at some of my exes.
fuck him. He's the worst ever.
I hate that guy so much.
I hate him too.
I wish he would die.
I think he will.
Well, he will eventually.
I don't know. I think of something. He's so gross.
Well, neither of us could help it. We went through our experiences.
Yeah.
We went through and we did the best that we could at the time, I suppose, and it wasn't
Yeah, we
good
did.
enough,
Well,
Wasn't good enough.
fuck him. He didn't want help. He wasn't looking for
No,
help.
no, no. I'm saying you did a better job than me. We did the best we could at the time. Well, actually, you didn't necessarily pull the trigger on getting out of that relationship.
He did. I did. I tried to break up with him multiple times, but the whole borderline personality is like that. I hate. Like, don't leave me.
I hate you, don't leave.
Yeah.
Right.
So anytime I would leave, he would grovel.
That's so weird. Like, Kimberly didn't grovel. She did try to pull some like last minute 180s and all of a sudden be like, hey, I'm interested in you sexually. And she'd be like, it's too late for that, bitch.
Yeah.
It is too late for that.
Yeah. Yeah, that stuff happened to me too. He would go into a rage, and then like I would cry, and he'd be like, "Oh, why are you crying?"
I'm sorry that shit happened.
Well, I'm sorry that Kimberly happened to you, but it gives, it was a learning lesson for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, I don't know either. But it's when I say it takes us a long time to relax, I mean with each other, really.
Yeah.
Especially you, right? Because your whole being is committed to caution, and so accordingly, you're very cautious.
I am. I am a very cautious person.
I don't remember what that links to, but
see, I think it links more to tri-type than it does to.
No, I mean I don't remember what topic.
Oh, I don't know either. I don't know how codependency.
I don't know how it came up.
We're
So
definitely.
what is the definition of codependency? I heard you
Here.
started to read it, but I didn't hear the
Okay,
specifics. What's
so
the
there's
gist of it?
characteristics are self-sacrifice. Codependents may ignore their own needs to please others. Low self-esteem. See, sometimes I do that. Sometimes I do ignore my own needs, but I don't know what I need.
Can you cite any examples of this?
No, see, I don't know what I need.
No, but I'm saying, are you sacrificing your own needs to help others? I can't think of a single example of it. Can you?
No, to please others.
Sacrifice yourself to please others?
Yeah.
I think probably every time in your life you've done that, I've probably heard about it because you resented it so much, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Probably. Yeah.
by and large, though, you do not sacrifice of yourself at all, really.
I don't feel the need
You
to.
shouldn't have to. There's no reason to sacrifice of yourself. Why do we need to sacrifice? Just like we don't need to compromise because we're both on the same page about
I
everything.
know. Okay. So anyway, self-sacrifice. Codependents may ignore their own needs to please others. Low self-esteem. Codependents may have an unhealthy need for approval from others. Difficulty setting boundaries. Codependents may have trouble distinguishing their own identity from their partners. Enabling behaviors. Codependents may cover up their partner's problems or shield them from consequences. Codependency as a learned behavior. Codependency can be learned from dysfunctional families. It can be passed down from one generation to another. It can develop in later in life. Codependency in relationships. Codependent relationships can be one-sided, emotionally destructive, or abusive. Codependents may end
It's not anything.
friendships to maintain their partner's approval. And that's what I was saying, that Portia de Rossi is in a codependent relationship with Ellen.
I don't think this is a real term. Like the things that are described as codependent behaviors are really like BPD relationships or something else. Because look at this. Codependency was a term coined by Alcoholics Anonymous in the 1950s to explain Alcoholics Anonymous stuff. It's not a real thing.
Okay, so G, you got me on this one. Because I was saying that, like, it's not bad to label things. Like, I don't think it's bad to label narcissists, histrionics, and...
Well, those are real labels.
Yeah.
But this isn't. Codependent isn't. It includes a lot of that kind of stuff. It was coined in the context of alcoholics explaining their toxic relationships and stuff and other stuff, and explaining their challenges. And so it would be a term that nowadays would probably be just toxic.
Yeah.
So
okay, then I amend my...
were you fighting in defense of codependency? I didn't.
Yeah, I was. I was like, what's your problem with labels, G? Like, sometimes you need them. And one of the labels is MBTI. And honestly, MBTI typology really helps me.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's because it's correct. But the thing about codependency, the reason I never really was sure, but I suspected it wasn't much of a term because the problem with the idea of codependency is you and I are very codependent, and that's a good thing, right? It means we have a loving, happy relationship.
I think so, but my fucking family, like, I was like, go get a job and make your own money because
they're horrible fucks.
Yeah.
And that's the only answer. That's the only way to finish that sentence. I'm sorry your family is horrible fucks.
It sucks because the La Pelosa side, like my grandma La Pelosa and my Aunt Mildred, like would have loved you and you would have loved them. They were such like good-hearted people.
You know, it isn't bad for her to get a job and make money if she wants to. It's also not bad for her not to get a job and make money.
Yeah, because
what her relative should have said to her is, "Are you happy with this status quo?"
Yeah.
And she would say yes, and then they could just keep their thoughts to themselves. People who are codependent may be psychologically predisposed to care for others. They might also be affected psychologically by negative life experiences, such as growing up with parents who fought a lot, or being the victim of neglect or emotional abuse. So BPD, right? The last one, those kids turn out to be BPD. There's a term that sweeps in a lot of different shit, right? But doesn't actually mean anything specific.
I know, but then I question myself. Like when people like give me unsolicited advice, like I think to myself, I'm like, am I being dumb for like not making my own money? Like
Okay, SB Uni, were you the one saying like one of them was just emotionally venting all the time and the father wasn't a good leader or something like that? Your mom's probably BPD.
did you hear about uh Caroline's brother? Were you
No.
there? Oh my god.
What happened?
BPD wife, her brother has
BPD wife, yeah.
wife. I'm in shock. It's just crazy. She literally cheated on him and had a baby with that person that she cheated on. Like out of wedlock? Is that
I mean, did she have the baby pretending it was her husband's baby?
no? She straight up was like, "I had sex with another guy. Like I'm having this baby."
Why didn't she try to say that he had impregnated her?
I don't know. We have to talk to her about
I
that.
mean, if she's so evil as to cheat and do this stuff, why is she suddenly taking that approach? Or did she want to? Because she wanted to be with that guy. She wanted to live with that guy.
She wants her cake and
She wants to keep her husband and them together
Yes.
raise this baby.
like something like that. Just
That's
really,
completely insane.
yeah, it's insane.
What a complete cunt.
It reminded me a lot of Liz.
Yeah.
Codependency can come in all different shapes and sizes with varying severity levels. It can also develop in sorts of relations, says Dr. Mayfield. It can exist in parent, child, partner.
Okay. Unless it's defined by some specific kind of toxicity, and there's some mechanism by which that toxicity occurs that's distinct from, say, BPD or something, then it's just an all-encompassing term that generally means fucked up relationship.
Toxic relationship, yeah. Yeah, it's true. My family, there are, hundreds of miles away. But I question myself when I hear like YouTubes of like trad wives, like suggested YouTubes to me about trad wives who like depended on their husbands for everything, and then their husband, left, and they were like, make sure that you have your own money.
Rachel, I am never gonna leave you. Obviously. Like, just think for 1 second. Neither of us could be okay without the other one. Right? I mean, I don't know anybody who loves their wife more than I love my wife.
I know, and I love you so much too.
Thank you, darling.
Of course.
It is literally inconceivable to me that anything could happen to us that would cause us to split up. It's inconceivable. Like, I know I might have irrational jealousy sometimes, but I can't conceive of either of us cheating, and I can't conceive of anything changing the way things have been for the last 5 years.
I know, yeah.
We've been perfectly happy together for the entirety of our duration together,
Yeah.
and fight less than anybody ever. Although the neighbors seem to get along great.
They do too, yeah.
Yeah. It's nice to have another healthy, happy couple to hang out with, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's being weird.
And it's cool too, because like if Jared is an ESTP, right? She's an NE-Dom. He's an ESTP, so like he's like like I relate to some of the things that he.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted here because I just want to make sure you're aware of the helpful point that Winston's mom makes.
What?
She assures you that even if something does happen, you're still a cock magnet.
Well, thank you. That's. I don't think of myself like that.
Well, she didn't use that term, but that's what I'm saying, you know. That's my
Well, thank
interpretation.
you.
What she says there is actually that you have a college degree and can speak and dress well. I guess that doesn't mean you're a cock magnet. I just got the dressed part, and I just assumed that's where she was going with that. No, she's saying you could get a job if we get divorced.
Oh.
Sorry, Winston's mom. I misinterpreted that.
I don't want to work a 9 to 5.
Well, we're not gonna get divorced, so don't worry about it.
Well, Eric actually, gives me the life that I needed for myself. I don't like. Yeah, my dad worries about that, about like what would happen with me. If something happened to Eric. Thanks, Diamond. I appreciate that. I feel very lucky and I'm very grateful. We'll see, Espioni, if your mom is BPD. We're just toxic. There's differences. No, not really. I mean, no, not really. Not realizing on their own, no. Cool, Espioni. I'm glad that you found us through a Solid Fit Shield. That's cool. So, what do you think? Does someone who has BPD ever realize it on their own? I said no.
No, but that doesn't mean that nobody can ever quite get over it. I don't know if your mom's BPD, but probably. I can't diagnose somebody just on you saying general statements about how they interacted. But usually, if somebody's dumping emotionally all the time, that's a very BPD-ish behavior. Kimberly didn't do that.
Harris didn't do that.
But Liz does.
She does.
Liz is a classic emotional dumper.
Yeah, but that's her FI.
So I guess it just goes to show you BPD expresses
Expresses
differently through different functions.
But she's fucking physical too. It's just bad.
Yeah, she's a bad apple.
Those poor kids.
Yeah. Oh, they don't want to realize it. You can tell them directly and provide as much evidence as you want. Yes. They will fight it to the end of the earth.
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say before to everyone, is that anyone in the dark triad does not want help, and if they want help, they have to come to terms with a lot of stuff.
SB, I want to see your artwork. I right away liked you. You came in right away with something smart. I don't remember what it was, but you're a gem. I'm just gonna say it. You're a gem from the UK. That's a British gem. Well, your dad is unable to take action to get himself out of a bad relationship, probably. Like my friend Corey, who's been married to this horrible bitch forever,
Yeah,
and
but
you know,
Because she, like, will have you cling to the. I know as an INFJ, you cling to like the good parts.
look, the thing is, it took me 2.5 years to get out of my relationship with Kimberly, which was very toxic.
That is so long.
And I was as now I was living my life on the YouTube channel. Half of the community was on her side, and I'm
Yeah.
sure that there was a large amount of people who would have said it's somewhat Eric's fault and somewhat Kimberly's fault. And it's he said, she said. It's never one person takes two to tango.
I never thought
That's
that.
not the truth at all. It was always all Kimberly because I'm a good relationship partner and she's fundamentally toxic.
I know, like, Pretty Cat, like, my dad really worries.
You're also getting an inheritance at some point. It's like
Yeah.
of all the people in the world who have who don't have who it's like you've got plenty of coverage here. You're one of the most covered persons in the world.
I don't know why my dad.
Because he worries about you and he loves you and he's an INFP. It's like what was the problem in Rachel's parents' relationship? It was kind of like you, SB Uni. Mom was a cunt, dad was weak.
Yeah.
And never left. And then surprise, now I'm gonna leave you. I the cunt am gonna leave you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of times it's simply a matter of people don't get out of relationships and then continue to not get out of it until eventually they've been in it for years,
I know he's not in the wrong to worry. I know it's realistic.
I mean, my point is compare against the alternative, not the ideal. Right?
Yeah.
In an ideal world, you'd have infinite amounts of ways that you're going to be okay. But only an ESTJ thinks that you should therefore compile infinite ways. How do they even start? I mean, well, no.
My dad
Rachel's
would do
inheritance is
that.
going to be there. He does what does he teach?
He teaches accounting.
He teaches accounting and he's got a trust set up and everything.
Yeah.
So it's
He says
not.
my mom probably does too.
And her mom probably does too.
But I'm always skeptical of that because I'm like.
But yeah, who knows what your mom's gonna do? She's
I
a cunt.
know.
But I trust your dad to follow through on what he
Yeah,
says
I
you're
trust
gonna
my
do
dad
there.
too because he wants me to have a good life.
And because your dad's actually good at that kind of stuff. When I once wanted to challenge him on something, and I realized that after he started talking, oh, this is Dunning Kruger on my part. I do not know what I'm talking about. He was talking about, I think it was trust that we were talking about, and I was coming in with this is bad, blah blah blah, without really understanding, and he schooled me on the subject, and I realized, and I told him, I said, my bad. You know what? I don't know what I'm talking about, obviously. I'm sorry for bothering you. Something like that, I don't know about all these different trusts, formulations and stuff. And Like your dad obviously is
Wow.
very knowledgeable about it.
Yeah. That's the TE fourth, right?
Well, it's an example of TE fourth reaching high, you know?
Yeah. Thanks, Diamond. I always thought my dad was cool. Like, I didn't like how my mom would talk shit about him. Like, I understood, like, that they were, like, so opposite.
How do these bad relationships even start? Well, like in my instance, I can understand it more because I'm
Okay.
bipolar. In other words, I don't know what my own feelings are very well. And I don't think that feelings matter at all. So I knew I didn't like my first wife before I married her. But I married her anyway, figuring that's not very important. No, Putty Cat, toxicity is not difference. We can clearly distinguish toxic stuff from non-toxic stuff. Like Rachel and I have no toxicity between us. We might make mistakes occasionally, but we're not toxic at all. Toxicity is a failure to manage the some small matter that needs to be communicated about, right? Like, oh, we're not in full agreement about something. That we need to be in agreement about. Let's talk it out. A toxic relationship can't do that. The one person who's toxic usually one of them who's toxic, is constitutionally compelled to behave in ways that are destructive to the other person in the relationship, while concurrently not wanting to end the relationship. I mean, I have got 2 divorces, and neither of them were any problem at all. It's not a big deal. People think like, oh, you're gonna get taken to the cleaners if you get divorced. No, you won't. I mean, I didn't. I didn't give either of my wives a goddamn thing. My dad did, for some reason, but I didn't. Like hell, I'm gonna give my ex-wife some money. It wasn't my fault we got divorced. Well, I didn't have any child support to pay because my first wife, I wanted full custody of the child, but I managed to get legally, officially 50-50 custody. Unofficially, I'd have her much more than 50% of the time. But I was not interested in her raising my child. I didn't really want her around at all. But obviously, I wasn't going to keep my daughter from her mother. Fortunately for me, she wasn't interested in being a mother very much, so I didn't have to see a lot of her. There was no way in a goddamn hell in a million years I was going to let that woman have custody. And that was one thing that was dead certain. My daughter's not going anywhere. What strain, type, and percentage are you sipping on, Eric? This is, I think this is the Super Skunk. I'm pretty sure it's the Super Skunk. It's not Northern Lights. It's not Jack Herrera. It's not Cherry Pie. It's not Gorilla Glue. It's got to be this Super Skunk. This is Super Skunk. I don't know what the percentages are because it's like you're screwed in the backyard. Those are the strains I grew. Cherry Pie, Gorilla Glue number 4, Super Skunk, Northern Lights, and Jack Herrera. Hi, the computer gamer. Are you gaming on your computer right now? Or are you using it to compute? Did I co-raise Delilah? I mean, for the first between she left when Delilah was still 2. And from then until she was 8 or 9 or something, Melinda didn't see Delilah that often, She'd just see her on the weekends, usually for just one day, and sometimes she'd not even do that, Plenty of times she'd not even do that. So, and I was perfectly satisfied with that. I think Delilah was sad a little bit by that, but I personally was happy about it. Then later on, Melinda got this new guy named Ray, and he had some unquenchable passion to be a stepfather, I guess, and really made her say okay, I want my time with Delilah, because I guess he said to her, why aren't you taking your time with your child, etc. Anyway, and then the ridiculous thing is when oh yeah, well, SB Uni, she just wasn't ready to settle down. She still wanted to party, But she just wasn't she was a good mother for as long as she was breastfeeding, which was about 2 weeks to a month at most. And as soon as she stopped breastfeeding, it's like she lost interest in the child, and it was just this irritant. Remember the OG cat piss? I don't think I've ever had OG cat piss. Is that a strain? I've had penis envy mushrooms. I've also had a really good kind of mushrooms called ghost PE. The PE stood for penis envy. I prefer to think it stands for physical education. I don't know. Delilah, nowadays, hilariously, she gets money from her mother periodically, which she refers to as reparations. Note, she doesn't need it. Many spouses use the kids to get back at each other. Well, nobody's going to get back at me in an unfair way, because I'm always going to be doing things correctly, justly, and fairly. So there's never going to be an escalation of wrongness. They're not going to get anywhere, because no lawyer in the world, any lawyer who cares about winning, does not want to take on me as the opposition. If they care only about billable hours, well, then maybe they want to work with my ex-wife. But she's going to be paying those lawyer bills, not me. I mean, she's if the lawyer is expecting to work on a contingency thing where they're going to get a cut of what their client receives, well, they're not going to get anything, because they're dealing with me. And the reason why my wives didn't get any money is because they didn't deserve any money and shouldn't have gotten any. And therefore, there was no way in hell they were going to get a dime out of me. Because if it went to court, I'd bury them. I'd completely fucking bury them. I'd bury them and their lawyer and their lawyer's lawyer. Because I'm correct. Yes, I've got the skills to pay the bills, but the reason those skills only work when I'm correct. If I had been incorrect, if in fact they had deserved something, then that would have given them something. These Hawaiian push over double infused 60% pre rolls, a little expensive. 5.5, three of them for $42. That's a little expensive for a gram and a half, I'd say. Yeah. I'd say that's a lot expensive for a gram and a half. A total gram and a half? Is that, or am I doing the math wrong or something? 5 times 0.5, 2.5 grams. Okay, well, still a little pricey. Not as bad as 1.5 grams. Where are my chickens? That's an excellent question. Yeah. Ja. A gram and a half of weed or concentrate? Oh no, those they were weed joints, right? Like infused joints or something. Yeah, that's too much for that. Are you talking Canadian dollars? If you're talking Canadian dollars, I'm not sure. I don't know how much American dollars that is. How many Canada dollars equals 1 American dollar? It costs exactly, yeah. You give the vibe of a great girl dad. How would you have been with a boy? I think it would have been a great boy dad too.
Yeah.
And, despite my failings, I do think I was, well, I mean, there's plenty of things I regret, but Delilah and I have a wonderful relationship, and she doesn't think she deserves reparations for me, So, but the older I've gotten, the better father I've become. But I never was anything but madly in love with her as my child, And I don't know, I'm not sure I was a great girl dad because, like, I would try to be like, Delilah, you don't need any of these. Like, I remember telling her one time, explaining to her that she didn't need any of these fancy shampoos and conditioners. And in fact, there's a little video about it, a song thing I made about us going to the store. And it has pictures of her looking at different shampoos. And I'm singing about how I had said that she didn't need those various shampoos, and she says, "You don't have girl hair, Dad," or something like that. "You don't know anything. Get away." So she didn't listen to my attempts to de-girlify her at all. I explained to her when she was little that there's no reason to be putting on any makeup. She did not listen to me at all. She's super girly right from the outset. She liked all girly things, like My Little Pony. She'd get mad when I'd mess with the song. I'd sing, "It's my little pony, it's skinny and bony, it eats rice-a-roni, it's fake and it's phony." And she'd get upset at me for changing the words.
She's a strong girl.
Dad, no, I don't like that.
I could totally picture her voice too, because that's what she does now. Like, when we were live streaming, I think yesterday, or no, Valentine's, and you called her, she was like, "No, Dad."
Right. She also has another variant, which is basically just talk to the hand. You know what? I will talk to you when you're not upset.
Smart. It's very much like your mom.
My mom was a 9. Delilah's a 1.
1.
Yeah.
Is your mom and I the same tri-type? 4, 4, 6, 9?
Well, you have the same 3 numbers. I'm
Yeah,
not sure if they're in the
maybe.
same order.
Yeah.
They may or may not be in the same order, but you have the same 3 numbers. Maybe that's why I like you so much. Maybe I wanted to marry my mom. Maybe I got a
that's why
bit.
she likes
me though.
Oedipus complex going on.
But maybe that's why she liked me so much.
Maybe
You know,
because
like she saw herself.
yeah, maybe you guys were just could tell you were tri-type buddies deep down.
Yeah.
I do have a very independent daughter in some regards. Like, yes, she's completely independent, but that's because she doesn't have to do anything to be independent. she's just she's just frugal as best she can be, and I don't think she spends very much money, but she doesn't have to make money, right? So, and I'm gonna get a job pretty soon. I really feel like I might go in there even tomorrow and just say, hi, my name's Erica. I'd like to leave my name and number to work here as indicated by the sign outside here. And I want to work at the boot jack market. And sure, we need to start running a positive cash flow. So that's one reason to get a job. But I'm just excited to like get back to regular life again because I really feel like just recently, like I don't know exactly when, but I crossed the threshold of like experiencing the negative impacts of all the change, you know, starting with my dad's death, all the movie and all that stuff. I've been through that time period in some way, you know, traumatized. This is so annoying. Why are you designed like this? Oh, it's not a grocery store. It's the boot jack market. The grocery store is too far away. I don't want to work that far away if I can avoid it. Boot jack market's perfect. It's still far away. It's still like 25 minutes to 20 minutes to get there. But it's a little closer than town. And besides, and then, you know, it's like if I don't go past boot jack, it's like I never really left our little area here, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I totally have that same mentality.
Even though boot jack's quite a ways away, it's
Yeah.
kind of strange to think of it as part of it's like the far end of our area, though.
Yeah, it's the beginning almost.
Yeah, well, it's the beginning where Dar comes off of the highway, and then Dar goes all the way back until it turns into our road, until it turns into Scott, which comes all the way back to where we are. So we're at opposite ends of one very long road.
Mm-hmm.
Boot jack and us. Boot jack. Boot jack is the name of a place, and the boot jack market is the market at boot jack. It sells bumper stickers that say, "Where the hell is boot jack?" Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Winston's mom. That's good in either. The fog is lifted. I wouldn't even say it's lifting. I'd say it's lifted. I feel like the main reason I feel this way is because I didn't really understand how like depressed / PTSD I was until recently when I feel like normal again. I'm like, oh, I was really in a weird place, I guess. What is that? A vape? You ask? I am not your daddy. And you would not cure my depression. My depression's done. This is a bong, and this is a torch. Because it's easier to pull bong rips, because I don't want it to get clogged. It makes it less cloggy. No, Rachel's not going to shop there when I'm working because we have one car and she doesn't drive.
Yeah, I haven't driven since we met.
Yeah.
I don't know how to drive stick.
Okay, Harvey. That's enough. I'm gonna remove that one.
Yeah.
If you continue any further, I will time you out. Um, you think that's what somebody's gonna say? I'm not. I don't think they're hiring for the cashier position right now.
No.
They're hiring for deli or stalker. So I'll do whatever. It doesn't matter to me. Well, just give me a chance to. Okay, that's strike 3. I'm skipping strike 2. Well, there are some cool boomers out there too, schizoid, for you. What's the percentage of women that can drive a stick? I don't know. Rachel can't.
No.
We have a stick shift.
I think people. I don't even think just women.
Yeah, I don't think it's usually. I don't think a lot of dads teach their kids how to drive stick anymore, like my dad did. You know, he oh God, learning to drive stick shift with my dad involved us being in Mammoth and going to these steep hills and me having to demonstrate over and over again until I got it right that I could successfully start from a stop on a hill without going backwards at all and without revving it too much. But of course, I learned to drive well, but I don't think that has anything to do with my dad teaching me. I just think I naturally found driving very easy once I got the gist of it, you know. It's not, I don't think anybody finds it especially difficult. But I would not get a stick shift again. I'm not going to get another one. It's just, why do I want to inconvenience one of my hands that much? And it often needs to be holding a drink. And now all of a sudden, oh, now I got a shift. It's just dumb. I learned how to drive stick first. You didn't have a choice. Yeah, I guess I learned. Did I learn stick first? I don't know. We had an automatic as well. My mom didn't drive stick. She could, but she didn't. I think she could. Pretty sure she could.
Well, like cars weren't automatic for a long time.
Oh yeah, she probably learned back in the day.
I'm reading Met James Murphy from LCD Sound System stuff because I would be devastated. But he seems to be really, really nice. Actually, really, really nice. Have you seen this song?
That's cool. The full extent of his complaining about his fame, I'm sure, is summed up in that song. People coming up to me expecting words.
Happens all the time.
Yeah.
The present company excluded.
Because he's got to be polite, you know.
Yeah. But they all say that he is.
How genius is the line, for example, leave us on our own? What he really wants to say is leave us alone. But that's way too harsh. If he says leave us on our own, it's as though you're abandoning us.
Yeah.
Right? How brilliant is that?
Yeah.
Driving stick should be mandatory. Everything else is easy. So we should force people to buy stick shifts. Let's have the federal government legislate that everybody must buy stick shifts from now on. And then only after they've bought and driven a stick shift for at least 5 years, then they can get an automatic. If I saw James Murphy, I'd be like, oh my God, I am coming up to you expecting words.
Oh my god, I think you would probably love that. He seems like a nice guy.
You were writing that song.
Or like the line about like how people think that he's still in like the phone book or something. That he still like has a listed address.
I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah, there's a line that's about like
I got it. Unfortunately, people proved to be not as cool as the people I was hanging out with in general.
yeah.
Well, if you get a certain level of fame, you're gonna have some random people coming around to you periodically. Like I've already had a random person that I did not invite come to the house in Laverne.
That's
You know,
scary.
show up at the door. Brittany, she was crazy. Oh, just to learn it. So okay, well, so all you're really advocating for then is an additional DMV requirement that they have to demonstrate competency in stick shift in order to get a driver's license. I mean, I don't, I don't think that should be a rule change, but it's the sort of thing that sometimes the DMV requires, I guess. You know, they require these various things to get your motorcycle license. I have my motorcycle license. The nice thing is you only have to do it once and you have your motorcycle license forever, but Robert Ballou, will you stop being gross? Nobody wants to hear about your foreskin. The envy is horrible. Well, Buddy Cat, I don't know if you were here when I was discussing this earlier. The thing to ask about your car registration is this. Because when I get my car registered, I get a sticker for the back of my car. It's a nice shiny sticker. And I get a piece of paper that I put in my glove compartment. Now, let's say I pay, I don't know, $280 for that. I'm asking myself, if this product were offered in the free market, how much would I pay for it? Let's see, what do I get? I get a shiny sticker and a little piece of paper that's got some words printed on it. I would say I would pay generously. I'm going to say $1. Okay. Or you know what? I'm going to be super generous. I'm in a wild spendy mood. I'm enamored of this shiny sticker. The paper comes with it, presumably. I don't think I'd pay anything for the paper, but let's be super generous. I'm being crazy. I would spend at most $10 for that shiny sticker.
Oh, speaking of like stickers, those strawberry chainsaw stickers that we got from Johnny, I found them. They're in the glove compartment.
I don't remember getting them. Didn't know we had lost them. Glad to hear you found them. Well, Robert Bloop, that'll happen sometimes.
So the lyric I'm talking about is in New York, I love you, but you're bringing me down. And it's like, and oh, take me off your mailing list for kids who think it still exists. Yes, for those who think it still exists.
What do you think? What does that have to do with having a listed address? Mailing list means like you go to somebody's show and you sign up for their mailing list. Nowadays, they'll send you emails and stuff.
I don't know.
It has nothing to do with a listed address or not. He's a commentary on the idea of mailing lists, of community. Like, no more do you go to shows in the band, write down on pad of paper your email address to get on their mailing list. What he's saying, take me off your mailing list.
New York.
Right. So it's like, don't send me any more shit about your shows and stuff. It's not like you're unable to send me stuff because I don't have a listed address.
For kids who still think it still exists, yes, for those who think it still exists.
That's referring to New York. Take me off your mailing list because the shit that goes on in your town that I might get a mailer about is no longer authentic. The real New York doesn't exist anymore.
I see.
I don't want to go see this fake New York.
Oh, I see.
Kids nowadays would kill themselves trying to measure their spark plugs even. I mean, I don't think I could find my spark plugs, and I don't know why I would want to measure them. I guess if I were replacing them, but I just take the old spark plugs in. Why would you measure your spark plug? There's some sort of like, like a given car says, spark plugs must be between 4 and 6 inches long. I don't think so. They have just one exact size of spark plug for the car, right? Kids nowadays don't know how a clutch works. No, damn kids. You're not doing things the way I did them in the old days. What's wrong with you? Bunch of sissies. Back in my day, we used to get up in the morning and my dad would punch us in the face 5 times. Kids these days are sissies. How many times did your dad punch you in the face this morning? 0 times. What is wrong with the world?
The deal. Look who knows something that we don't know now. Who's the idiot now?
Who knows something that we don't know?
The deal is always like, I'm a moron.
Oh, if you put in the wrong spark plug you'll damage the pistons. Plus, you need to set the gaps so the fire. Okay.
See?
Yeah.
You know what.
You obviously are much smarter about that than me.
Yeah.
I don't know anything
that's
about
what
it.
I'm talking about. You're not dumb. You're not a moron.
You know what? More importantly, the deal for real. I appreciate your taking to heart the critique of belly aching, and I recognize and acknowledge the change.
I wonder if Cam measures his spark plugs.
Probably he does. I had no idea you had to measure your spark plugs. Schizoid for you is feeling you as well, the deal for real. So who knew? I did not know that. I learn something new every day.
Same. I didn't know that.
And I will share with
I don't even know what.
I'll share with you here another today I learned from before, which I don't think most of you have heard this one. Maybe Diamond and Winston's mom have for sure, probably. But did you know that capybaras can get rides on the back of crocodiles?
Yeah, they're so like chill and don't mess with anyone that they get away with riding on.
They're so diplomatic they can convince crocodiles, or maybe it's alligators, I'm not sure. It's one of the two, but I think it's crocodiles, to let them ride on the back of the crocodile to ride up the river. What smoothies they are.
Yeah, they are.
It's like a species of all INFJs.
It is.
It's like INFJ will meet some random people or go on vacation and he'll, why did you give this random person a ride to? Oh, they were really cool. I just really wanted to chat with them. So you gave a stranger a ride all the way to Meow? You don't get it. That's probably an INFJ who didn't even, who in no obvious way asked for any assistance, but successfully conveyed stuff to them to let them make so you're not sure how you're going to get there yet? I give you a ride. So it's their idea,
Yeah.
That's the smart thing to do.
Definitely done that. Like, I was on the way to see Two Door Cinema Club
Mm-hmm.
by myself. It would have been the first concert that I've ever gone to by myself. And then I hear these kids on the train and they're playing Two Door Cinema Club. I'm like, oh, cool. Like,
Are
we're
you
going
going
to
to
the
the
same show.
Are you going to the show?
Yeah.
Is that what you
And
said
then
about?
all of a sudden I had a group of people who got me up close to like the stage and
INFJ magic.
yeah.
Of course, also it doesn't hurt to be a hot chick.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not the koala. It's not a koala. It's a capybara. Koalas don't even live. The koalas, they don't move around a lot. They just want to stay in that tree they eat.
Yeah, we're not. I wouldn't say that we're like. I'm hippie like, I guess, but I care too much about aesthetics to be a hippie.
No, this guy's just trying to be insulting. Don't pay attention to him. I will remove that unpleasantness from your field of vision. No, Chris, no.
I'm trying to think if I've ever gotten free stuff.
Well, there you go, schizoid for you. Except the difference is, I don't know about capybaras either. I just know that one fact about them. And it is a fact. I looked it up, and indeed it is. But some kid who's into capybaras came to the stream and shared this information with me, and I was stunned, shocked, and amazed to discover that it is true.
Yeah. And
how do they do it?
And Diamond, maybe the capybara is your spirit animal.
What is their trick? I mean, that's so crazy. They have like hypnotizing eyes or something? Oh, you're talking about the capybaras. Okay, well, that's fine then, rational morality. My bad.
Oh, that capybaras are like hippies. You're right.
Oh, right. It was. Right, yeah.
Frank James is always talking about how people come up to him and just have like spill their guts. I don't really have that.
I got to witness your inability to get off the phone and have when somebody's spilling their guts at you endlessly with that horrible friend you had.
Oh, Jen. And that guy at CBS, remember he was talking to me about like his son who just had a heart attack and stuff.
When we last time went to CBS?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about him?
Just that it was a random person coming up to me and chatting.
Oh yeah. Right. I was trying to not pay attention to that conversation.
You're better at that than I am.
I was like, oh God, I don't want to listen to this guy. I'm gonna go over here. The thing is, people think that INFJs are wonderful because they like to listen to that stuff. They don't like it any more than anybody else does. They just don't show it to you.
No. And he really like. Do they die in mind? I don't have it happen very often to me.
Well, we don't have a lot of opportunities for that to happen.
That's true.
You know, if we were more active in the world and you encountered more people to make as acquaintances and then maybe like minor sort of friends, etc., then we'd have more opportunity for that to occur.
That happens to Frank James a lot. He like always brings it up.
It must not taste very good. That's a great joke. The deal for real. That is a great joke.
He must not taste very good. That is very funny.
Very clever joke.
It could be your vibe. Your vibe. You have an open vibe, warm vibe.
What do you think my vibe is? Why do you think people don't do that to me?
I think you have a very mission-minded way of being in the public. Like, you're there for a reason. You're there to get it done. You're not there to talk. People get that vibe.
Yeah, that's probably true because I generally don't love doing errands.
No. And because you're tall, sure, that helps too. So there was this YouTube that I was watching. I brought this up to the stream before, and it said the person asked the YouTuber, "How do you know if you're attractive?" And the YouTuber said, "It's not from your friends. It's not from your family. It's not from like any loved ones. The way that you find out if you're actually attractive is by how much attention you get from strangers."
I think that's probably correct. But that's assuming that's discounting the vibe thing entirely, right?
Yeah.
It's saying that vibes don't matter.
Because
Indeed, I agree that maybe if you're like so outlierly gorgeous at the very top level that people might look at you and be like, wow. But I don't think even that attractive person is gonna get hit on more, right?
Right.
Because like what counts as attention?
I don't know.
So I don't like that definition.
And I think vibes do have to do something with it, because like when we would go out to the bar, me, Samantha, and Alana, guys were always hitting on Alana and never on me, and
Which because Alana was a slut.
Eric,
they do in streams, but you tell them it's depressing. You're right. I don't want anybody to. I don't mind people. Like what that old man was telling Rachel wasn't very depressing. I didn't think.
Well,
was it?
It was like
What I heard was him complaining about CBS.
He was complaining about CBS and how it was the shortest line that he had been on.
Which I thought was wonderful.
And then...
I love to hear his complaints about CBS.
Me too.
That's all I remember of him saying.
He somehow got onto the topic of how his son, who was completely physically fit, suffered from a heart attack, and his wife kind of saved the son's life by being like, "You're having a heart attack," and he had to go to the hospital for a while, and I was just like, I was ready for him to be like, and he didn't make it, and then I was like, oh my god, but I was like, oh, thank the Lord, like, he's okay. And like, I remember us talking about how, see, it does, like, you could be totally like, do everything right, according to health nuts, and still get a heart attack.
It's mostly genetics. All that kind of stuff.
I have to be careful with that because my dad suffered heart attacks. He has a weak heart.
Well, you don't smoke cigarettes. That's good.
No, I don't.
That's a contributing factor in a lot of heart attacks. Because cigarettes are not as bad for you as the public service announcements would have you believe. One thing that they do is cause high blood pressure or raise your blood pressure.
Oh.
If you have low blood pressure, then it doesn't cause high blood pressure. It just causes, you have naturally kind of on the lower side blood pressure, and it just causes regular blood pressure. But the point is, it raises the blood pressure.
Yeah, I don't smoke cigarettes. Alana would probably, I remember, like, I hated this so much, and this will stick with me forever. On AOL Instant Messenger, I got a random message from someone who's like, your people in your grade have been ranked from 1 to 100, and you got...
Oh, that's so awful.
I know, and they were like, you got number 24. And I was like, oh.
You got 24?
Something like that.
I thought you told me before that you had finished in the middle.
I might have been at 50. I might have finished in the middle.
That's what you told me before.
Okay, so then that, yeah, so then
in
I,
the middle.
yeah, then I finished in the middle, yeah.
Well,
So
those
then, of
people
course,
are
I
obviously
asked,
crazy.
but of course I, like, wanted to know what my other friends got, and Alana got, like, third.
Okay, well, I'm sorry you had that experience.
Thanks. It was terrible. It was terrible.
Like that kind of school shit is like horrible.
It is horrible.
Good reason to get rid of school.
Yeah, it was so mean. Like, I thought Hot or Not was really mean too, but like, yeah, like we ranked the people in your grade, and lucky you were number 50 or something. I don't remember what number I was, and they were like, you should be very happy. Did Alana?
Hey Rachel.
Yeah,
Do you remember who won that contest?
yeah, I do.
I wonder what's going on with her now. Like what does she look like now, and like what her life is like now?
It's a good question. I know she had kids at a young age.
Well, so obviously you are a lot smarter than she is. Because you didn't have any kids.
Thanks.
Not any kids at all.
No.
No kids, no tattoos,
Nope.
no ex-husband.
No.
What? It's so wonderful.
Thank you. Yeah, it was based on looks. I never figured out who it was. But like it stuck with me forever. No, Alana didn't even know about it, and there was no way that I was going to tell Alana that she got third. Hell no. Her ego, she's so vain as it is. Like, there's no way that I was going to boost her ego with that. Like, hell no. Yeah, yeah. I saw The Social Network. I like that movie. I was in college when yeah, being ranked anywhere, not in the top, like anywhere, like it was just not good. I didn't want to know. I wanted to know, but I didn't. It was bad. I was thinking about where other people that I knew were ranked, and it wasn't healthy. But yeah, it is. Mark Zuckerberg used the algorithm of hotornot.com to rank other students at Harvard. Yeah. Really? That's interesting, Winston's mom. How'd that go? One time, I forget where I was. If I was it wasn't at work. Maybe it was. I don't know where I was. They asked you why you always wore black, and I said I was very quiet and aloof. I wear black all the time. Black is a great color. Or shade if we're going to be specific. I forget where I was, and like we had to do something like that too. We had to write something nice about like the co-counselors or something. And I was like, oh, here we go. Like, no one knows anything about me because I'm pretty quiet. So they kept it pretty generic, you know. They thought that I was nice. Oh, black was disco. Not, oh. I see.
You know, I gotta say, I'm gonna, at some point, message Dr. Ingram about the following thing, which is he did a phenomenal job of helping me understand what was going on
He'll like that.
when he said, "You're disappointed in me." Because, of course, I'm bipolar. In my mind, none of this is about my emotions at all.
Right, no.
But, of course, if it wasn't about my emotions, then why didn't I just say, okay, well, so can I have Adderall? I think I should get it, and not be mad at him, right? Well, the answer was because I was disappointed in him because I didn't want to have to do any battle with him.
I know.
And I expected better of him, you know. But
So
the thing
you
is,
truly were
but the thing is, I didn't understand why I was doing what I was doing because of the FI thing.
Right.
And he understood.
And because he's
summed it up.
FI Dom.
And in one sentence, "You're disappointed in me." He made the whole thing clear to me in the aftermath as I thought about it more. At first, I made fun of it after the fact. I said, like, what does that have to do with anything?
I know, and I agreed with you.
But in fact, now it's very clear to me that it has everything to do with it. Because because it shouldn't be that hard for, if it were just something I didn't care about, if I wasn't emotionally invested, I would have prioritized getting the solution. Instead, I prioritized accountability.
Yeah.
Which I knew, in theory at least, could cost me the solution. But, you know, generally, berating people is not a good way to get what you want. But you know me, fuck getting what I want, I'm going to tell you the truth.
Well, it worked.
Yeah, I feel bad. I felt bad since
then do message him, and he'll really respect that.
I'm gonna do that.
He'll really respect that. Because he's not a bad doctor. I don't know. It was weird. And he even admitted that he was going through stuff at the time and didn't handle it, like, handle what you were asking very well.
Yeah.
Which is what I thought. I'm like, oh, he's probably going through something.
He actually had a reasoning that made perfect sense too, which is that Viagra doesn't treat lack of sex drive, which is what I complained about.
Oh.
It treats a lack of ability.
Oh.
So I'll mention that as well. It turned out you had a perfectly good logical reason that I had never considered as even plausible, which was that I didn't consider there was any possible reason that made any sense. But in fact, you had a perfectly good reason. The symptom I complained about was not treated by the drug I wanted to get for it. And I didn't update you when I asked for the drug about additional symptoms that I had encountered, right? So that's you know, my bad. But regardless, I mean, and the meta issues, I can't expect you to operate on the meta issues. Like, I shouldn't need a prescription for this. It's not a reason why I should expect you to give it to me willy-nilly. Because he has professional responsibility. He has professional ethics he's got to uphold, regardless of what's correct in a larger frame of reference, you know? So yeah, I'm going to send him a message. and then I'll feel better.
Good, do it.
'Cause
It'll be
I've
good
been
for both of
feeling
you.
bad about it for every day.
Then
since
then you have to write about it.
yeah.
I knew he was an INFP.
Well, and that's the thing about INFPs and INTPs. They can both demonstrate some damn good NI,
Yeah.
even though it's countervalued. That was NIFI at its finest, right? You're disappointed in me.
That is NI.
That's such a wonderful NI thing, but it's about FI, so
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get it at first.
I know, I didn't either. I didn't either. I was on your side 100%, of course.
Yes, all the things I was saying were true, but that wasn't why we were having that conversation.
I know.
Right? And that's what I didn't understand. I think that the reason I'm having these conversations is because what I'm saying is true. But of course, I've seen true things that were designed to hold him accountable, right? I wasn't saying, and normally I don't go out of my way to hold people accountable if I can just get a solution easy enough. It's like normally a person would have to fight me and actually fight it first before I'd freak out on them, right? Rather than just say, in other words, I'd make more of an effort at resolving the problem without actually getting angry in a normal universe. It seems like. So it must have been the fact that I trust and like him and was disappointed in him.
Yeah.
And now I feel sad. It's good that he's my supervisor type. That gives him an additional insight into me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure, although, I don't know if I don't think he understands me through my frame of reference very well, probably. But I think he understands the parts of me that I don't understand.
Yeah, he does. I don't know how our really INFP and INFJ. I don't know what.
I don't know what you guys are typologically, but I know that you're very good together as patient and doctor.
Yeah, we are.
He listens to you.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly better than most doctors, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And he fixes your problems. So good for him. Yes, awesome, bro. I started taking Viagra because I started taking Wellbutrin. All right? And Wellbutrin has sexual side effects. I stopped taking the Wellbutrin, so I don't need the Viagra anymore. But I still want it because it makes sex better. It's fantastic. I love it. I mean, who wouldn't want Viagra when you have this beautiful wife?
Thank you.
Of course, darling. You know how much I love to
when
help you.
Compliment me.
I recommend it for everybody, regardless of if any. You don't need to have an issue to benefit from that Viagra. It's not you. It's not just you that's benefiting.
So, I've been getting a lot of suggestions from YouTube saying that the rising sign is the most important part of the chart. Me and you, Winston's mom, have the same rising sign.
I'm not worried about anything. The deal for real. Viagra's weak.
How is it weak?
I mean, it's like a weak drug to treat that thing, or what?
Yeah, is that what you mean?
There may be more powerful drugs to do, but
it works
fine. That works.
Yeah, it works
amply
great.
well.
Yeah. No, I don't think.
I don't need. My dick can't get any harder. What do I need? A more powerful. It's already at maximum hardness for as long until the end. So Why do I need to take more than that?
Yeah. I think my dad is a double Libra. I think he's Libra ascendant. I'm a Libra ascendant. My sister's a Libra ascendant, and I believe my dad is a Libra ascendant. Hi from the West Coast, Judy Ivy. Where on the East Coast are you from?
I'm from Indiana. Judy, that's not the East Coast. Judy thinks Indiana is on the East Coast. Judy, you don't know your geography very well.
No, we went to Indiana.
We did. Was it on the East Coast?
No.
No.
Maryland, huh? Right? Maryland? I have family in Maryland. A cousin and second cousins who live there. You're not a moron. You showed Eric right when you're talking about the spark plugs and stuff. I don't know. I don't know where in Maryland. I wish I knew. But I've only been there a few times. It's outside of Baltimore. Like, I don't know. Maybe 45 minutes, an hour out of Baltimore. In the suburbs. And then my cousin Jake went to the University of Maryland. He actually lives in Maryland now too. Now I think about it. I don't know where he is either.
Can you hand me that jar right there?
The what?
The
This?
the empty jar. Well, it's not quite empty. Oh, yeah, basically empty. I'm just gonna put this back in the closet over there.
Okay.
I'm moving stuff a little bit because I'm gonna set up to play football and poker and live stream at the same time.
Cool.
All of those things at the same time. Incorporating football makes it a lot better to multitask because it's on its own screen with its own thing, you know?
Yeah. Astrology Cafe is a good one too. Oh, you're north of Baltimore. I think they're south of Baltimore.
Just north of Baltimore. That's how a Baltimorean says it. Yeah, just north of Baltimore.
Baltimore.
I don't actually know where Baltimore is.
You are smart. The deal.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where they live. I'm sorry, Judy. If I knew, I would definitely say. I think they're south of Baltimore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the deal for real. Are you on your phone or are you on a laptop or like iPad that has a keyboard?
Jenny died.
Oh my god, I watched that in the 5th grade and it made me so sad.
It made you sad that Jenny was such a whore?
I didn't know what that she was at that point.
Probably not, yeah.
Are you on your iPhone?
I got a little frustrated with Jenny's behavior.
You should have. She was the Princess Bride.
Of course, she didn't owe him anything. She wasn't committed to him or anything, you know? And who would want to be with Forrest Gump?
I think that's kind of the story, right?
Right. But, you know.
I wanted her to be, everyone wanted her to be with Forrest.
Gump, but you wouldn't choose Forrest Gump if you were her.
No. Oh, cool. Judy Ivy. That sounds nice.
Run horse farms around. I live real close to Delaware.
That's how Judy talks.
Let me see if this works.
That's how Judy talks. With accents and makeup. Tomorrow's President's Day. That's probably why they had the Saturday Night Live on Sunday night. They wouldn't have done it if it was a regular Sunday night. One might well ask, why didn't they do it on Saturday nights? The answer to that, I'm sure, is it's hard. It was too hard to schedule everybody. Okay.
Ryan Reynolds looked all like scraggly, like he's been through it.
Oh, I mean, if his experience, if he's heard as much about his own experience as I've heard about it, then I can see how he'd be ragged, because it's like, that is a mess that you keep trying to have resolve with your NI and just doesn't resolve, and it's driving you crazy.
Me?
Yeah, it doesn't resolve for him either. And think how much more difficult it is for him in the middle of it than it is for you as a complete
He's
outsider.
a part of it, though.
Right. Well, I agree. He should obviously leave Blake Lively.
I know, but I don't think he will. He should leave her, though. He should absolutely 100% leave her. Like, because there's, like, honestly, at this point, there's
Would you like him better if he did?
No, I think he's still a jerk.
Okay.
He's got
He's got frat boy energy.
Yeah, he does. You're welcome, Diamond. AstroSeek is a good one too, but I think that Cafe Astrology gives you the aspects and good explanations for the aspects.
Shiggity pow.
It's one of the first sites that I used to find my natal chart. And that's when I read lies about me. And I believed them.
All right. Build all country, huh? A lot of history. That's how the men in here talk.
Oh my gosh, I so wish you could. I want you to see it, but it's so blurry. There's like, so Tina Fey and, of course it was probably planned, but Tina Fey and, what's the plot? Amy Poehler, was like, we were like, oh, Ryan Reynolds is here, and he stood up, and he made some sort of joke about like everything that's happening, and her face, like Blake Lively's face was like,
Well, at least she didn't pull a Will Smith.
yeah.
Get my name out of your filthy mouth.
Out your
Or
out
whatever
your
you said.
fucking mouth.
Out your
Get
fucking
my
mouth.
wife's name out your fucking mouth.
His
He was
writing is
laughing at the
horrible.
joke until Jada side-eyed him and was like, see, they're another couple that need to, apparently they've been divorced, but he's so hung up on her.
I mean, who knows what he could possibly see in that horrible bitch.
He's greatly attached to her.
Maybe she's a supervisor type or something and has the
Oh,
drop on him
maybe.
or something like that. Who knows?
What's the supervisor of an ENFJ?
I don't know. Let me think. Is it I N T?
It would be an IF probably.
I N.
It'd be an F.
Oh right, INF. No, it can't be an INFP.
Yeah.
It's not
Because like
INFP.
mine, it's if he's an FE Dom, it's a type that has FE second. Because like ENTJ is my supervisor. They have TE first, but they have NI second.
Okay, yeah. So then it has FE second.
Yeah, it's a type that has FE second.
So it's either ISFJ or INFJ.
I can't see INFJ being a supervisor type for. Hold on.
I don't know. I can't figure that stuff out because there's a lack of symmetry sometimes between perceivers and judgers.
I know. I'll look it up. Type relations. Type relations socionics calculator.
I mean, tie your mind. Surely you wouldn't expect your husband to get up, walk on the stage, and slap the person. Oh, right. This goes in the back of this.
INFP, who's me. INFP, where are you? And ENTJ. ENTJ, where are you? Okay.
Here a little bit. Just put it right here on the floor. This is gonna work. I think. Hopefully it works fine. Hopefully the controllers are enough.
Maybe it's ISFJ. I think it's ISFJ that's your supervisor. Hold on, let me check. ISFP.
Yeah, they're polars, they're Dom. No, that polars or Dom is not super. Yeah, that's supervisor.
Yeah, supervisor is ISFJ. She's an ISFJ?
Who?
Jada?
No, I'm not saying she is. I was just speculating that maybe it has something to do with the typological thing.
Yeah.
And maybe it doesn't. I didn't know what type supervisor was. I don't think she's an ISFJ. I don't know what type she is, but ISFJ seems very unlikely.
I think he's an ENFJ.
Who?
Will Smith.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, try it. The deal. Cafe Astrology makes it
Alright.
really easy for new people to just birth charts.
I know what to do. I don't like using a chair. It just, I don't know, it's too unsightly or something.
Okay.
But putting it on top of this is a better solution. Because this doesn't go on top of this. I just have to use a chair.
What happened? Why?
And it doesn't
fit?
fit on this. Yeah, it's got little legs. It doesn't fit.
So your rising sign is the sign that was rising on the east, in the east, when you were born. That's why a lot of astrologers will say that it's like the most important part of your chart, because it's like when you took your first breath is when the ascendant was rising.
What if your first breath lasts like 10 minutes long? Just
Good question.
he's got a really big lung capacity. Even as a newborn, I could pull the biggest bong rips of anybody.
Maybe you're an ISTJ, the deal. That's why MBTI type, like typology stuff, like you don't get. Like,
ISTJs can be a little bit Eeyore-ish as well.
yeah, they can be. But you sure do know about spark plugs and cars, so
Yeah.
that's a
My friend Cameron's an ISTJ.
and he knows that stuff. But he doesn't know what the You're welcome. What did I nail? What did I nail? You being an ISTJ or the astro chart?
Did I plug this in? Yeah, I did. Okay. HDMI 2. Let's see. Is that the right one?
Look at that. Wow. Yeah, I do think you are an ISTJ. Because, like, Cameron knows he's an ISTJ, but he doesn't know what ISTJ stands for.
Right. Input. HDMI 3. Wait. You stinker. Come on. There.
He knows a
No.
lot of practical stuff.
Oh.
There you go. It's there.
Where's okay to start? I don't see any okay. Oh, this one. Yeah, I know. That was because the power went out.
You're not a moron. Oh my gosh, you're
Yeah.
not a moron.
But you are somebody who should listen to us more and insist that you're a moron less.
Yeah, really. Think about all the people in Hollywood who I give a lot of shit for, and how I never once said that you were a moron or thought you were a moron. I bet if my car broke down, you would be able to fix it. I would have to call AAA.
The real morons don't know they're morons.
Yeah.
They think
Yeah,
they think they're geniuses.
Mhm.
You know.
Like their shit don't stink.
Okay, now Joker as well. But I will keep it so the live chat is on the screen. Yeah. Table.
I wouldn't listen to that label too much. The logistician.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the kind of interface stuff that. Why are you playing this song? I have the song turned off. Okay, I need to push start there. That's fine. I forgot what I was going to say.
This is a better site to look up. I don't know if this helps you.
Oh yeah, like TE is great at solving problems, but that's not actually logic.
Yeah, it's not.
It's interfacing with physical systems and or at least non-agential systems.
go to the personality page, then scroll down to ISTJ, and I'll give you a better description of what an ISTJ means.
ISTJ, interesting
S.
and new. Those poems are the worst things in the world. Okay, maybe not the worst thing in the whole world, but they're pretty close.
You scroll down, you go to ISTJ. Here we go. I mean, this is kind of flowery. Maybe it's not the best.
Or I could give a description of ISTJ. ISTJs are people who are deeply in their own experience. That's their dominant function in their core nature. Is they trust that they will know things through their own experience. Accordingly, their least conscious function is introverted intuition, which is the other form of knowing.
Yeah.
But it's nevertheless an effective function for them on their terms. Additionally, ISTJs have as a tool function extroverted thinking, which means they see the world in terms of goals and the ordinated steps they need to get from point A to point B. But it's their tool function, which means they're happy enough to put away that stuff at the end of the day and get back to their nice experiences, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have FE polar, which means they don't necessarily have the best social skills, although it depends on the ISTJ. None of them feel comfortable dealing with FE stuff, social social schmoozing stuff. But some of them have better social skills than others, depending on a variety of factors. Regardless, they're not going to be very deft at picking up on social cues and on understanding, I guess, how to deal with the people side of systems. I would additionally say that they have FI as their absolute value scorecard function, which means that which they love is very precious to them, and they have a kind of childlike relationship with their own feelings. But when life goes well for them and they feel very satisfied, it's because they've given or they've demonstrated or had love demonstrated to them, I guess. I'm not that great at describing FI. But it's, when they put themselves in someone else's shoes, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
and care and
Yeah,
stuff.
he does that a lot, Cam.
Yeah. Okay.
Like he told me about how he it was gonna be like a cold. Hey!
Jesus.
Sorry.
That's fine.
How dare you?
Just got a little startled. Trouble! Bad kitty.
He's so bad.
He's such a fucking horrible cat.
He swiped at her when she was on her box. Now she's gonna be afraid of that too.
No, she'll still get on the box, I think. But he needs to learn to knock that shit off. I wish I had thrown my lighter at him when I had a chance. Too late now.
It's okay, Capillo. Come back.
Come back, Capillo. Not
Yes.
you. Don't even think about coming in here. Right
Yes,
now.
Capillo. What? Your brother's right around the corner.
Okay. But now we've got everything as it should be.
Hey!
Trouble.
She's cowering on a chair. That's a safe space for her. Get. Go.
We should, you know what we should do from this point forward is every time he does that, we should make him go outside.
How do we do that?
Oh, I'm gonna go outside.
Okay.
That's not a problem.
Okay.
I'm not as scared of him as I used to be.
That's good.
Okay, I'll be mad, so he'll be scared of me. You know, it's not like he's gonna do something to me.
What?
Because I'll be mad, so he's gonna be scared.
Yeah,
of
he
me.
is going to be scared of you. Oh, look at you now. Look at you now wanting to be close to us. Because that's what you care so much about. Yes, mommy knows.
Next time you pull that shit, I'm putting you outside, Trevor. I didn't do it quick enough, you know, for it to be. You're clearly connected, so it's too late now.
So bad. Yeah, I never thought that I would possibly see more than one pope.
More than one pope?
Pope, yeah, the pope is in critical condition in the hospital.
Oh, I thought you meant something like they were adding another pope.
Oh no,
Like,
no,
now
but there
there's
might
gonna be
be a
two
new.
popes.
No. I wonder how many popes you have seen, Winston's mom.
How many popes do you need to see before you've seen enough popes? That should have been Bob Dylan's lyrics.
Ha! That should have been. Oh yes, mommy's mad at you.
You know why she's mad at you? Because you're not shy enough. He needs to be more shy.
He needs to be more humble.
Oh yeah, well, he needs to respect that other people. He needs to treat others as ends in themselves, not as a means to an end.
Yeah.
And he needs to stop being needlessly and inexplicably, pointlessly violent.
He is violent.
For no good reason. Not that there's a good reason for it usually, but
Wow, you've seen a lot of popes. I didn't realize that they change that often.
I see a lot of popes, a little more every day.
I wonder if we'll see, I wonder if in my lifetime I'll see Prince William as king.
Oh yeah. Charles is in the middle of that one. Doesn't he have cancer or something?
Yeah. Where's the weed?
Oh, it's where did I set the jar? Here's a little bit for right now, but I will find the jar.
Thank you.
I set it down somewhere. I don't know where I set it.
I think Princess Charlotte would be. Well, she has to. Prince George? Who's their first child? Who's William and Catherine's first child? He's gonna be king first.
Hubert. Yeah, he's thinking about Hubert.
What is his name?
I don't know. William and Harry, right?
I know William and Harry, but William has kids who are going to be in line for the throne.
Oh, you're talking about his kids.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently, Prince Harry's incredibly dumb, but he's starting to like have his fill of Meghan Markle, but I don't think they'll divorce. It is George. Okay, yeah. George will be next. He's next in line. Unless he, you know, doesn't want to take the throne or something happens to him, then Charlotte will be queen. Things have happened, so you never know. Charlotte could be next. But I think it'll be George.
Who's the one who's supposedly dumb?
Yeah, Elizabeth's uncle did give up his throne, right?
Harry. Harry's the one who's supposed to be.
Yeah, he's supposed to be like dumb as.
Dumb as a bucket of bricks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not
It's not
terribly
right. That's not
surprising.
no, right? Why would he have to like have brains? He's Prince.
Yeah.
Although
I mean, the thing is, he's clearly not very bright because he's not seeing through Meghan Markle's shit.
apparently he's getting, like I said,
getting to there
yeah.
eventually, but it takes a long time. I guess that's what you were saying when you said he's not very bright.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh,
It is unusual.
It's not surprising that he gets fur balls because yeah, he sheds more than any cat in history.
Yeah.
But it's not a very pleasant sound. So, do you want to take turns with me with football?
It's been so long.
I mean, again, of course, I don't have any expectations. So if you're worried about me, just
I'll
playing
play
me
a little
something,
bit.
don't
Yeah.
worry about that at all.
I'll play a little bit.
Okay, cool.
Present company excluded. Present company expect the worst. Harry thinks he is from another father, but they look so much alike. Prince Harry and King Charles or whatever. If not King Charles, he looks like his grandfather. But yeah, Prince Harry believes that he's the son of a bodyguard that was close to Princess Diana. So I don't know, maybe.
Can he get paternity tested?
Yeah, he could.
Does Charles know that he doesn't think he's his father?
He does now because he wrote a book about it.
Right. If you were his father, wouldn't you insist on getting that test done at that point?
I don't know.
Or, I mean, he must agree with him, is my thoughts.
Maybe. I mean, he cheated, so it would be like, well.
He's not confident anyway that the guy's wrong.
Yeah.
It could be, though, that even if she was sleeping with him, that Charles is still the one who impregnated her.
Yeah.
That's certainly plausible.
Yeah, in Harry's biography book or James Hewitt's biography book. I don't remember. I just remember hearing about the book about Prince Harry's book and how he wrote in it that he doesn't believe that Charles is his father. I mean, it's plausible. I don't know the song Dirty Diana. I know that England loved their queen. Like my sister was like, the difference between here and there is like if you said anything bad about like the queen, you would like be shunned basically.
You receive scowls. Scowls.
Yeah,
or
scowls,
disapproval?
exactly, scowls. Because they love their queen.
Well, yeah, as queens go, Queen Elizabeth is a pretty good example of a successful queen.
Isn't she?
Yeah.
They labeled her on the personality page as an ISTJ.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Maybe an ESTJ. Conceivably.
I was thinking
it's hard
possibly.
to evaluate somebody like that.
I know.
They're so sculpted for the public consumption. Somebody who lost to Oregon too. Jesus Christ. Numerically, this is my best team ever, but I'm simming till we get to a good game to play. And I have 4 losses on the season. And this team has got fantastic numbers, but it just goes to show you there's a little something called chemistry. If your team doesn't have it, then.
So recently I brought this Broccoli Todd. Recently I brought this up to the chat when Ruben R was in it, because I was really having a hard time typing Blake Lively, and we both came up with, well, he came up with, and I agree, with ESFP for her. I don't know what type Ryan Reynolds is. I used to think that he was in ESFP.
There we go.
Ooh, good notion. I mean, you could be mean in any type. I mean, there's a possibility that Hitler was an INFJ, so there's a chance for him to be an ENTP. He's widely known as an ENTP in the typology community. I don't know.
Who's widely known as an ESP?
Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, I don't think he is.
I don't think so either. I think he's an ESFP. That's why I don't find him funny.
He might be an ESTP as well. I don't have any particular reason to think either way. I don't, because I haven't seen him in any kind of natural setting. I just see him in movies.
Right, and when you see him out in public, it's all staged. He's not a nice person. Part of me thought maybe an INFJ too, because he likes to write, but that has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I don't think he's an ENTP though. I don't think an ENTP would stay with her after all of this. I think there would be divorce rumors. I don't think an ENTP would stay. I don't know. I think Justin Baldoni might be an ESFP also. I don't know about Ryan. I don't know. But Justin, I think, is an ESFP too. You know, his whole like feminist male thing. Well, I do think that he was a 9 Enneagram, but he wasn't that dumb. He wasn't that dumb because he had recordings and kept all the receipts, it seems. But there's a rumor that he and Blake Lively had an affair on set, and that would make a lot more sense as to why he let her take over
Oh.
the movie. But I also think that he has a 9 in his tri-type, and 9s get walked all over. But he wasn't a dummy because he kept his receipts. Something must have told him that.
I mean, he could just not throw anything away. He could just
That's
never
true.
clean up his shit, his devices and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Take that, UCLA.
Cameron is he's on the stream sometimes. He comes here. He has glasses and a goatee.
Yeah, he's been in plenty of videos on the channel and
Yeah.
stuff. He's an IRL friend.
Yeah.
Oh no! I got sacked. At least I didn't turn it over.
Blake said in an interview with Forbes magazine that she has a habit of going into movies and being like, "Oh, I'm just here to play the actress. I'm not supposed to do anything else," and then will slowly take over more and more of the film as she's in it. It's like, if you want to take over a film, just make a film yourself. Don't
Right,
take someone's
yeah,
over.
right. IKR. IKR to that, my darling.
You're welcome, the deal.
Oh, I didn't quite make it first down, but it's close enough. 41. I'm going to go for it. No, I'm not going to punt from their 34-yard line on 4th and 1. Why are you suggesting that, coaches? That's crazy talk. If I can't make the field goal, I got to go for it, right? From this spot, who would suggest a punt from there? From their 34-yard line.
That's so large.
That's crazy. What kind of coaches did I hire here? Who are recommending that I punt on 4th and 1 from their 34-yard line?
Do you think that if an actor is to play a part that was originally in a book, that they should read the book before?
Not necessarily. We should read the script.
Well, yeah, they should read the script for sure.
Oh, I fumbled and UCLA got the ball. Fumble, smumble. That's what I say about fumbles. And I want to let everybody else know also what I say about smoke detectors. Smoke detectors, smoke detectors.
They usually are more bothersome than anything.
Right,
When their
they-
batteries
when
die.
Piercing pitch noise.
Yeah, and then you have to
Horrible.
scamper to like go get the new battery, and you're trying to take it out, and you have to get a ladder.
Yeah, they're terrible.
Broccoli Todd, what type do you think that Ryan Reynolds and Justin Baldoni are?
You know, now they've got like carbon monoxide devices that are like that as well. You know, before we know it, we're gonna have lightning detectors at our house. There are some possibilities that are so unlikely that we should not prepare for them.
You know, it's funny, and you say that though, because my elementary school was built with a lightning rod on top of it, and we got hit by lightning.
I mean, I think that's good they put a lightning rod on top of it because it's probably the tallest thing in the area, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good thing to do. But that's not a lightning detector.
No, it's not. I was before. Would you like to see more of me on my phone? I think, like, I mean, like, he, like, Justin Baldoni considers him to be a.
Why are you playing so well, UCLA? Your defense is doing a good job right now. Stopping my running game.
Hey, the man with the great machete. Howdy, folks. Understanding the book and the underlying mission is important for the director. For the cast, it should be sufficient to just read the script.
I think that's fairly funny comment there. I had forgotten about the title of this. The title of the video is "Lady on Her Phone."
Yeah.
I had forgotten that was the title.
I'm like technically on a phone right now. We're recording from a phone.
That's true. But that's my phone. And the title says "Let Her Go."
Oh, on her phone.
Yeah. There we go. Get out of my way, motherfuckers.
People are criticizing Blake Lively. I mean, for anything right now, but for not reading the book before accepting the role.
Assuming she read the script before accepting the role, then
I don't know. I don't know if she
and
did.
even then, who cares? It's like she can accept the role on whatever terms she wants. You can accept it without knowing anything about it and say, all right, well, if you want me to do this movie, you have to agree to not inform me at all about anything. Don't tell me about the book. I am already upset that I know the book exists.
Well,
Foldy poldy. Pudding and pie.
Cat, don't be rude.
The thing that I think is much, okay, Cat. You had sufficient work. And you hung yourself. I thought you were going to try to be funny about it, but instead you're just being shitty. So, accordingly, I'm not especially partial to shit in my life stream, so I
These are
had
facts.
to unfortunately ban you. Okay, it was fortunate.
Ursula is gonna take away whose voice? Oh,
Uh-huh.
Beyonce.
Beyonce's voice. I don't know. Yeah. I think that's funny that that's the thing you thought of, like that you wanted to have her the equivalent of castration,
Yeah.
like have her lose her voice. Oh, too late. Oh, I'm playing your offense. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't mind. You
As
know
soon as
it.
I'm done with this, I'll give it to you. And you take over. I'll turn the TV that way, and I'll take over the
Okay.
stream for a little bit.
Oh my god, it's been so long.
Oh, don't worry about it. This season's already shut down. I got 4 losses in this season already. Oh, XXX over 1. Jesus. Okay, then just run it in.
Yay!
Good job avoiding this tackles guy. I'm sorry I was yelling at you.
You
did a good job. Yeah. Yes, after you almost got tackled, you wouldn't throw it to X. But you didn't need to. You just ran out right in there. It's fine.
It's raining?
I guess it's raining. Raining in Los Angeles. Okay, so I'm going to now. Wait, hold on. I'll do this. Oh. this. How do you get there? This, yeah.
See, now I'm on my phone. No, you know what? Do a round and then I'll take over.
Sure.
UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. Last time, David, it was 1-2-3 kick.
Okay. What type speaks like
Hey,
this?
Blake. It is 2 in the morning. Hopefully this does not wake you up. Whew. Wow. There's so much I want to say to you, and I hope that we can FaceTime or see each other in person soon and get to talk more. But I'm just going to send you a few thoughts, and hopefully it's not going to be more than a few minutes. But I don't have the best track record. I don't think either one of us have the best track record for our voice memos. I want to start with an apology. Man,
Oh God, can you stop this? Oh God. That's so horrible. Like, the way he said that. First, I want to start with an apology. Like, oh God.
FI, right?
I mean, that seems like bad FE rather than FI.
Well, wouldn't bad FE mean good FI?
It is true that people who don't have FI in their conscious stack have, in some sense, less good FI than people who do have it in their conscious stack. But you can have varying degrees of competency. Like FI DOMs have 5th slot FE. And that's a good place to have it. It's where I have NI, It's still robust there. So it's not the case. Yeah. Like, you don't have to have bad FE to have good FI. You have to have bad FI to have bad FE.
He said him and his wife spend 5 minutes, they spend time just looking in each other's eyes.
Okay, well that's very FI. Now, granted, obviously ESFPs have tool function FI and they have horrible FE in some ways.
Yeah.
Depending on the
That's why I think
ESFP.
he's an ESFP.
But that could be, it could be it. I don't know. I can't tell by how he talks, except that he's a big phony. It seems like to me he's a big phony.
Yeah.
The defense trying to get a stop on 3rd down from the 44.
Yeah, it's a cognitive. FI is a cognitive function. It's inner feelings.
They'll stick to the ground looking for the mark.
In other words, deciding things on your own subjective interest.
Yeah.
Which is,
It's
remember, subjective is not a bad thing. It's very important for us to have fluency in our subjectivities. And, people like me and Rachel, we suffer for not having fluency in those subjectivities.
why is it not IF? I don't know.
Because each of the things, like feeling, has an introverted and an extroverted one. So they put the F first, and then the introverted or extroverted in the small letter after it.
So that was Justin Baldoni's apology voice message to Blake Lively, because she sent him an email at 1:50 in the morning being like, I really am upset that you don't like the parts that I wrote in the script. A lot of men in the business don't take me seriously.
Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
What a cunt breath.
Mm-hmm.
What a total cunt breath. I'm gonna try to keep this field goal. I'm sure I'm not gonna make this field goal. It's 49 yards.
What do I think of green eyes? Like the color green of eyes or the song?
No!
I think green eyes are rare.
I think green eyes mean you're envious.
I think so too. Jen had green eyes.
Did you?
Hmm.
What does it say that people who do drugs get thwarted? So far back into human understanding, they talk about internal and external feelings. We already figured that out in the Stone Age.
It's not true.
No, actually, cognitive functions were introduced by Carl Jung originally.
Yeah, Carl Jung, and that would be in the 20s, so it's only 100 years old. He's not drunk.
And I don't sound drunk either. So, you're not just wrong about my drunkenness, you're wrong about how I sound.
It's true. You get. No, you don't understand what you're saying. You don't understand what we're saying about FI and FE.
Yeah, we're referring to ways of paying attention. And in fact, until even more recently than that, nobody had figured it all out. And it still hasn't been figured all out. But
No.
I've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, Erica has done a great job at it. You helped me understand it. I learned from you.
It took me a long time to get it right, get it down right. And then since then, my expressions haven't changed much at all. Rock hurt my outside body not getting killed and being made fun of. Tribe makes my inside body
That's
hurt.
not what inner feelings I'm talking about. I'm talking about your emotions.
Well, I mean, it's true that your feelings will be hurt by words, but the point is, when we're just making the distinction, we're making the distinction for a reason. In other words, it's a quick label to differentiate between an objective way of calculating something and a subjective way of calculating. And it turns out that people have priorities in terms of ways they pay attention, such that some people are highly prioritize subjective deliberation approach. Some people highly prioritize an objective deliberation approach, and some people highly prioritize something else. It's neither of those things.
Like I think of FI as being like.
I mean, the thing is, I know that you're just a troll, but to help you, it's schizoid for you. You might not just be a troll. Anyway, the thing is, we're not just trying to label things as something for no reason. Cognitive functions comprises an explanation of why meow is like meow or meow is like meow.
I think of FI as like self-focused and FE is externally focused.
And when it comes to other people's feelings, FI people put themselves in the other person's shoes.
Mm-hmm.
FE people read the other person's cues.
Yeah.
Rachel and I are both FE people, so we read people's cues. We don't put ourselves in their shoes as a reflexive way of dealing with stuff.
If I do, it takes a little bit.
Okay, well,
why schizoid for you? Like, what's up? What's up?
It's fine. You do that until I clarify an actual explanation. At which point, you should recognize that I'm saying something that means something. I'm not a person who likes to say bullshit. Doesn't mean anything. Okay, you can be well assured that when I'm saying something like that, it's not just pointless metaphor or some kicking down open doors, which is what you tend to be suggesting it is. It's absolutely not that at all. In fact, without this lexicon, you have no way of accounting or understanding the ways that you yourself pay attention. Now, you don't have to understand how and why you pay attention to pay attention, but nevertheless, if you want to understand things, then an explanation is good. If you don't want to understand things, that's fine. But don't mistake my explanation for some vague metaphor or kicking down open doors as motherfucking if.
Yeah, like when Kay asks me, like, why do I go by typology? And I say, like, it helps me to understand people, other people.
Yeah, it helps us to understand ourselves, other people,
Yeah.
and it also helps us to understand reality, because with cognitive functions, we can understand that all questions about reality come after human observation. So that, you might say existentiality is predicated on instantiation, and instantiation is predicated on human attention. We'll leave animals out of the equation for the moment, just to make things easier.
We've typed our cats.
Yeah. No. Oh, forget it. It's okay. Okay. 2nd and 10. I'm up by 4 points against UCLA, who is typically being stubborn, even though we have way better team score than they do. They're fighting their hardest to defeat me.
I believe in you.
Thanks. So USC won their game. The women did.
Oh, that's great.
But it was obvious that they were having a bit of a hangover from the UCLA game. The first 3 quarters, we played terribly.
Wow, the first 3?
Yeah, the first half we played terribly. 3rd quarter, we still didn't play well. And then the 4th quarter, we came charging back.
Wow, that's good. How is that? How is that asymmetrical, the knowledge and understanding? Useful argument, but slightly pointless considering the asymmetry in knowledge and understanding.
No, because knowing is a way of paying attention, whereas understanding is not. Knowing is a way of paying attention. You either know by your experience or you know by your intuition. And and the other epistemic is deliberation. You can know, which is instantaneous via SI or NI, or you can decide, which takes time, deliberation, via either TI or FI.
I really wonder if...
And that comprises the entirety of human epistemics. There is no epistemology other than those 4 things. A subjective way of deliberating, an objective way of deliberating, a subjective way of knowing, and an objective way of knowing. Other ways of paying attention are not, therefore, part of epistemologies or people's epistemics. But it's hard for me to pay attention to all these things at one time. So I don't know where I was going with that. But you're totally wrong about this. And it's not just a good argument or something. It's correct. Okay? I spent my career as a professional debate coach, and I am extremely good at parsing things for correctness. So I wouldn't be supportive of something that wasn't making a legitimate case, right? That didn't have that wasn't the best available argument. When there becomes a better argument, and remember, when we're explaining things, we're basically arguing that our explanation does explain it. So, if you want to explain human experience in any kind of meaningful way, you first need to acknowledge and understand that that such an explanation needs to comprise ways of paying attention because people actually have those rather than some sort of attribute that you simply assign to somebody.
Like
There's a lot of shit in this that's very useful. Epistemic is like the adjective form of epistemology.
I find, what type do you think Freud was?
I don't know.
Because like Jung studied under him, but he didn't take most of
No, because
what he
Freud was
learned.
completely full of shit. He was a coke addict pervert.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, the cheeseburger did get a lot of compliments.
Wow, good. And unfortunately, he didn't get a lot of eating, but it's in the fridge
But
for
you
her
know
later
how
when
I
she wants
eat.
it. I know. Well, I'm just saying. I just want to make sure you're eating enough.
I know, I appreciate it. You're helping my SI, and that's the only reason why I snapped is because I'm like, my SI.
Sounding rods? What are sounding rods?
But you could tell that Carl Jung didn't have an ENTP in his life because he like went into all sorts of like like archetypes and stuff, and like went like,
Rachel, do you know what sounding rods are?
no, I don't.
So she does not know what sounding rods are.
So yeah, he didn't have like an ENTP in his life to be like,
You need to clean this shit up,
yeah,
dog.
yeah.
And now he has one in his life. He's dead now. He has me in his life.
Are you saying I'm a reincarnated?
No, I'm saying Jung finally does have an ENTP in his life, but it's too late for him because he's dead now. Because I'm in his life.
I know you are. He would love your work.
I think you would. I think you'd agree that I'm doing God's work and making his shit more proper.
Mm-hmm.
Making his idea actually work proper.
Yeah, which is what he wanted.
Yeah, but it's like when I asked you, but like, why do you say this thing the other day in the laundry room? And you said, I don't know, I can't tell you why. That's INFJs. Well, I could tell Jung why about his own ideas.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if Freud was an ESFJ.
Why am I having so much trouble moving the ball against UCLA?
ISTP or ISTJ, Winston's mom?
She's
ISTJ.
ISTJ.
Mm. I'm almost grateful he didn't. Sometimes the genius is a result of the inherent imbalance of personality type. Balancing can often be retarding.
What are you referring to even? There's no balancing anything in your personality type. Your personality type is an imbalanced configuration in favor of certain things at the expense of other things.
A lot of people on Discord like Young, and I like that.
The thing is, Samuel, if you wanted to critique personality theory, you can critique almost every single, anywhere you go, talking to just about any single other person on the planet, you can successfully critique their cognitive function bullshit because it's bullshit. But you can't do it here because mine is not bullshit and it's exclusively correct.
Well, that's what I mean by an ENTP would help against the woo woo. Like, I get a little bit too woo woo for sure sometimes. Like, that's all I research really when you see my, like Google stuff. It's Chinese astrology, it's who, like, what am I basically for everything. But did Freud believe in cognitive functions, or did he believe that was woo woo?
Freud didn't critique Jung on the grounds of woo-woo-ness, I don't think.
That's what Winston's mom said. The big break between Freud and Jung came when Jung went woo woo. Freud felt it would add a dose of bohemia to his medical practice. It went against traditional practices. It went against his.
Well, I mean, Freud's shit was, either groundbreaking and revolutionary or just the new expression of human perversion, which is probably more correct.
Yeah.
So the idea that somehow he represented a status quo that he invented is bullshit.
Yeah, see, I feel like Jung really didn't learn a lot from Freud. He didn't take a lot of what Freud...
What's there to learn from him?
He was supposedly his mentor.
I shouldn't have thrown a ball there. Now I'm going to have to scroll this screen. I won that pot, finally. I won a pot. Amazing.
Well, I'm glad it's not an attack on cognitive functions. They are definitely verifiable and useful. Not everyone thinks that, but...
I think cognitive functions are really the only part of Jung's shit that is useful.
Too. That's why I said that he didn't have an ENTP in his life, because I was extremely... I believed in the law of attraction for the longest time.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
That's why I need you to tell me.
Your own magical powers.
I know. That's why I need you in my life.
Cool. I need you in my life too. It's like the Beatles once said, Rachel. I've got to get you into my life.
Aww.
You might say, but I'm already in your life, Eric. Not enough. I want you even more a part of my life.
I
than
think
my wife.
I think no offense, but here's my opinion, which I tend to give out about everything without caring about others' opinions. But anyway, my opinion is that Isabel Briggs Myers muddied up the water for cognitive functions.
Yeah, and Gift Differing is not a good book.
Did you read it?
Yeah, that one I actually read.
Wow.
It's a horrible book. It says nothing of any value at all. It's a bunch of vagaries and mush and nonsense.
I mean, it works when it works, right? Like, but there are times where I was smoking weed living at my parents' house, and they didn't want me smoking at all, because even when I went outside, I would get in trouble. But they didn't especially want me to smoke inside the house. So law of attraction says if you think it or visualize it, it'll manifest. So I used to be like, okay, I think and believe that my parents won't find out that I'm smoking in my room. And it never worked because they always found out. And no, I didn't have like doubt in my mind. I really like practiced it.
Oh, you pocket nines. How disappointing you are. Pocket nines, if you were my child, I'd treat you like my dad treated me. Just be disappointed with you. Oh, you failed again, pocket nines.
What are pocket nines?
I mean, 2 nines is your hand.
But you don't have 2 nines as your
I
hand.
did the previous hand.
Oh, I see. Oh, you mean like how 2 people get together by using attraction, like being attracted.
Yeah,
I
well,
see.
that's a law of attraction that got Rachel and I together, is that we were attracted to one another.
Yeah.
I don't think Rachel did any magic visualization about someday I hope to get with host
Well,
Eric.
I told you though that I was really getting fed up with law of attraction stuff. And one night I said, I'm like, you and Kimberly were fighting on the live stream, and I was like, oh my God, if these two don't break up, I really don't believe in law of attraction. And the next day you guys broke up.
Oh, maybe. Who knows? Maybe you're thinking about that has something to do with it happening.
Yeah.
But it's like you have a tendency to perhaps overestimate the
Sensory.
the things that you intuit, like the connections you intuit. So I just had a good example in mind, but I don't know what it is. Hold on. How I totally shanked that. I was so bad. It was so bad. Oh my God, what a terrible feel. I forget what I lost my train of thought. I got too many different things going on at once. Yeah, the law of attraction is like if you think like I'm poor right now, you know what? You just have the wrong attitude.
Yeah.
You need to just believe that you're gonna get rich, and then you will.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ridiculous nonsense. So what was that example I was trying to think of you? Like when I started watching the airplane videos, and you noticed that there were some airplane crashes shortly after you started watching.
Yeah, it's a weird coincidence, but it's so weird.
It's just a coincidence. That's all it is.
Isn't it so strange though?
I don't find it doesn't seem that strange to me.
It seems so weird to me. Like three airplane crashes.
Because think about it. Somebody's been watching those videos all this time. And none of them, they're watching, like they got into those videos before, right? And they binged them too.
I just think
that didn't cause airplane crashes.
I know. I just think it's a crazy coincidence.
Yeah, it is kind of a crazy coincidence. But the other one that we were talking about, I don't remember what it is now, but that's less like that one. Law of attraction is a marketing lie, but manifestation makes sense if you understand it properly. Well, I don't think anybody expresses their understanding of manifestation in a way that's intellectually sound, but there is such a way to do that, but that's not what anybody's doing.
I mean, if people of like Jim Carrey and what's his name? ENFP, who was married to Katy Perry.
Russell Brand.
Russell Brands. They prescribe by. So does Oprah Winfrey, though. She prescribes the law of attraction. That's why she's a fucking scam artist.
I mean, most importantly, what this notion is that you have more power than you do. Nobody has the ability to manifest shit in the world just by wanting it to happen or thinking about it. It's like, but there is some bits of shit that are true. Like, for example, if I'm going around all the time telling myself, oh, I'm never going to be able to get a girl, then you're gonna put out that energy, right? Whereas if you feel confident, then you'll be able to get a girl. Like in that realm, it kind of works that way. But that's actual physical attraction between people.
That's true, but also like when I have let go of those thoughts, like if I was interested in someone and let them know and got rejected, I would just like let it go, and then that person would come back. Like I already obsess so much about stuff that like thinking of me as like I'm rich, I'm the best, I'm the greatest, although I can probably use some more of thinking of I'm rich.
No, that one made me think more. That just leads to more spending. You should feel safe.
Yeah.
I mean,
And if
you're much more the best and the greatest than you're rich. Than either of us are, you know.
Thanks. I say to myself, bitch, be humble. Sit down.
Right, and that's part, I'm sure, of what makes you so fantastic is that you're not going to catch you boasting.
No, I try not to because I
And
just
you're not
like
gonna
it.
You're just not going to make FE mistakes, which I value a lot. I value the fact that you don't make FE mistakes. Because I have enough trouble policing my own FE. I don't need to have to police my partner's FE.
Right?
Yeah. Whereas you aren't trying to police my FE, but you know, it's like you're okay with your partner being sometimes not FE perfect. You know?
Oh yeah, totally. I don't care at all. I just think about myself, making sure that I'm FE okay. I mean, manifestation's interesting. It's weird. It's like sometimes what you put out there comes back to you. Like I used to always, like, I still do make collages, and sometimes I would put like an actress up that I liked on my like manifestation board, or it was just a collage really of things that I thought were visually stunning. And sometimes I would put an actress I would like on it, and no doubt, like almost every time, that actress who probably wasn't talked about in a really long time would somehow be in the news.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. Yum, 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 yum. In old New York. That's a good song.
It is. When the Yankees win, they play that song.
And the thing to remember is that thanks to the miracle of that song, we get to realize that York is both new and old at the same time.
Yeah. I don't know where Old York is, but England.
Old York's in England, I think, yeah. Where the Ings live. Alright, fine. It's like this is night. I could not be any more unlucky. I've had stretches where I played badly too, but this has been a terrible evening of poker here at the
Sorry
50
to
cent
hear
table.
that.
Like that guy rivered us straight. I was ahead to the last card. I got all in when I was ahead, but he rivered us straight.
No, there was a York. There is a York in England.
And peppermint patties. York makes peppermint patties.
Yeah, it
everybody.
does.
And that's what New York was named after. The old York was the peppermint patty company. Yeah.
Wait, really?
No, they don't.
I don't know. Things are so crazy.
You think New York was named after a peppermint patty
No.
company?
I know that New York was one of the last states to join the like rest of
Probably they were one of the last states to join the Confederacy, which came before the Constitution.
yeah, Confederacy, yeah.
Yeah, because the Confederacy doesn't just refer to the South and the Civil War. It was also they had a they had it modeled after the one that had fallen apart because they didn't before the federal government had enough power. So the Southern Confederacy was modeled after the original thing.
Oh.
That's why they're both called confederacies.
Yes. So New York was all about the Civil War.
In the Civil War, that's a different conversation.
No,
What you're
I'm
saying is
talking
that-
about I'm talking about in the 1700s.
They were the last one to join. The
Yeah, because they
Confederacy.
believed in the king.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's why.
Yeah. They were big traders and stuff, so they didn't want to. They were for the king. They were not against the king for a very long time.
Oh.
Yeah, it made me disappointed. I'm like, what makes us feel we're so cool?
Well, that was a long time ago. I think you can forgive New York for that at this point.
Okay. I still think it's an ENTJ city, at least. Well, maybe even state.
Yeah, it's probably more like that now than ever before, too, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I hope. This is how shitty I did this season. I'm playing in the LA Bowl, hosted by Gronk, against Colorado State. I got 5 losses on the season. 7-5 is my record. Terrible, terrible.
I like My Way, and I like Summer's Wind.
Summer's Wind. Is that the name of a perfume or something?
No, it's the name of a Frank Sinatra song.
Oh. Did you fart? That's just my summer's wind.
I'm gonna say that from now on.
Okay, transfer portal. Let's see what you got to offer. Anything that I want to pick up here? I already got like 25 people, pretty much. So only if I see something special. Something real special. I do want to get this middle linebacker here. Let's see. He is coming in as a sophomore, so that's good. All right, I get him. I'll get this corner back here. I guess we'll go for this other 4-star QB. Might as well. Oh, right. You guys, I forgot about you guys. I just kind of talking to myself here. I'll bring you over here with me. Come here. Come here. Are you getting scared over there by yourselves? It's okay. I'm right here. It's okay, everybody. You can stop panicking now. I'm here. I'm queer. I don't want any more bears. No, Eric. That's the best typology. Defensible typology, I call it. It's not even Eric, right? It's just claims that can be defended and making a case that's as airtight as we can make it, that actually explains things and understands how to make, justify, and defend claims, you know? The thing is, nobody dealing with typology has a background in making cases, which is basically what crafting the proper explanation is. I'm perfectly suited to do this thing. And I get it, you know, people don't like it when you say, I am exclusively right about this. I wouldn't say it weren't true. I mean, obviously, people who say the same thing as me are also correct, but that's not what you're getting from any other typology places or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about when I'm saying things to you right now? Do you know what I'm talking about every day? All right, I'm going to go 570. I've got pocket kings. The flop comes at Jack 10 Queen. Finally, I went ahead and not a huge pot, so what you gonna do when they come for you, bad boys? Are you just gonna run away? I'd recommend that choice. Okay, all right. We'll go this one. Okay, I'm folding. Chill. Trying to do multiple things at one time. Rachel's listening to more Blake Lively shit. She's just obsessed with this stuff. And she comes to me and starts to talk to me about like Blake Lively, and she's like so upset about it. I don't know what to tell you, man. There's nothing I can do about it, and I don't think it's going to resolve in some way that is satisfying to you. I think they're just both terrible people. But I don't really know enough to justify that claim, but you know what I'm saying. Is that International Signing Day? It's off season. No, I can't see. It's International Signing Day. Everybody's just saying whatever to this thing she's watching. She doesn't approve of some Blake Lively thing, just about anything. Okay, National Signing Day. So I pulled in 25 top line recruits. Not even a single three star. All 5 and 4 stars. So Eric argues with everyone and she reads minds. I don't know if she reads minds. I
I don't know where that came from, but I don't argue with everyone. I'm just correct, and other people are wrong. So I correct them. I mean, sometimes I'm wrong too, but that is easy to remedy. All somebody has to do is be right, and I'll quickly change my position to the correct one without any fuss or difficulty. Okay. Oh. When you fold King 5 and 5 ace comes out, position changes. Oh, let's see what we got here. I don't deal with all these position changes. I got so many quarterbacks though. I have to cut some of these quarterbacks. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quarterbacks. That is too many quarterbacks. I'm gonna have to cut some of them. I'm not gonna bother trying to change their position. I mean, do I have any left tackles? Yeah, I have 3 left tackles, 2 left guards, 3 centers, 3 right guards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right tackles. Ideally, I'd move one of those to left tackle. I'm gonna move this guy to left tackle. You know what? Forget doing that part. Just thinking at that part. Sim to off season. Okay. So, I kind of have to go pee too, but unlike Rachel, I'm not going to have to go into the bathroom to pee. And you're not going to be able to look at me, obviously, but I'm going to pee in the jar right there. That way, I can still continue to talk to you while I'm peeing, so you don't get too lonely. Encourage transfers. This used to be make cuts in the old game. The new game is encourage transfers. I need to cut 10 people off of this team. All right. Let's see what we got. We'll get rid of this quarterback. Don't need him. He's a redshirt junior. He's only at 82. Okay. Okay, so we've got a redshirt freshman quarterback at 82, and 2 redshirt freshman quarterbacks at 78. We got a redshirt sophomore quarterback at 78. We'll cut him. And we'll cut one of these redshirt freshmen. And that's all we can cut. Yeah. Could cut both of those actually. I guess I can't cut that one. Okay, halfbacks. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 halfbacks. Who am I going to cut? I've got a sophomore, essentially at 74 with a redshirt freshman. Sophomore at 76. Neither of those are good enough to keep, really. I'll cut both those two, I think.
Yeah, there. We'll do that. Now I've got only 5 more players I need to cut. I've only got 1 fullback. I like to have a good fullback. I like to use my fullback. Okay, how many wideouts do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, well, I think I'll cut this red shirt fresh. My speed is 99. I shouldn't cut him. Oh, sorry. Right. I'm just gonna not cut a wideout. I got 3 tight ends. I need at least 3 tight ends. No, I got actually 4 with one. The one I would cut, I can't cut. I guess I could cut this red shirt sophomore at 77. It's not that great. I'm not gonna cut any offensive linemen. So I got a lot of left ends. Richard Jr. at 87. Richard Sophomore at 88. Richard Sr. Okay, yeah, we're going to get rid of this Richard Jr. We got enough other better linemen that it's fine. Now, let's look at it from the other direction. We've got a lot of free safeties, only 2 strong safeties. I'm going to get rid of this free safety here. It's a redshirt freshman at 75. We don't have very many cornerbacks, really. We got 4 right outside linebackers. Oops. Fucked up. I'm going to go to the lobby. I'm not paying enough attention to do this, apparently. I don't know why it doesn't make its noises adequately to alert me to things. How many more did you cut? 3 more? Redshirt sophomore at 77. I'll cut him. I got a redshirt. I got a straight up freshman written at 79. Definitely don't need that guy. That scrub can get off of my football team. I think I'm going to ask Rachel if she's ready to end streaming, because I think we've probably streamed long enough. Or at least, I'll put it this way. I think I'm done streaming. I don't know who else got. I got to cut 2 more guys. I'm not cutting a halfback. Who am I going to cut? I could cut this redshirt sophomore at 77 tight end. Okay, fine, I'll cut him. And then I will cut I should cut a middle linebacker. I've got a shit ton of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a lot of middle linebackers. Cut that guy. And now we're at the size we're supposed to be at. 85 out of 85. I'm going to end the stream if Rachel doesn't want to continue it. I'm just waiting to ask her for her to come out of the bathroom. I could ask her right now, though. Hey, Rachel.
Yes, sir?
I think I'm done streaming. Do you want to continue it or should I shut it down?
Yeah, can I continue?
Yeah, sure. So she'll be back and then you'll go into the room again with her. I have to make some pee-pee myself. But I will use this jar here.
joke about it?
No.
Exactly.
I mean, if I were to make a joke about it, it would be a joke at the harasser's expense, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm actually gonna go into the bathroom and finish this because I have to poop now. Just keep that away from me, the camera, for a minute.
Distance or close himself.
How's it going? Show with Ryan alluding to the drama. How's it going?
Great. Why? What have you heard? Yeah, okay. Well, my question is that you know that the materials that they made the cone heads with, are those edible?
No, and based on them being made in 1975, I'd assume that they're highly toxic.
Oh, okay. So if somebody, hypothetically took a couple of nibbles backstage and, got excited, should they go to the hospital or should they?
Yes, they should go to the hospital right away.
Good.
Good luck. The outing marked Blake and Ryan's first.
So not funny. He is not funny. That's Ryan Reynolds asking a question to Tina Fey and Amy Poehler at the SNL 50th anniversary party. And I think his joke wasn't funny. Did you guys laugh? I could play it again. Tell me if you think it's funny or not, because I don't think it's funny. I wonder how much they rehearsed that.
Into the drama. How's it going?
Great. Why? What have you heard? Yeah, okay. Well, my question is that you know that the materials that they made the cone heads with, are those edible?
No, and based on them being made in 1975, I'd assume that they're highly toxic.
Oh, okay. So if somebody, hypothetically took a couple of nibbles backstage and, got excited, should they go to the hospital or should they?
Yes, they should go to the hospital right away.
Good.
Good luck. The outing marked Blake